Is this on? Ooh, it is. Uh, Good morning and welcome. Shut up. So, good morning and welcome. This is the second day of the PoRtaL 8 International LARP Conference or Convention. We have a long day before us, so without much further ado, let's just start with this. We'll be streaming this live for the first time ever. Fingers crossed this works well. And all right. Hello, you people watching us all over the world. I give you Mika Pohjola from Finland, the rock star of the LARP world.
Please control yourselves. Hello, I'm really glad to be here. This is my first time in Zagreb, my first time at PoRtaL. I want to thank the terrible Croatians for inviting. Isn't that how you pronounce it? Terrible Croatians. Anyway, I'm gonna talk about how I've taken LARP and applied it to more regular and more mainstream media, and show like an example of one case where we've done that, and then let you peek behind the curtains and see how we did it. This stuff that I'm going to talk about is, we call it transmedia. Earlier we called it participatory media, or sort of LARP-like TV, or we have lots of these different words for it. Nowadays people call it transmedia usually, or cross-media. These are some of the projects I've made. Some of them are more LARPy and gamey, others are more media-like. Apart from that, I'm a novelist. I've written a couple of regular books, novels, and some non-fiction books. Some of them about LARP, some of them about other stuff. I've had 4 tabletop role-playing games published. I can tell you all about them later on if you want. Actually, one of them, Star Wreck role-playing game, I have a copy of it here somewhere in case you want to browse through it. And sometimes if you're a writer and a gamer, and the local gaming companies, in my case, gaming companies in Finland, then you're going to need someone to come up with a story for their game. Did I take the wrong mic? We have a very precise setup here, and I blew it. Anyway, sometimes they need a story for their game. Usually mobile games, for example, don't have much of a story. Sometimes they do. Sometimes the story is good. Usually it's not. But anyway, sometimes they decide that they're going to need a writer for their game, and then there's like 3 people in Finland that they can call. And if they can't get either of the 2 good ones, then they're going to call me. And here I am. I'm also a LARPer, of course, a LARP designer of many years. Some of the LARPs I've made are like fantasy LARPs and like LARPs that I make for my friends for fun, and some of them are more political or have some other aim than just being a fun LARP that's like dealing with some contemporary topic. And some of them, as you can see, are very artistic. Sometimes LARPers like art LARPs, and sometimes art LARPs can be played at art festivals. I've done some of that. And actually this year, it's coming to an end soon, but I have a grant from the Finnish Cultural Foundation to make 1 year grant for making artsy games. It's the first time they ever gave this grant. Now they do. My official training is I'm a Master of Arts writing in screenwriting, writing for TV and film. I've done some of that, and I've written some theater plays, stage plays. But what I'm gonna talk about now is how we sort of combine all these crafts and arts into creating trans media. It sort of transgresses different media types and like combines LARP and television and mobile games and alternate reality games and that sort of things. We had a company in Sweden called the company P some time ago, and one of the projects that we did with it was called the Conspiracy for Good. Now, you may remember that there was a time when people were full of hope. That was, yeah, the mood in the late 90s and the whole of the first decade of the 2000s was very desolate with George W. Bush and lots of wars and whatever. And then they elected Barack Obama to be the US president. And we sat in the office in Stockholm. We're like, yeah, things are gonna change. No more wars for oil in the Middle East. He's gonna close down Guantanamo Bay. No more torture. This bullshit war on terror is gonna be over. It's a new era of hope and liberty and democracy for all, we thought. So none of that happened. Things just got worse and worse. But for a moment, we had a glimmer of hope. And that was sort of the emotional basis for this whole thing. That instead of having these evil conspiracies trying to destroy the world, I mean, why would it have to be conspiracies? We see them all around us, these big corporations and US presidents and whatever, destroying the world all the time. So what if there was a good conspiracy trying to save the world? Wouldn't that be something? And now it's finally coming out of its hiding. So that was the idea. We had this strange combination of our company and then Hollywood screenwriter producer Tim Kring, who's the creator of Heroes, the superhero TV show, and many other shows. That's maybe the one that we love the most. And then Nokia. Nokia, as you know, is a Finnish company, and then they contacted Tim Kring, and then Tim Kring contacted us. And then I'm a Finnish guy again, so I live like 1 kilometer from the Nokia offices. They went a long way to find me, but they did. Nokia had a lot of money, well, they still have a lot of money, and they were about to launch their new revolutionary smartphone, which has image recognition software, super new application, very experimental technology. This is like 10 years ago. And they wanted to make a story, have us make a story using this technology. So we did, and that became the Conspiracy for Good. And this was groundbreaking stuff back then. It won it got the nomination for an International Emmy Award. It won the Banff World Media Award, which is like the Oscars of the British TV world. And it was honored at the South by Southwest conference in Texas, and so on. Anyway, there's like 7 minutes to apply for these awards. You have to make a 7-minute video after the project explaining what it is to the boards, and then they're gonna, if they understand it and they like it, then they might you might get awarded. So here's the video, and I think it's gonna explain it to you guys as well.
In the spring of 2010, London witnessed the global launch of the Conspiracy for Good, a radical new form of entertainment called social benefit storytelling, which allowed people's participation inside a story to do real good in the real world. Powered by Nokia, the producers designed the most ambitious multi-platform narrative ever seen, engaging a crew of over 130 people in 5 countries to create a story that lived all around the participants all the time. It all started with a 3-month-long alternate reality game that included website discoveries, puzzles, tweets, and text messages, all enhanced by 3 mobile games created specifically to advance the story. And on July the 17th, the story burst from the web and onto the streets of London, culminating in 4 weeks of real-world gameplay and live theatre that would forever change the definition of audience participation.
Get out of your face, move.
And this is the story they told.
Why are you running? Are you a member?
Rows and rows of silent stones in the cemetery. They don't need your time, just your testimony.
In 2010, recording artist Nadira X puts her career on hold to teach school in Zambia, where she plans to build a new library for her students.
I always spoke from the heart, set hypocrisy apart.
However, the library is never built. The books, shipped from London, mysteriously go missing.
We have very firm ideas who's behind this.
The main suspect is multinational corporation Blackwell Briggs, who plans to build an oil pipeline directly through the village.
Can I get 5 minutes of his time?
Nadira turns to her friend, David Nasofu, a local employee of the British company. He promises her and the school kids that he'll go to headquarters to save the library. But all that remains of his ill-fated London visit is a series of videos of him running for his life through the streets. And then, he disappeared. Where did he go? And what did he know? To search for David and help Nadira build her library, an ancient secret society called the Conspiracy for Good came to the rescue. People from around the world joined the cause. But in keeping with the society's secret tradition, always stated that they were not a member.
I'm not a member.
I am not a member.
Conspiracyforgood.com was launched. Thousands came to the site to conspire to do good and help build the library. Participants worked together to chat and share clues, decode documents, and decipher music. Critical pieces of the mission were solved. Map coordinates led to Nadira's school, which was in Chaitaka village, eastern Zambia. Deciphered songs led to Room to Read, which agreed to build a library in Chaitaka. People even adopted the conspiracy's logo, selling merchandise to benefit the cause. 3 cell phone games released important hacking tools to play the game and were downloaded over 900,000 times around the world. With them, participants hacked the servers at blackwellbricks.com and quickly learned of the company's illegal activities. But only one person held the final silver bullet that could bring down the company: Nadira. Across 20 webisodes, participants located Nadira in Zambia and convinced her to travel to London to complete David's mission. The conspiracy used OV maps to guide her the entire distance to Tower Bridge, where she was greeted by fans, but also Blackwell Briggs agents, eager to stop anyone helping her. In London, the action had arrived.
Whatever happens today will be the end of this chapter of our fight. With far beyond enemy lines.
Over 4 consecutive Saturdays, participants helped Nadira follow David's trail through the city using Nokia's revolutionary mobile technology called Point and Find, which picked up digital tags hidden in art and graffiti. These tags opened an image or a video in their phone, which led to the next spot in the city. Suddenly, the streets of London were a treasure trove of hidden clues and messages.
You must be right. The beginning? Leave me to go straight to beginning at symbol.
Participants also found secret underground concerts where they celebrated the conspiracy's actions that day. But Blackwell Briggs security was always close behind. Because agents surveyed the participants every day, Twitter was the communication form of choice, and to complete important actions, flash mobs were created to divert the agents. A hostage handover was negotiated, a headquarters established, and caches of supplies discovered. On August the 7th, Ian Briggs was toppled at his very own press conference, infiltrated by Nadira herself and the conspiracy for good.
I want to say thank you to everyone for your support. Because of you, Room 3 will build a library for 450 students in Shawnee Village. Let me testify, only I can give you what's deep inside. Hey, will you wait and see? Make no testimony. This is truly me. Yeah. So they'll believe. And in some future time, if they attempt to disown me, I'll have to rely on your testimony.
Yeah, so that was that. Maybe you figured it out, but the 4 events mentioned with the fans were actually more or less LARPs, where people run around as their conspiracy for good characters, looking for clues and trying to avoid the guards and that sort of things. Some of what happened and much of the storytelling happened through using the Nokia. I don't remember the number, but the Nokia revolutionary new smartphone, pointing it at a poster or a graffiti, and then it downloading a video that showing what happened there yesterday or a week ago, which is sort of very rudimentary augmented reality that is commonplace in many phones now. But we sort of made this like a sticks and stones version of that, having shot videos in the same locations with the actors. Also, nobody had this revolutionary new phone, which was just launching. So at the beginning of each event, we had to distribute the phones to the 250 players, and then at the end of the event, gather them back. It's not a great, not a very smooth way to do it, but that's what happened. We were very happy, and they advertised it a lot that this is, they call it social benefit storytelling, and now through the story we can build a library in Zambia and whatever, in reality, of course, if Nokia had spent all this money in building libraries, they would have built many more libraries. But that was not their main interest. I'm going to show you a lobbying video made by the bad guy, Sir Ian Briggs, leader of the multinational corporation.
Welcome to Blackwell and Briggs. Blackwell and Briggs have a long and illustrious history. Our mission? One sustainable future. Our security professionals can receive accurate profiling data on location. We could do this valuable work on our systems daily. We could, if we had a mandate. Firstly, all use of mobile pattern recognition and positioning software must be limited to accredited companies. Secondly, for these systems to operate to their full potential, we must enhance the policing of our cities with trained professionals with the know-how to intervene. It is the government's responsibility to ask for assistance from its people in time of need. Blackwell and Briggs stand ready to answer such a call. We urge you to pass the Security Act on public surveillance and private law enforcement. The choice is yours. You have the power, the right, the obligation to make a difference. We are one nation, one people, and we ask that you give our one world a chance. Our world. Your choice.
So the worst thing we could imagine an evil multinational surveillance corporation doing is asking for government permission to use your phones to spy on you. Little did we know that without government permission, our phones were already spying on us, and they're still spying on us without any permission. Those were naive times. I have lots more videos, but I think I'm gonna skip some of them to get to the part where I explain other stuff. These are 4 mobile games that we made for Nokia phones that were like okay games, but then there were also tools that you could use in the game for hacking something, like hacking surveillance cameras or hacking the Blackwell operations, or gaining some sort of in-game power or currency that you could use for game actions. Again, something that typically is not within a LARP budget, but since we had the money and Nokia wanted to have as many different media used as possible, and they also wanted to launch them through their own app store called Ovi Store, a very short-lived attempt at creating an app store. Yeah, that's what we did. I don't know how much they influenced the gaming experience itself. And then, of course, we used all possible social media to play as well. So, for example, before the first LARP event, we had a 3 months, I think, video journey of where Nadira travels from Zambia via Africa and Europe to London. And you could follow the videos, and then you could write her on social media. And if you happen to be in Nairobi or Luxembourg at the right time, you could meet her and be in the videos and help her. But the LARPs or the events themselves, the first ones were not that LARPy. They were more like urban adventure games, and then we added more and more story and character stuff as they progressed. But as urban adventure, we wanted people to visit parts of London that they probably usually didn't visit. In this case, the dried Thames river bank when the water is low, looking for clues. And then getting up from the river bank to the Millennium Bridge and finding this graffiti. And I think this was one of the symbols that they had to scan with their phone. I'm the one who made the graffiti. It was supposed to be water-soluble ink, paint that I can just paint anything and then we wash it off and that's fine. It didn't come off that easily. Too bad. So here's a bunch of people scanning the whatever that red thing is, and getting the video where they see what happened there before. And here they're looking at the video. So how did we plan all this? It's not completely different from planning a LARP or designing a LARP, but there's more elements to it. And of course, you have to communicate with many different parties, like the mobile game company and Nokia and the Hollywood producers and so on. But it all started basically like this with me and a whiteboard. I was the head writer, and then our head game designer, Martin Eriksson. We worked on it together quite a bit, making lots of complicated notes. That's self-explanatory, I think. But then it all leads to this sort of like a game design document or a series Bible in TV where we go through everything. In this case, it starts with treatment, which includes the background, the synopsis, the characters explaining, okay, so this is the story, and we follow these characters, and this is what the players do, and we have 4 live events, and it could end up like this, or maybe like this, depending on what the players do. And then a list of all the transmedia elements, meaning the different media that we used for it. Alternate reality games, webisodes following Nadira's journey from Africa, and video drops, which are the ones you get on your phone when you recognize, when you scan a place. Then live events, which were the urban games / LARPs. Mobile games, websites, compilation videos, which we made after, between the events. In case you haven't been following, this is what happened last time, and now we're wondering if the players can do this or they can do this. And social media, of course. And each of these can be like 10 pages, or it can be just 1 page here, and then we have a whole different document about what the webisodes are. In this case, we wrote the script for each webisode, and then filmed it. So all those scripts are sort of separate documents from this. The fiction, this is like the world material in a LARP. What is the conspiracy for good? What is Blackwell Bricks? Originally, we had many more factions in this world, but we narrowed it down to these 2. And then comes stuff that I'm not as familiar with, such as, and that I don't have to write, but we have other people who do that. Design specifications, technology specifications, and then business and marketing. Design means everything visual, everything audio visual, everything that you see, how the website looks, how the t-shirts look, everything like that. Storyboards for the videos. A big part was technology specification with user management, coding, service build infrastructure, QA testing, and that sort of thing. Where of course Nokia was a big help. And then business and marketing. Like, who do we want to target? How do we reach them? How much money do we do? Do we have copyrights for this? Do we offer licenses for other people if they want to make a Conspiracy for Good comic book? All of that we had to take. They didn't, but all of that we had to decide. And then finally, a user journey, going through like what an example player would do. How would they hear about it, and then how would they first engage with Conspiracy for Good, and what would make them come to the events, and what would they take home afterwards. So this is, okay, you can't see any of this. This is it's a screen grab from the Serious Bible, the game design document describing the transmedia elements, like location-based gaming. This is one part that I didn't mention is what was possible to do between the events was go through the locations with your phone and play the mobile games and advance the story somehow. But all of this was dealt with in detail. And then one of my main jobs was planning the videos that you could find, which were like Game Master handouts to the players. So each of them was described in text, and then we made like demo versions of some of them for playtesting in London. And the first one is just you start the game. It's like a tutorial. You go there, point your phone there, and then you see a video of a person saying, "Yes, this is the story, and now the next stop is over there." Like that's the function of it. Then I tried to write it in an interesting way. So here's the playtest version of it. I wasn't an actor in the actual videos, but in this case I was.
It's raining here in London. It's now 17th of December, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm waiting for the other Deva members here by the fountain. Kirin always wants to meet people at fountains. Onpas tossa. Yeah. I think he's perkele. I have to go. Meet me at City Hotel parking lot, car number 44. Bye.
And then that's where you're supposed to go. That's the street where the game test. That's also where the I think episode 2 actually happened. And then at the City Hotel parking lot, you find this video.
I think this is it. He's gonna find me. He's gonna ask me. You have to find Shirin's videos. I don't know exactly where they are. I only know what she told me. She told me one of them is at Black Eagle Corner, and another one of them is at the head. The head, whatever that means. And the third one. Oh shit! Okay, that's it, mate. Yeah, where the hell are they dropped, mate? What are you talking about? What are it? Okay. Okay, do you read Pawn? Do you read Pawn? You have. What the freaking fuck you talking about? You have to be a specialist in Pawn and read the Arabic alphabet to find them. What the hell's name is a specialist? You're coming with me? No!
Wow, what a twist. Yeah, so now we have like 3 hints for where to find the next videos. Some of them easier hints than others. The head, for example, is just like a big graffiti of a head. Pretty easy to find. So we made a playtest, and then, well, I'm going to show this. This is the evidence that they eventually found for taking down the bad guys. they hacked the surveillance cameras. And then at the final event, where we actually had them LARP, which was a Blackwell Briggs recruitment event for 250 prospective employees, all of them conspiracy for good agents. There was a press conference at the end where they could present the evidence. Unfortunately, Blackwell Briggs is supposed to have a contract protecting them.
Where is my contract?
In a safe place.
If any of you have laid your fingers on it, I will track you down. I will make it my life's work to put you behind bars.
You're going to have your work cut out for you, aren't you? Because it seems to me that rather a lot of fingers have been on it. Everyone, look under your chairs. Come on, look under your chair.
This is outrageous. I will see you all in the
Hold them up. Hold them up in the air. I've made multiple copies of every page in that document.
This is ridiculous. Do you think that a few falsified sheets of paper can topple this project? I have more lawyers than there are people in this room. Then you are a personal person who can actually corroborate this testimony about this fantasy of how you came by this so-called evidence.
Actually, there is one person, an employee of ours named David Sofu.
This conference is over.
Perhaps because he's been murdered. Meet Scotland Yard.
As you could see from the faces of the participants, not all of them were like super immersed emotionally in the story. For many of them, it was just like a fun adventure with a phone and going around London. And those who are more inclined to role-playing spend a lot of time in the forums and developing their character and coming up with a backstory and really delving into the mythology of the conspiracy for good. And we made it like a Gandhi was a member and Martin Luther King was a member of the conspiracy for good. You could find pictures showing this with the symbol. Since I have a little time, I'm gonna talk about another Swedish thing learned from the Deltagarkultur, I think is the book by the Participating Arts, about the difference between traditional media like TV and participatory media like LARP and transmedia. It's all about who controls the cultural stimulus. In a traditional, bear with me, a traditional media has an author, like a novelist or a crew of filmmakers or a painter who creates a work of art, like a book or a film or a painting. We call it the cultural stimulus, just like any work of art or a work of media that is then consumed by the audience. The audience sees the painting or reads the book or watches the film. It looks like this. Like this. Then you have hypertext, interactive media, where you still have an author that creates many computer games are like this, creates a cultural stimulus which leads to other like a web page, which leads to other web pages. And then the audience gets to choose which stimulus they want to experience, but all of them are still created by the author. And this can lead to these complex experience trees where you explain this and this and this and this and this, but not all of them. And the order in which you experience may be different, but all the possibilities are anyway created by the author, like the game design team. If you see a guard in white run and they're trying to arrest you, you can choose if you want to bribe them or persuade them or fight them, or if you want to go to prison, you can let them arrest you. That's it. And then you have these good old choose your own adventure books, where you can, after this chapter, go to this one, this one, this one, depending on what you choose. And they're still not dead. Netflix made a very bad attempt at this with Bandersnatch, but nevertheless, it's still alive. But then what we do is participatory media, where we do have an author, like a team of LARP designers, but they don't create a work of art, or they don't create the stimulus itself. They create like a frame for different kinds of stimuli. And then the participant interacts with the stimuli, sees the stimulus, but also affects the stimulus. For example, if we're not talking about a LARP, let's think about like an art exhibition. And the designer of the exhibition has rented a place and put it full of famous paintings. And then the participant is given a magic marker, and these are copies of famous paintings. They can draw stuff on the paintings. So the participant sees the Mona Lisa, and she draws glasses on the Mona Lisa. The next participant comes in, and they see Mona Lisa with glasses, and they add mustaches. But by this point, the person who created this, curated this exhibition, has no idea what kinds of paintings there are, or maybe she can walk in there, but they weren't planned by her. And then there's more stimulus and more stimuli and more participants, and then even the author can enter the exhibition and see completely new and novel versions of the famous paintings. And all of this is experienced by the participant. Each participant has a different experience. The first one coming in sees pristine paintings. The last one who comes in sees strange, spoiled paintings. And the experience is something that can't be repeated. It can't be recorded. It can't be shared in any way. You can tell a story about the experience, but then you're a storyteller, and what you're sharing is the story and not the experience. And this is true of LARPs as well. You can write a massive debrief of the LARP experience that you had, but reading that is not the same as experiencing the LARP that you had. And this stuff is getting more and more popular all the time, with tabletop role-playing games, LARPs, rituals, and transmedia as well. That's my very brief foray into combining LARP and traditional media. We have some time for questions now, and of course I'm going to be around all day if you want to talk to me later.
Questions? Anyone?
So when you did Conspiracy for Good, and you planned the LARP events, if we're going to call them that, I always wonder about, like, you want to make it hard enough for the participants so they don't like finish it off in 5 minutes, but it also can't be too hard. And I know a lot of times this is solved by you can like add stuff while they're playing. Did you do that, or was it all pre-planned, and did it work kind of as you planned time-wise?
Yeah, in the LARP we had, what we couldn't really affect during the LARP were the videos that we made. That there was like a set number of them in specific places that they could either get, or maybe they don't get some of them, or some get them and some don't. That we couldn't affect, but then we also had these live, I think we call them interactors, but essentially NPCs, like the Blackwell and Briggs guards, and then some like secret conspiracy for good agents, and sometimes like a janitor at Blackwell Briggs, and of course Sir Ian Briggs himself, that you could interact with and meet, and then they might control the flow of the event, like an NPC at a LARP. They go, I'm not gonna tell you yet. You have to bide your time. Prove your worth to me, or something, and then bring me 10 elk antlers. A shrubbery. Yeah. So that was one way to sort of manage the, like, if it's too fast or too slow, then we can manage the pace a little bit.
You said this was something that was an advertisement campaign for Nokia, right? Would this actually be viable as either free for everybody, like a normal LARP people go to and play without actually getting paid, or as a business? Because there seemed to be like a very high production value, and that means a lot of money. And as you said, if they use this money for the actual purpose, there would be way too many results. So would it be viable for free or?
Yes, but then we wouldn't get helicopter shots of Sir Ian Briggs, and we wouldn't travel all the way through Africa and Europe. But we could do it. We've done it like more LARP-like budget-wise, but still using lots of social media and making videos that are then posted online. And so yeah, yes, it is possible. But in this case, we had a lot of money, so we used it.
So a bit unrelated. So does any of the websites still stand? Can any of the stories still be read or interacted with, or did they all take it down?
I know that the compilation videos that like after each event we made them. They're on YouTube. You can see them. I don't know about the website. I haven't checked it. Could be maybe.
All right. Thanks.
Also, I think the African videos of following the journey are available.
I'm more interested in, Nokia wanted to do this to promote itself and the new smartphone. Do you have any information about how the game and the film affected their business?
Well, this was just before Nokia's complete collapse. So
Explain a lot.
They didn't believe in touchscreens, so everybody got an iPhone and nobody got the Nokia smartphone, and that made Nokia very sad. But it's not our fault.
Anyone else?
But I might say that this is also not only an advertisement campaign, but they specifically wanted storytelling to make it more meaningful for people to use this phone and this technology. And they, like all big corporations, have this corporate responsibility division. And they were very enthusiastic about actually having some aim for this, like having some social benefit from doing this. So that was also a motivation for Nokia.
Did you get all the phones back?
As far as I understand, we got all the phones back. Also, the phones that we used to make the playtests, we had to give them back too.
Hi, so I don't fully agree with your model, or at least what you said, because as far as I understood, the LARP was pretty much predetermined. Like, he would get arrested besides the audience participation. Like you said, when you gave examples, someone would draw glasses, someone would draw mustaches, but the author would never actually know what would happen yet. I feel that in the Conspiracy for Good, it was all predetermined. It was like all reached the same conclusion. And it gave the illusion of choice, gave the illusion of participation, but it would happen it would pretty much happen the same if you played or if you didn't.
I get that criticism. I understand it. What we had was, and that's of course can be a big problem for events like this. What we had was we planned this like a story arc, like a Hollywood first act, turning point, second act, midpoint, turning point, climax. But with each turning point, we have this different like forks. It can go this way, but if the players completely fail, it can go this way. Or if they have a choice to, for example, make Conspiracy for Good public, in which case this might happen, or keep it secret, in which case this might happen. And of course, all the interaction that they had with the NPCs was something that could have any effect in the world. But you're right. In this case, it wasn't as free form as usually.
I wanted to ask, during the events themselves, was it a huge blob of 250 people running around, or did you distribute them somehow in terms of time and space?
Yeah, good question. Yes, it was a problem, because there were some easier to find locations than others. And even though we interspersed them a little bit, like, okay, wait 2 minutes before the next group goes, sometimes there was a line to a specific graffiti or a statue. So that was boring. Next time, I guess we would plan it differently. Yeah. Very much so.
So most of the participants were casuals, of course, not people of the communities. Did the game served as a kind of gateway drug? Have you heard about like people from it going deeper in the rabbit hole and participating more?
Well, we certainly hope so. I don't know if we've measured in any way if this was like the first LARP-like experience for some people, and then they started LARPing for real. I would imagine that some people who really liked it wanted to try more of that stuff. And of course, we, like in the after parties and so on, we advertised the other cool stuff that they could be doing. But I don't know how many did. I don't know.
Yeah, just going back to this kind of structural question and like planning. Also, basically, it was kind of like a tree structure, choose your own adventure game, that what you planned ahead. And was there any kind of like influence or input that just happened along the way, and then you said like, oh, that's cool, let's incorporate it into the next step?
A little, because we already filmed all the videos, so we couldn't change them. But what we could do is instruct the NPCs. If something, like if they had some crazy theory in event 2, then we instruct the NPCs for event 3 to take it into account somehow, or make like wanted posters based on that, or graffiti.
One quick question.
And how did you went at the beginning to promote the event and get some players to start? You went to the LARP communities, or?
Yeah, we went to the LARP communities, and then Nokia went through this like social influencer, social media campaign, like more regular marketing. And then in at least in London, there was already some sort of audience for this immersive theater people, and I think and urban games. So that's one group where we recruited from. But for many, I think there was just like a fun event outside in the summer. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Mike.
Mike, thank you. Thank you very much.
Here's your cup.
A box. A box. Thank you.
Yeah.
Terrible.
It's a magic box.
I want to thank terrible Croatians again for the box.
Okay. Okay, let's move on with this show. For first couple of announcements, we will switch Elina's presentation. She was supposed to go on tomorrow, but she needs to go home earlier than expected, so we will move it to today at 5. And the business LARPs will be in her slot. Yeah, that's the word. Thank you. Another thing, you can take these either from the entrance or anywhere in the room, but don't throw them away in the garbage. Because this was one of the rare things our government did well. We collect them and we, treat them separately. So let's not give them reason to stop doing that. All right. Next up is Simon Svensson, and we'll have a sort of a 5-minute break to set it all up. And if you need to, do your thing or get something to drink or whatever, now's the time.
Those
mostly fake joint. I don't mean this, or mostly extra act. Had no impact on it. There was lots of work.
People have ordered some of the
By people, we mean me. I did virtually mostly sugar. Do I go to the bathroom now or wait until it's all quiet and you're just starting? And then stay there. I just stay there. I just stay there for the whole 45 minutes. Just I'll work with it. I know.
rock bottom.
Should be good.
I could hold it just by heart. No. We have viewers now, so. Oh yeah. That's right. Take care of them. Oh, they get to see my self-reflective. I'll probably use my own computer as well, just to see what I'm typing. Actually, I can just. I think I know what I'm saying. I mean, I just came up with what I was saying, so I hope I do remember. No one here knows what you're going to say, so you can say, whatever you want. People say it in historical ways. Yes, nothing addressed. Do some gymnastics. I will only repeat.
Hello. Is this thing on? Yeah.
Test, test. Yes, very good.
Okay. So, next up, Simon Svensson from Sweden will talk about a very painful subject for many of us. And I personally hope to learn a lot from him today. I hope you do too. Okay. Simon, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So yes, I will be talking about how to run a LARP and not go broke. And I have come all the way from Sweden, and I belong to an organization called PoRtaL. I'm going to talk a little about us and a lot about practices. And here you can see a small little shot from one of our LARPs, a very cheap LARP, as you can see. No rooms, only tape. That is one of the keys to not going broke. But I'm also going to talk about how to run a LARP and not break. Because almost anyone can make a profit if they're willing to break. And then you stop making a profit roughly a couple of months later. So, first, a little bit of background. We started a LARP organization back in 2011. We wanted to make weird fantasy LARPs. We wanted to just be creative. But in 2017, 3 of the members of that old organization, called ART, decided that we wanted to take it to another level. We wanted to do something real, something professional, or at least something bigger. We just had a feeling that we wanted to take it to the next level. So in late 2017, we got together, 3 of the members of the organization, and decided to start PoRtaL, which is one of the Greek goddesses of fate. The one of cutting threads and dying, which is very much in theme for our LARPs. Our goal was to professionalize and commit to running a LARP organization. When we started it, we only had this idea of whatever. We didn't really know how or why we wanted to do it. We just knew that we did. So I was sort of the driving force behind starting PoRtaL. I had mostly run and organized vampire LARPs for many years, 13 years in Gothenburg before that. But when I found the LARP Monitor Celestra in 2013 and was brought onto the crew there, I learned that this is what I wanted to do. I had been looking for things to do my entire life. I'd gotten a bunch of different educations, but finding that LARP, I realized that sitting in a small bunker behind a computer screen, watching players interact with something we have created was what I wanted to do. And also write way too much in way too little time. These things called to me, like they do with any LARP creator. And I was, in my head, I was like, yes, I will be writing stories. I will be telling stories to people. But it turns out that I would also be doing all economy, marketing, websites, administration, writing characters, designing LARPs. Yes, that is the story of 3 people starting an organization. Because every organization always starts with people. You cannot create an organization in a vacuum or just have an idea about how that organization will work unless you first look at the people who are starting it. You need to know who they are, if they know themselves, and what they can actually do. You need to know what they want to do, what they hate doing, and what they can consider doing if they have to. Because these are the 3 components of every organization. Like if all 3 people that are starting something hate the same thing, you will need a 4th person. Don't try to make it with those 3 people then. Like sit down, say, okay, what do we hate? Because that is the most important part. The reason why we worked out well was that I sat down and said, I hate these and these and these things. And my one of the 3 others, Carl, our scenographer, said, whoa, those are the things I like doing. And I said, well, what do you hate doing? Oh, I hate characters, I hate player interactions, I hate admin, I hate websites. I'm like, that's what I'm doing. That's great. And that was a very good foundation, and I think it's important to remember. You also need at least 1 person, hopefully several, that are really driven. At the start, that is the recipe for burnout, unfortunately. Being extremely driven, being willing to do all these things, and wanting to succeed are all recipes for burnout. And hopefully, we are going to handle how to avoid some of those things in this talk. But most importantly, you need someone who likes spreadsheets. Never create an organization without someone who likes spreadsheets. Creativity, all of those things, that can come later. If you don't have this person, give up. That's also me. I love spreadsheets. All right. Creating an organization, or this of course works if you already have an organization and you want to sort of start from this again and go through the different steps to make sure that you're not on the way to burnout and then you might want to become profitable or so on. You can also use these questions, but I'm talking around them as if you're starting an organization from scratch. So the 4 questions I think everyone should ask themselves is, what do you want to do? Why do you want to do it? Who do you do it for? And how will you do it? That tiny part, last part there. So I'm going to go through these questions and give a little context to them and hopefully try to help you answer them. Of course, I cannot answer it for you, but you can hopefully get the help to answer them for yourselves. So start off with, what do you want to do? Everyone usually has some kind of idea of what they want to do. These are often on the fringes of LARP. Some people just have the idea, I want to make a LARP organization. But what is that? Is it a company that's supposed to earn money for the people working with it? Is it a non-profit that is designed to make LARPs, but nothing more? You're not supposed to get any value out from it? Is it a campaign LARP? Is it an art festival where people will come and play LARPs? Is it a blockbuster LARP that will be known all over the world and seen on Time magazine? Or is it some performance art where everyone stays in-game for 30 days and no one is allowed to go off-game? We're planning that. So that is the very first question you need to ask yourself. Because you might also want to create a groundbreaking LARP experience, something that no one has thought out before. And this is surprisingly common. People have this like, yes, I think we have a unique idea. And then it's very good to know that you're aiming for that, because that requires a lot of research. And the what is a rather simple question. The much more complicated ones come now, because most people that I know of, at least, have some idea. They either want to create a company or they want to create a non-profit. Either they want to earn money doing LARPs or they want to run a lot of LARPs because they have that creative energy. But why is much more complicated. Identifying the why is necessary to avoid conflicts or unnecessary tension. Because even if 4 people sit down and say, we all want to create a non-profit LARP organization, that doesn't actually say anything of what those people want out of that organization or why they want to create it, what drives them. Do you want it because you're passionate about LARP as an art form or as a medium, as some people call it? Is it because you really want to be artists, you want to create, but you never had the discipline to write a book, so you wanted to create a LARP instead? Less work, more payout. I know you're out there. Is it because we want to get rich? Change your profession. Is it because we want to create the best LARP in the world? Or is it because no one else is organizing LARPs? That is also a very common reason to organize LARPs. It's because we want LARPs to be organized, no one is doing it, now we are. Or is it because you have nothing else to do? Like, I don't have a job, I'm not good at anything, but I know LARP at least, I can do that. And if you have very different whys, even if you're all like, okay, we want to start a company, but if some person has like, I want to get rich, other people are like, yeah, but no one else is doing it, so I guess I will be doing it, and another person wants to be an artist, then you will immediately run into trouble running that organization. And just sitting down and asking, like, why are we doing this? Even if it's been an organization that has been around for 6 years, that is always a relevant question, because it can change as well. Maybe you're not doing it for the same reason now as you were when you started. And if you don't know that, tensions will probably arise. Then we have who are you doing it for? And this has been the argument of decades within LARP, but there is no correct answer, but there is an answer for your organization at least. Because who are we creating LARPs for? Are we creating it for ourselves, the people who wanted to write books but never did? We usually create it for ourselves. Do we want to create it for clients? If it's a company, that's a very different thing than creating it for players, as we have probably heard a little about. Because then you're creating it on demand. Are you creating it for the players? Are they sort of do they feel ownership over the LARP? As is often the case in vampire LARPs, for example, or anything that runs over time, players often end up feeling that the LARP is for them. It's no longer the organizer's vision of the LARP, but it is everyone's LARP, and the organizers are almost doing the community a service by running the LARP. And we certainly had that conflict in our vampire LARP, where people started saying, yeah, you're no longer allowed to make these changes because the LARP belongs to us now. And we were the organizers. And that if you haven't said that out loud from the start, that can become a very, very infected conflict, because organizers need energy and they need to want to create something because they are the ones putting in endless hours into this thing just to allow it for people. And they often feel like they're not being appreciated enough, that all their hours are not being paid in any way. They're only being paid in getting the LARP done. And then people come and say, wait, you're not allowed to do that because that my character does that, or this will change the game I know. And if you haven't communicated to the players why you are organizing the LARP, this is very easily confused. Then there's the idea of creating it for the community, which is basically, again, a variant of we want LARPs to be made. We want LARPing to happen. We want to be a part of an international or a national community. What can we contribute with? A sort of a mixture between the organizers creating it for themselves, but also players participating because they want to be part of a larger narrative or a larger story. And if you go back to the yourselves, is it because you want to express something, you want to teach people something, or you want to show your art to the world? Or is it because you enjoy the act of organizing? There's many different ways of organizing a LARP for yourselves. And some of us definitely come up with visions that we just want people to experience because them experiencing something we made is important. While others mainly want to do it because they enjoy seeing people enjoy themselves and play your game. And once again, as I've stated in the other questions, sitting down and asking yourselves this is quite important. It's often something forgotten because it's almost a bit taboo to say that you're creating a LARP for yourself. Like, you're not meant to do that. Despite being the person spending by far the most hours on running this, it's taboo to say, well, I'm doing this for my sake. I want to do this LARP, not a different LARP. I don't want to change these things because this is the LARP I want to run. If you don't want to come, you don't have to come, but this is the LARP I'm making. Instead, we are expected to change the LARP in order to suit the players, no matter, or at least that's have been my experience a lot. If they give feedback and you don't agree with it, you are the one doing something wrong, rather than saying, you know, yes, your feedback is great if I wanted that LARP, but I don't. I want this LARP. And being honest about that to yourselves is important. It's not bad or wrong to want to run a LARP for your vision. And if no one wants to come, sure, then they didn't want that kind of vision. Then don't run the LARP. But you have the right, at least, to listen to yourself and do what you want to do. And I think that's something also that causes a lot of burnout, because we feel this pressure as organizers to conform to, like, oh, but if the players want that, maybe we should change it to become that. And it slowly slides from something we really wanted to do and something we were passionate about to something that is a duty or an obligation to do to people that we don't even feel really appreciate what we wanted to do in the first place. So ask yourself. And then the tiny point of how will we do all this? Yeah, that's the end of I don't have any answers. No, I leave that up to you. No, I have plenty of answers. I'm just here to create problems and then leave you. Oh, I wish. So I have 5 different points for how will you do it. But first I'm going to take off my jacket. This is now turned into a speech/striptease. Yes. That's correct. This is the first. You can. No, you striptease because it's warm, because you couldn't afford air conditioning. Okay. So there's 5 points here. Money, which basically is financing, pretty self-explanatory. Audience is a mix of like marketing and who will play it. Basically, you cannot create a LARP unless you actually have people who want to play the LARP, unless it's a very, very tiny LARP. And then you won't make number 1. So here we will sort of assume that you want to create an organization that will be able to run fairly big LARPs that can actually make money and that has an audience. There are certainly ways of running tiny art LARPs without basically any cash at all, but this is not a talk about those. Then there's location and how that impacts the calculation. Then there's administration, because you realize as soon as you start making any kind of money, the administration grows tenfold. No kidding. Like, we went from having maybe 50 small things to do every year to last year we had maybe 2,000 receipts and something like that, just for the accounting. It grows exponentially as soon as you start having any kind of money. And then the last part, creativity. Like, the parts that actually create the vision of the LARP and what kind of LARPs you want to run. What time is it now? Great. And now we have summoned Malak, the demon lord. Money, audience, location, administration, creativity. Malak. Oh. What does it mean? Very good. I've made not only 1, but 2 jokes. One of them I didn't know about. No, this is definitely an asshole thing to handle. So when it comes to money, this is something that also causes a lot of tension and that you absolutely need to decide before you start trying to earn the money. Like, what is your goal with your LARP when it comes to making money? Is it to make the best LARP possible and still earn money? Is it to make the cheapest LARPs possible, like accessible to the most people and still not go broke? Is it to make the easiest LARP for yourselves? Like, we want money so we can like survive and have fun making LARPs, because that's also a very like legitimate thing to do. Which is using the money to simply simplify your own processes. Is it to make the most profitable LARP? Don't do this. Then you will have people buying cooler clothes for $10 and stuff like that. Microtransactions in LARP, don't do that. But it's definitely, it's a question you have to ask yourself. Because, actually, ignore that. Because if we don't know what kind of like organization we want to run, the money will go to the wrong things. Because there's also, once again, speaking about taboos here, there's a certain expectation of LARP organizers to always use the money to make the best and cheapest LARP. As soon as you start using money, for example, to make it easier on yourselves, some people will almost always complain that, okay, is my money now going to your hotel stay? Is my money now going to you having food? Why not me having food? And it's important to be prepared for that conversation. Because if you just see it as one LARP at a time, then it might be a legitimate one. Like, if you're just making one project, then yes, should you really get that hotel stay and the car that you wanted and so on? But as soon as you go into sustainability, As soon as you want to be able to run LARPs the next year as well, and the year after that, you need to be able to tell your players that these things are investments into your sanity and actually making sure they have more LARPs to play in the future. Because yes, you can make one super cheap, super great LARP, and these are often the LARPs everyone has heard about, like that enormous LARP with 100 people that was so amazing and everyone got burnt out doing it and it was so great. But yes, but you cannot make that LARP except every other 5 years or so, and no one in that group will make LARPs again. But yes, you can make a super great, super cheap LARP if you're willing to burn out and like never want to make LARPs again. But you need to be able to tell people, we're doing it to make it easy on ourselves. And that was our goal when we started our organization. Make many LARPs as easy as possible with as little mental or financial pain as possible. And you should always repeat the mantra, you should never pay to organize LARPs. You should never have to pay from your own money to organize LARPs. That should be the very baseline of organizing. And it might not be possible, but that should still be what you're aiming for. So, in order to figure out how to make this possible, we need to know what do LARPers actually pay for. Because it's a well-known fact, or a fairly known fact, LARPers do not pay for the things that cost money. LARPers pay for what they think something is worth, judging from how it looks, how cool people say it is, if it has a cool location. They don't at all pay for things like each participant gets a pair of gray pants. That is super expensive to buy, and no one is willing to pay the money it's worth. Like, what? Ticket is 30 euros more expensive because I get a pair of gray pants? That seems like a useless LARP. But that's how much it costs to give everyone a pair of gray pants. And those are the sort of things you need to be aware of as an organizer, because sometimes you have great ideas that people are not willing to pay for. And sometimes you have really bad ideas that people are willing to pay for. And you need to identify these things. And location is usually the one thing that can make people pay more than the LARP actually costs. And this might feel like a shameful thing if you're not trying to run a profit. But remember, you are going to make it easy for yourselves. And in order to do that, you cannot just make the cheapest LARP. You have to have some kind of surplus so you don't die. So identifying what people will pay for is important. That also allows you to run the other LARPs, the LARP that you had a dream about, but people were not willing to pay for what that LARP would cost. Well, luckily they're willing to pay more for this other LARP. And then you can use that money to run the LARP that you wanted to run, that your vision was about, but no one wanted to pay for. And this is especially true for international audiences where people have more money, as we spoke about yesterday. So especially when you want to attract international LARPers, where a lot of more money is suddenly on the field. This becomes even more important, but because international LARPers can look at 100 different LARPs, and they have to say like, oh, this is worth my money, even if it has nothing to do with what that LARP costs to organize. And this brings us to audience. Once you have identified a couple of things that people are willing to pay for, and I'm happy to talk about this like afterwards as well, you need to decide like, okay, what is our audience? Because they pay for different things. Like, is our audience other LARPers? Is it adults who are not LARPers? Are we trying to do like a team building LARPs and stuff like that? Is it children? Is it a specific subset of LARPers? Do we want vampire LARPers? We want people with a certain knowledge. Or do we want a certain fandom? Here, there's money here. If you just identify them in time, there's a lot of money because they're willing to pay for a LARP that didn't exist before. But as soon as the market is saturated with a fandom LARPs, then suddenly it becomes all the more difficult to get people for those. But without knowing your audience, you cannot make a LARP that is priced in a way that people will pay. For example, if you know that it's a subset of LARPers, then, for example, vampire LARPers might identify things in a vampire LARP that is cool and different because they know what other LARPs are offering and what you are offering. But if you're targeting a vampire LARP to, for example, international LARPers, then they look at it and go, is this something that is worth going for? What makes this vampire LARP different from other vampire LARPs? They are different audiences and will pay for different things. Is it about this? So the question is, what if it's two different kinds, like both a fandom and LARPers? Well, then you are probably hitting a jackpot, especially if the fandom has not been like catered to before, because then they both know what LARPs actually cost and they're hopefully willing to pay it, but they also know that their fandom is not represented. But it can also run into the problem of them being LARPers means that they know about all the other LARPs about that fandom, and then they can suddenly look at different ones and compare them. But this is something you need to identify. Another thing that on the checklist of knowing your audience. Location. I have a very bad part of myself, and it is that I cannot design a LARP if I haven't seen a location. Some people write LARPs and then they go looking for a location. I need a location first before I can even write a pitch. And some people can do both, but it's very important to know, because some people say like, oh, do you have a great LARP idea? And when you sit down for a meeting, everyone goes like, oh, I don't really have an idea. Then go out and find locations first, and then start creating LARPs. And it's a small part of my mantra that I have. In order to make LARPs profitable, you need to stop spending energy on LARPs that are not being made. Stop writing LARPs that will never have an audience. Stop writing LARPs that don't have a location. Start writing LARPs where you already have a location. And start writing LARPs where you already have the possibility of running it. Write a pitch, see if people are interested in it, get the location, and if it seems like the LARP will sell, then you design the LARP. Then you put in your hours, because your hours are what's valuable as a LARP designer. Especially if you're trying to make a profit, because those hours could be spent making something that can actually have people coming to your LARP. I've seen people spend a year making their dream project and finally finding a location, and they release the tickets, and they've spent hundreds of hours on this, and no one signs up. Not only is it soul crushing, and you will lose all hope in your own, like in yourself as a designer, but you've also spent a lot of hours, like real working hours, on something that will never happen. We even release tickets before we create the LARP. We have an idea, we get a location, we release tickets, then we design the LARP. And people pay for locations, not for experiences. Then we come to the A in Malak. Administration, and this is the real devil here. You will soon realize that there's a lot of things that no one does in an organization. And that no one does them means that someone will have to do them. And if you haven't decided who that someone is, and they have volunteered to do it, you will hate each other soon, or they will hate you. Because all of these things that everyone thinks like, yeah, that's not my area, that becomes someone's area. Make sure that all these areas are covered, all the things that is involved in administration. It can be even things like who answers emails, who answers things on Facebook, who like goes in and explains something when your organization is tagged somewhere, who does these very simple things, who checks if someone had got their payment. Is it the economist? Is it the administrator? Who sends in that paper that was lying on someone's floor? Someone will have to do it. Make sure that you've decided who does it instead of letting the person that picks up the trash from everyone else does it, because that person will burn out first and your friendship will be over. Hopefully not, but it might be. We've seen it happen. So, there's one way of doing it. It's the right way. It's do things properly from the start, or end up like us, which is also a valid alternative. We managed to survive all these bad errors. But if you have the chance of doing it properly from the start, do that. Otherwise, you will have to figure it out as you go along, including doing 2 years of accounting after the fact. Don't do that. And then, creativity. You just have to create the LARP. Yes. How much time do I have? Yep. Great. Because luckily, I have some words here as well. So, a mantra extra again. I like these little short, powerful things. Create things. When you're creating a LARP, you should ask yourself, is it better? Is it different? Or is it new? At least if you want to, once again, this is under the assumption that you want a LARP organization that is running some kind of profit that it can use to make things easier and so on. Because if you're just making exactly the same as someone else, it's a very slim chance that it will grow an audience, that you will expand the organization. You might get a couple of LARPers, the ones that don't want to travel to the other thing, they might travel to your thing, because it's closer, it's easier, and so on. But if you really want to expand an audience and expand your organization, you need to be either better, or different, or new. And it's perfectly valid to look at a LARP and say, we like this LARP that was made in Germany or in Sweden or in Spain. We just want to do it as well and give it a chance for people to come here. If you do, be honest about it, write to the organizers and say, we're going to make a LARP inspired by your LARP. Is that okay? Can we run it? This is our idea. But it is also perfectly valid to take something that you liked and make it better. We have sort of almost specialized in this. We go to a LARP and we see, oh, I really like this original concept, but what if we did not have magic at this LARP? Wouldn't that be a much better LARP? And then we run that instead. Or like, College of Wizardry without magic. That sounds like a much better LARP. That is Forbidden History that we're running this this winter again. Or, this LARP seems great, but what if it was more historical? Better. And then we run that. Once again, it's always not being honest about these things. Not that you're doing it better, because people don't like that, but at least that you're doing it differently. So if you can do both better in your own eyes and different, you can start having an audience, because people will see, oh, they seem inspired by this, but they have a new twist on it, and it seems even more worked through. Wonderful. We are willing to travel for that. We're willing to spend money for that, just for the chance that it might be something that I liked, but better, or different in a way that I liked it. Like, then you have found a niche audience. Or, the most difficult of them all, new. Everyone has the hope of like creating this new thing, especially people who wanted to be fantasy authors. They have this dream of creating this LARP that is like, imagine they just step into this world and it's all new and they will have to learn everything. Well, guess what? That's not a selling point. No one likes a LARP that has like, yes, just read these 30 pages about world info, then you can create a peasant. So start off like, if you want to make that LARP, and this is just a small lesson that we learned, start off extremely small. No world info except like a couple of lines that inspires people, get them LARPing there, and then push the world info on them after 2 or 3 LARPs in that setting. Then like, don't you want to know more? Or if you have a really cool location, you can ignore all that and demand that everyone reads 50 pages of fiction. Lotka Volterra. So yeah, once again, location can make up for almost anything. If you have like a 2,000 square meter bunker, then you're good. Ask people to read material. We might not get to rent it again. We did. So, in order to create LARPs, these are some general tips that we have assembled. And just to give some perspective, we started our organization in 2017 with 0 money. And we had 10 LED lights. That's what we had in terms of investments. We followed many of these advices. We wanted to create LARPs for ourselves. We wanted to create LARPs that we believed in. And many of these general tips are from our perspective. It might not work for you, but it's what worked for us. And in 2 years, through analyzing an audience, trying to make LARPs that did not exist before, but it was still our vision. We didn't try to cater to the players. We saw something that hadn't been done that we wanted to make, that we were passionate about, and we made it. And we have gone from, at the end of 2017, we had nothing. And right now, just a month ago or a couple of weeks ago, our organization just invested in a brand new eco car for 20,000 euros or something like that. just to make the organization even more smoother and easier in the future. And we were honest with this to our players. There were sponsor tickets that people could pay. They basically said, if you pay this, you just give us more money to do good things with. And that's about being honest again about what you're trying to do here. Like, we have built up storage with lots and lots of tech. All of these things that we have bought, like buying a car, buying technology, buying scenography, buying a storage, or like hiring a storage, all of this is both lowering prices, but it's also making it easier on us to run LARPs, and it's making sure that we don't burn out as fast. And it's really, really important to be honest that these are the things you do, because otherwise there will always be suspicion among people what the money is going to and so on. Be open and upfront, and you will usually receive support. So, be honest about yourselves. Why do I want to do things? Where does the money go? What is our long-term goal? Where do you see yourselves? Be ruthless about these things. Don't start compromising about the things that you really want to do. The moment you start making things only for other people or only because you think you need to do it and so on, that's the moment when you will start losing the energy to make your own LARPs. If the entire group doesn't want something, get someone else from the outside who wants to do that thing and let someone have a break and not be part of that project. And this is our little specialty called Only Darlings Design. Everyone will tell you, like in these professional settings, oh, you need to kill your darlings, you need to kill your darlings, only do the boring stuff that people want. Fuck that. Only do darlings, because it's great. Do LARPs that entirely consist of the things you wanted to do the most. Spend inordinate amounts of time on them. They're not worth it at all. But for real, sometimes you need to make a LARP that is just the stupid great ideas that you wanted to do. If no one comes, then so be it. At least you got to do the thing that you had always dreamed of doing, instead of always pushing that to the side and always cutting the things that you really wanted to do. It's your time, and sometimes, but not often, you can spend that time wasting it on things that you really want to do, but it might not be profitable. Remember that. Do it your way. And this is another point of criticism that people often get, and especially me. I usually call myself like a crazy dictator in our LARPs. Like, I will go in and I will reserve the right to have a veto over almost everything. I want to be able to change things last minute. I'm a horrible boss. I'm a horrible coworker sometimes. Better coworker than boss. But I have a vision and something I want to create, and I have a lot of drive. That does not mean that I think that I'm the best. Just because I only know how to make things my way, and I want to make them my way, does not mean that I think that my way is automatically better than other people's. Even if I go into an organization and say, yes, I want to make this my way, no other way, this is my vision, I want to make that. That does not mean that all the other visions are bad. And when people come to with criticism and say, you should probably change that, I say, I don't want to change that. That's not the same thing as saying my way is the best. It just means that that's how I work. And being honest with how you work and your own quirks and how square we might be in our visions, that's okay. Because you can be both humble and say, I want to do it my way. You can say that, yes, I will try to improve my LARP, but I will do it under my circumstances and my way of doing it. And sometimes that is what is required in order to dare make that LARP that you've always wanted to make. To feel that it's okay to do it your way. And then, ignore feedback. At least feedback that doesn't align with your goals. This is super important. If you go into a feedback document or start collecting feedback without knowing what kind of LARP you're making, you will immediately be soul crushed by hearing of all the irrelevant shit that people are giving you as feedback. Because they will tell you all sorts of things that they thought was bad from their perspective of how they would make a LARP. They're not telling it from, what do I think that you want to create in a LARP, how can I make that better? They're telling you, I didn't like this. Here's feedback saying it was objectively bad that you did this thing in your LARP. And that feedback is not good for you. Only look at feedback that are improving the things that you want to accomplish with your LARP. Oh, here's an idea that would actually make our vision better. That feedback we can take in. And we have started first looking at quantitative feedback, which is like how many people enjoyed the LARP. Some LARPs have 95% people who enjoyed it, and yet you find these essays about how horrible it was objectively. Because when people write things in words, it's very different from how they actually enjoyed things. Learn to ignore feedback when it's not supporting your vision, but it's breaking it down or changing it entirely to something you didn't want. Yep. And that's the end. Do we have time for any questions at all? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so.
Are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have like 10 minutes for questions, and here's the first hand in the air.
So, of course, I imagine that you didn't just, work your way through it. So did you have any inspirations, people that helped you, books, websites that you learned from, anything in particular?
I think that what helped us the most was a social network of things like this, like going to conferences and talking to individuals that had done it before. Of course, nowadays, there's this great book that is having its reprint soon, called LARP Design, that has a lot of these collected wisdoms in it. But I think that the thing that probably helped us the most was realizing that we could listen to ourselves. It's a bit of a weird anecdote, but the first LARP we did that was after a crash and a burn and almost burnout was a LARP we didn't think would get any people. We made a tiny Blade Runner LARP. It was like, we launched it on a Friday evening, and we thought that we would get maybe like 20 people and the LARP said it was about eating noodles in the rain. That was like the main story of the LARP. And on Saturday morning, we wake up and like, holy shit, not only is it full, it's like 3 times the amount of max spots that we had. And that's when I started thinking about, okay, we found a niche. We found a group of LARPers that had an interest that was not being sated anywhere. There were no LARPs like that we could find. And that was what started me thinking about, oh, here's market analysis to be done.
All right, thank you very much.
I was interested, there are many ways to gather feedback, and how are you, not to gather feedback, but inform your players about things, because many times you said be honest and tell them what you're doing. And how do you do it?
We use a combination. Most of our ideology pieces where we explain why we have made decisions and so on, that is done on our Facebook. But that can only really be done after you've gathered a certain amount of people to the Facebook page. Before that, I usually prefer it either talking to people at the LARPs or having it as part of your introduction material to a certain LARP. Like, our vision with this LARP is, and then you also include our organization is hoping to. Another great place to have it is in pricing section, where you explain why are these prices the way they are. That can be put where people read about how much the LARP costs, because that's where everyone will go and try to find out how much it costs to LARP it. Of course, there's a whole lot of other practical parts about creating the LARP. So this is very much about how to build the organization that can then start off doing all these things. It means that it rescues you from pitfalls and mistakes that will burn you out or will make you go broke early on. But how to design LARPs that people want, that's a very different question.
On the topic of fandom LARPs, do you have any suggestions how to get around copyright?
Yes. It entirely depends on what fandom you're dealing with as well. First thing is to read up on the internet how harsh that fandom has been in being struck down. Go to Reddit, go to Google, and just try copyright issues, this and this fandom. That's the very first thing you should do, because then you can see are they putting down every fanfic? Are they taking down every image about that fandom and so on? If they're not doing that, then usually you can create LARPs doing the inspired by and a series of different things. Never just one, because then they think it's just a hidden LARP of that thing. We, for example, put, this is a LARP inspired by Blade Runner, by Cyberpunk, whatever the year name is, by Neuromancer, by a series of different things that were all contributing. And that means that they cannot point at one single thing and say, oh, look, there's a copy of this. We can say no, because that was also in that book, and so on. And also having a person that reads up on the law, this administrative person that gets to do everything no one else wants to do. Make sure that person also does law.
I want to ask what percentage of the income you make from the labs do you think should be reinvested to make the next one and back, and what should be kept basically as a minimum profit if you want to make any profit?
Are you talking about if you want salary or actually living by the LARP, or just if you're running a non-profit, because it's very different?
If you're running for profit, how much do you think should be reinvested as percentage to the next?
We calculated that in order to, it depends on how many people you want to give a salary to, of course. But our organization with 5 people, in order to have 2 people that were salaried and worked with economy and administration, for example, we counted that roughly 50% of a LARP's revenue needs to be profit. Around 20% of those went to future investments into the company in terms of things or tech and so on, and 30% went to salary for the people who work for us.
Yep. Anyone else?
I'm actually also answering the question, working with LARP. Since we get salaries for everything, also the creative parts and everything, not just the administrative part, I would say for what I make LARPs for non-LARPers, but if I just look at our economy overall, 80% of our expenses are just salaries. So that's like the main salary, like ours, shitloads of expensive. That's what people don't think about when they want to create LARPs for profit, because it's so they say, well, I just put 5 more hours into fixing these characters. I'm like, that's a lot of money. Do you get that back from changing those 3 lines? Is it yeah, it becomes a totally different situation.
But you're also an organization that cannot invest in stuff as much as we can.
Yeah.
Because you don't run production LARPs. So
Yeah.
So it entirely depends on how much you need to cheapen the next LARP. Like if you can invest all of your profits from the first LARP into making the next 2 LARPs cheaper to run, then it might be profitable to do that. And then we waited 2 years before we started giving salaries to people because we wanted to build up a cheap way of organizing LARPs, because otherwise we would go into the red immediately, basically.
How do you decide upon the future investments? Like you invest in tech that might not be relevant, I don't know, in a few years, but well, like that's like one problem with tech. Or you invest in costumes that you might use only for one LARP, and yeah, I mean that's the question. How do you decide upon the investment?
Number 1, rerun LARPs. Once you've built the LARP and all the stuff for it, run it again if it's full. Like if it filled out first time, run it again. 2, invest in old tech. Like for real, many of the LARP needs don't need new tech. Invest in stuff that has worked for 10 years already, and you're much better off than you are in investing in the newest applications or the newest stuff.
How do you deal with, let's say you have this one person who wants to play in a certain way, but you know that that would be either destructive for other players or just does not fit within what you have in mind? How do you tell them you can't do this because it's going to be horrible for other players without actually hurting them, or getting them to play anyway but without actually hurting anyone's feelings? That sort of,
Yeah.
I'm sure if you understand what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I
ask.
understand it perfectly. Number 1, you need to ask yourself, do you need this person?
Yeah.
Like for real.
Here, here.
Because a lot of the time, if you're looking at, do we want to care about this person having the LARP they want, or our organization and organizers being mentally healthy? The question is always mentally healthy and kick that person. But if you need that person for money, you're in a very tough situation. Or if you need it because they have a lot of friends. I realize it's not always so black and white. But you should always ask yourself, like, yes, it might be okay to tolerate this person, this LARP, but will we tolerate them 2 years into this and we've still not handled them? Then it might be the right thing to actually tell them that you're not welcome now. And we have, like, sometimes you just have to do that. It's not fun, but if they don't understand it, always talk to people first. Try to be honest about what the problem is. And if they don't seem to understand what it is that you're saying, then tell them that this is not the LARP for you. Don't say you're doing it wrong, you're the wrong kind of LARPer, or you're a bad LARPer, and so on. Say, our vision does not work with your way of LARPing. And unless you want to change that, you're not welcome at our LARP. Make it about your vision, not about them as a person. That's my only...
Hi, so could you elaborate a bit more on the ignore feedback tip? Because it seems like a good way to run yourself into the ground. Like you push your way and the audience pushes their way, and in the end no one reaches a compromise, no one reaches a goal that they wish to be done well. No one reaches a positive experience, let's say. That's just how ignoring feedback that doesn't align with you sounds to me.
Well, I think it's a lot about will people still show up? Like that's always the core concept here. And if you're making a LARP and the people who are coming there are not happy with that LARP that you're making, but you still want to make that LARP, see if you can find people somewhere else before you start changing your own LARP. If you don't have people that want to come to your LARP, then you need to ask yourself the tough questions. Because sometimes you have to realize, like, my idea is a bad one. No one wants to come to it. And then you cannot make that into a profitable idea. But if your idea is still attracting people, but some of those people are the wrong people, once again, quantitative feedback is the one where you should start. If 80% of people are having a good LARP, but 20% are saying that it's objectively bad, then you need to probably to ignore the 20% if they are like saying things that go completely against what you want from your LARP. Because 80% are having a great LARP, then you need to find other people to fill those 20% slots. Yeah, exactly, but they are saying that it's objectively bad. They write that this thing you're doing is wrong, but yes, exactly, they are, yes. Definitely, but constructive means that they're building on something that you want to make. For example, if you're making a vampire LARP, and someone says, I think your vampire vision could be better if you did this and this, then they're building with your vision. But if they say, I think we should have more werewolves in the vampire LARP, it sucks that you're doing a LARP about vampires. And exactly, and that's what I mean. Like, we constantly get that kind, but more subtle. Like, oh, I think the vampire LARP you're doing is wrong in these ways. And what they're saying is like, a LARP that you don't want to make, then you need to not feel like your LARP is bad when they write that. You need to say, well, this is not the LARP for you. Because we want to make a vampire LARP. We don't want to make a werewolf LARP. That's very simplified, but that's the essence of the ignoring feedback, because some feedback is simply that they want a different LARP than what they're going to. And people do that because they don't have that many choices. They're like, oh, I've always wanted a werewolf LARP, but all I have is a vampire LARP. Oh, I guess I send in that it's a shitty LARP every time I give feedback. It's like, oh, still a shitty vampire LARP. More werewolves.
Okay, I'm going to cut this short now. Simon will be here today and tomorrow, so you can just, you know, buy him beer and pepper him with questions. Here's your cup. To remember this. Bye. Okay. Next up is Josephine Westberg, but we'll have a 5 minutes break so you can, you know, relax a little bit and we can set this up.
It's a vision I want to build with lots of dogs and mafia and Russians.
Inspiration. Keyboard, so you do this. Or not. Okay. Try it again. Yeah. There. We're trying not to use it while the... Yeah. Let's get like the emails, you were seeing the reflection of the light, right? The guys in the back homes there, these guys are fine. These guys are fine. Презентацию, sorry, English creation. English. You have the presentation back, right? Yeah. Any help?
Yeah, no, it should be fine. I just need to find my password. I will generate them so they're impossible to remember.
What can I say? That's the price of being safe.
Yep.
Okay.
And I have I just need to find my password because I will be generating.
I'll just go and do that.
So by ignoring people for years, I will do one. Was a sad joke. Dino Merlin.
There's a famous singer on the Balkans called Dino Merlin.
I didn't skip breakfast because it did that much. My stomach was still on. There was no throat. The problem is that vampire love has a lot less physicality in itself, especially since it's a museum. And the werewolf love is based on a werewolf game, which is much more physical as a concept. It's much harder to do even in a combat love, let alone a chain love. Makes the immersion much faster.
There is that aspect.
Yeah, we're just waiting because it was unplugged, so the computer died because it had no electricity, and so apparently it warmed, but I thought you will be back soon, and then it just died at once. So no, so just otherwise it's fine. We're good.
As long as there's no wind, I'm Gucci. Give me minus 40, I can go with short sleeves. If there's wind, I'm sure you're good. No, I just get angry then. And then the rage keeps me warm. Sure. Oh, cigarettes.
Yeah, no problem.
I expect chewy gum.
Get the attention, you know.
I get salt.
Yeah. Italian, perhaps.
You have to really, really chew them. No, but it's also drink. I'm so used to having this chewy gummy thing that's sweet. My brain is constantly, we are being lied to. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. Your brain is also confused. Where is that sort of Well, not as good as there you go.
You look so fancy in this shirt.
Yeah, but we just have to
I give a cigarette. I go to the cigarette tasting. We bite it and we get it straight out. As good as good. Not as good as it used to be. Yeah, before the revolution.
Freshmen are here. Feel free to.
Everyone's running.
Nice background. I like it. All right, let's move on. As I said before, next up is Josefin Westborg. I hope I'm not mangling your name too much. Okay, and she'll be talking about educational games. The floor is yours.
So, okay, we're going to talk a bit about EduLarps now. So first I'm gonna talk a bit about me so you know who I am, why am I standing here. This is how I describe myself. It's pretty clear, right? You get it all? No? Okay. I have a bachelor in educations. So that's also where I come from. I'm definitely a feminist. I talk a lot about that. I'm a game designer. I have studied game design, and I work with that. I do a lot of project management and studied that. And I'm most certainly a nerd. Absolutely. And the last 8 years, I've been running Livebyrån, that's the LARP bureau. And we work with educational LARPs and also like just LARPs for fun. And actually, Livebyrån is the part where we work with more youth and children, but we also have a part where we work with, it's so weird, because if you say we work with grown-ups and role play, like that gives a totally wrong idea to people. But we can't just say companies, because it's not just companies, it's also like municipalities and like, so we end up saying for grown-ups anyway, and you just have to deal with it. We are 3 people at the office. It's me, it's Gunnar, and it's Sara that are doing this at the moment. And I'm going to give you some examples of what we do. But I'm going to start with talking about what is the difference between an EduLARP and an ordinary LARP. And there is a difference that is quite important. And it's not about that you can learn stuff from it. Because you can learn is... No? Yeah? Fine. You can learn stuff from basically anything. Like most LARPs you go to, you probably learn something. But when you do an EduLARP, you are designing the LARP for a specific learning outcome. You have something specific you want them to take out of the LARP, and your design evolves around that. So that's the main difference. This is how we do it. Usually we come out for a day or half a day, depending on how old they are. If they're 6-year-olds, we're not going to be there for a full day. And we always start with some kind of drama exercises and talking about what is LARP, because not everyone knows that, as you know. And we do drama exercises to show them that cooperation is very important in what we do, and how do we do that? How do you play a role, a character? What does that mean? How do you show that? Can you use your body maybe? Yes, you can. So we practice that. And we also practice how do you create gameplay. It's about saying yes. It's about having fun together. And then we do a short, like, these are the rules. Stay in character. If you need help, you can come to us, and so on. And then we run a LARP. And then we do a debrief post-game discussion. And when I say I design an EduLARP, I mean this. I do not mean the LARP part. I mean this. Because one of the things I hear a lot about, like, LARP is awesome because you can learn so much from it, and you go into character and then you really understand how it's from someone else. Yes and no. Because there has been a lot of studies made, not specifically on EduLARP, but connected to both digital games and drama. And what we actually found out is that if you are really immersed and really into your character, you learn less. Yeah, and that goes for digital games too. If you're really into like the gaming spirit, then you look at the system and you learn about how does the system work. You don't learn anything about the theme. That's like, I move this red box to the blue one and that gives me more points. You have no idea what that says. And to handle this, that's why you have to have the debrief. Like this, the post-game discussion, that's where the learning happens. That's where you can make sure, or you can never make 100% sure, of course, but where you can actually try to lift the things that happen in the LARP and put them forward and talk about it to make sure you get the outcome you want to, that they learn the right thing. And this gets especially important in LARP, because usually we want drama, right? And that is true also when we work with kids. We have different fractions, we have different groups that want different things. That means if we don't after talk about, like, what did your group want to do? Why did they want to do that? What happened? And what did you want to do? Then they will come out of this with different ideas of what they've learned, because they were like, we played the privileged group. So we came out learning that this was an awesome society where we were on top and I would love to live there. And we're like, shit, that's not what we want to teach them. That can happen if you don't have the discussion and actually talk about, and what does that mean for everyone else? How was their experience? So I can't highlight this enough. This is like super important. This is one of our LARPs. Professor Verum's Mystery. It's a science LARP for 10 to 12-year-olds. It's a steampunk LARP where they get to, they have this weird drawings of an airship that is made by this amazing Professor Verum at this school, and she's really cool and old and dead, but it's like, it's one of the old, ancient, cool stuff, and now it's been stolen. And one of the professors tell them, usually I play that character, and I tell them, well, you see, we have told your parents they're just fixing the drawings, and that's not true. They've gone missing, but we don't want your parents to take you out of school for this. And now we're looking into it, but the problem is I have a feeling it's one of the other professors that have done this. But I don't know who, and we need evidence, and I'm gonna need your help. So then they get to have like ordinary classes where they actually do science experiments that are real experiments that they get to do, but they also need to try to see if they can find secret stuff hidden in the room without the teacher knowing it and noticing them. So they run around and try to like, I need to go to the bathroom. I heard something out here. Can you please, teacher, go look? And they have to look for stuff and find secret recipes that they have to use to make a truth potion to find out who was the real thief. So that's one of the LARPs we have. I'm examples, just two. And these LARPs were designed from, based on the curriculum. So that's a great way when we design for schools. We take the curriculum and we look at like, what are we gonna do now? Okay, we need a LARP in math, okay, for 7-year-olds. Okay, then we look, what are they supposed to learn? These things. Is there anything here we can use? Can we design a LARP around this? So we start with, I have this awesome idea. And I'm gonna talk a bit about this that Simon also talked about, because target audience is super important for designing edu-LARPs. Are they experienced players? Do they have experience since before? Or do they not? And how many have it? Teresa Axne from Sweden, she talked about herd competence. Like if 40% of your players-ish have LARP before, like you're probably good. The rest of them will just look at the people who have LARP before and try to do what they do, and you're good. But when I come out and I have 60 14-year-olds that have never LARPed, they only have like me and my colleague to look at, that's not going to be enough. Know what to do. Then you need to design around that. Age is a very different thing. Sometimes someone asks us, can't you do like this great LARP for like children? We're thinking maybe 5 to 13, where they also can bring their parents. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not going to be a great experience for everyone. Like you need to, like where do you want me to focus? because that's no. Interest, of course, what are they interested in? That goes for most LARPs. And experience compared to expectations. Because if I'm really experienced LARPer, I will have an idea about how a LARP should be. That means I will expect certain things. And I have seen this happen in LARPs that are just ordinary LARPs, where they also want people who have not LARPed. And then they get a lot of LARPers who get really pissed because it's kind of railroaded. And they're like, I want to do whatever I want to do, and I can't do this, so this was a bad LARP. Well, if you want to do a LARP where a lot of people never have LARPed before, and you might end up with 90% never have LARPed, and you say do whatever you want, that's not going to work. So designing for LARPers is very different, because they have some kind of an idea of what they want to do. I mean, you know LARPers, you can say like, okay, you're a family, your brother and sister, and your dad is sick, and you just had a huge fight about to deal with this, go. And then you come back 2 hours later, and they're still going. You can't do that with someone who has never LARPed before, because they're just gonna look at you and like, what am I supposed to do? Also, kids and adults, different things. Also depending on the age. Like working with young children, like some ways super easy. Like they get the idea of playing, going into a character and having fun. Not as much of the whole, we have some kind of narrative where we're going, they're more all over instead. So you need to like herd it in. With grown-ups, it can be harder for them to go into play mode. But you don't need to, like, they're not going to go running in a totally weird direction most of the time. They're going to try to, like, see that there's some kind of story here, which helps. But you need to prepare them in a different way. We also works a lot with specifically schools. That means the kids haven't chosen to LARP. They're not there because they're interested in LARPs or in the story. They're there because they have to, because it's mandatory, because it's illegal for them to not be there. That's not the best motivation for going into a LARP. And you will have a bunch of them, especially when they're 14, that is way too cool to play. And that will affect your design. And also, at least in Sweden, we have a lot of kids with special needs in the ordinary classroom. And since they are supposed to be able to do this, we need to think about that when we design. Because we might have a couple, like someone in a wheelchair, we have someone with ADHD, we have someone with autism, we have someone who is hearing impaired, and they will all show up and are expected to be able to play your LARP. It needs to work for that. This is a historic LARP for younger kids from 6 to 9, where they get to travel back in time. And we have 3 episodes, so depending on what they're studying, they could go to the Bronze Age or the Stone Age, or what's the last one? One more, sorry. And we solve this because you always have the problem, especially with children, when you play, like, now we're going to go back in time. They don't know stuff about, like, the old times, which means they will talk about stuff from our time because they don't have a concept yet. That's kind of what they're there to partly learn. And I know a lot of museums have talked about this as a problem, because now we're going to pretend we're all Vikings, and the kids like, I have no idea what Vikings did. Now I'm going to start talking about YouTube. And it's like, no. And how do you not break the illusion? So we just do the easy way. They're from this time. They travel back in time with me playing Time. I'm actually Time. It's awesome. It's like my favorite character. She's really cheeky. It's awesome. And she has been going back in time to barbecue because it was a nice thing to do and not a lot of cars and stuff. I mean, the Stone Age, it was so much nicer. It was warmer. And then it got dark. And it might have been like a huge wolf or something. I didn't stick around to check it out, okay? I left. But I also left my barbecue stuff there. And that's not great if someone would walk up and find modern barbecue stuff in that time. So I kind of need help to get it back. So I would need a bunch of adventurers. Oh, you're all adventurers. Great. No one told me. Awesome. And I happen to have a bunch of clothes here that are kind of your size to travel back in time. They're like, how did you know that? I'm like, I'm time. It's great. I can like get away with anything. And we do some improvised magic thing and go back in time, and they meet other characters from that time, and they need to think about, not talk about stuff from our time. So they can like police and help each other. Like, shh, no, they don't know what that is. You can't talk about that. Right, okay. And then of course they will end up talking about modern stuff. But that means they have to explain them for the Stone Age people, which is a great exercise in learning. Try to explain concept for someone who hasn't seen them before. I've had 6-year-olds in the debrief after the LARP when we talked about this, and I said, so did you learn anything? And like a 6-year-old just went, yes, we had to explain things because they didn't know what an ambulance was, and we tried to explain it, and it was really hard. And that is actually really good because sometimes we have people coming here from other countries that might not have ambulances, and then you actually need to explain it to them. I'm like, what? You're 6. How? How did you even? Yeah, that happened. That was cool. So that's a LARP we do. What is really important is also my aim and goal. Why am I doing this? And what are we doing? I'm going to give you an example how we would describe it. So if the aim is to work with power structures and bullying, that might be, this is what we want to do in this LARP. But that's kind of fluffy. Like, what does that mean for the player? Then we also put a goal. So the goal is that everybody should have felt lonely sometime during this LARP. And they should remember a bullying situation they have seen or been part of. That's the concrete goal. Like this we can design. We can make sure that we have a scene where someone needs to leave the room. Then they're going to be alone for a little while, and we can switch that around. We make sure that happens. And these should correlate to what you want them to learn, not what is the most cool story. So, LARP as a method for learning. What is it good for? It's not good for everything. I know we as LARPers think that, but we already love LARP. And as I said, when you have a bunch of kids who didn't want to LARP, but have to LARP, that's not the same thing. So what is it actually good for? What is interesting is that the students' actions play a central role, which is not always the case in more classic desk teaching. Social focus is rewarded. With that, I mean, social focus is the whole idea that I have an idea what's going on in the crowd. Compared to teacher focus. What does the teacher want? How do I make the teacher happy? Which is usually a very important goal in school. That's not what is the main important goal in the LARP. Like that's not what is rewarded. This means a lot of kids that have problems sometimes in a classroom just sitting still, shut up and listen, like all of you have to do now, they can flourish Because they can see, like, if I talk to him, he will run over to her, and maybe then she will talk to them, and that's amazing, and then I can do this really crazy shit, so I'm gonna go talk to them. That's like a totally different skill compared to, the teacher is asking this question, do they want this or this answer? That's not the same thing. And the prolonged quiet concentration is not the, which is also very different from like what we're doing now. And this means that some of the low-performing students might actually receive new constructive roles in the group. Because some of these kids that can't sit still and be quiet for forever are fucking magic when you put them into a LARP. I've had teachers going like, what just happened? I've never seen anything like this from this student ever before. It's like, yeah. For some students, the situation becomes difficult. For the ones that knows that there is a right and a wrong answer in school, they usually come up and say, so, what are we gonna do? Well, you're just gonna go with it and improvise. Okay, but what do you want us to do? No, we'll just have to see what happens. We don't know. And that is really frustrating because they understand that school has a system. I understand how the system works. Great. And then they can't apply it because this is not the same system. Which is really good because, you know, the real world, you kind of have to, it's not always the strict system. Sometimes you have to just go with it. And that can be difficult. So LARP can be great for all of this, also giving an idea of like seeing complex social structures. If you want to teach like hard facts, I wouldn't use a LARP. Like you can do that, but there are other methods that are actually better for teaching hard facts than LARPing. So it's a tool, but know your tool. This is one of the LARPs we did for grown-ups. We call it inclusion. It's a big IT company contacted us and said, well, this thing about inclusion, it's important, and we know it's important. And everyone at our office agrees that it is important. But when we ask people working here, we see that people who have moved here from another country and women are not as happy. How do we change this? Because everybody here like gets the theory and wants it to happen, but how? Like how do we understand it emotionally? Which is great for us because we can do that. We can come in and we can work with characters and we can put them in situations like, how does it feel to be the one that has to be the really person saying, should we really talk about this? Is this okay? Because usually it's just speak up, it's not that hard. When you're that person, it's hard. And if we can make them be that person, they're gonna see it's hard. So that's what we did, which was great and fun for us, also for them. So I'm gonna look at some of the challenges you meet with designing an EduLab. It's the whole fun versus fact. Because I keep talking about like what do you want them to learn, but you don't want it to be totally boring. That's not the point. You need to find a balance. So you need to try to make sure that it's fun, but also if you end up sitting, okay, this part makes it so much more fun, but it actually works against what we want to teach them, then it goes out. Don't keep it. In the science LARP I talked about, we had this fun thing where we realized, okay, they're gonna use a recipe and they're gonna do a potion, and they're also, we're gonna make fun and say, okay, so you need 1 cup of this. Okay, how much is a cup? Well, this could be a cup, and this is also a cup. So it's not a specific measurement. It's funny and silly, but we realize we want to teach them that when you like do chemistry, it's important to follow a recipe. then it's really stupid to have the fun, crazy teacher that says that a cup could be whatever. Like, that's actually teaching them the wrong stuff. They will be confused. Like, that's not helping. Okay, so that goes out. Even if the kids thought it was hilarious, it goes out. Also, bleed and prestige bleed. We talked about this before, so I know you've heard about bleed. But the fact that emotions can bleed over, that can also happen in an EduLARP. Sometimes we want this, sometimes we don't. My personal record is to have a 13-year-old cry after 20 minutes in our LARP. I'm very proud. It was awesome. They've asked us to write a LARP based on a story that one of the kids in the class had written. And we were like, great! They won this novel kind of writing competition. And what they won was that we were going to do a LARP based on what they had written. And we read it and we realize this is about like self-destructive behavior and suicide. Okay. It's also fantasy themed, but we can't just, so we're gonna do a fun fantasy LARP. Like, that's not respecting what they did. We need to deal with this, but we also need to do it. They're 13, like we need to handle this in a good way. And of course we had a dialogue with the teacher about like, are there issues with this in your classroom? We got the best answer we could get. Not that I know of. If we had gotten a, no, that's fine, I would be, not so sure you know that. But we got a no, not that I know of. That's a good answer. So we went ahead and we started with a memorial scene for their main character that had actually committed suicide. And we had a picture of my colleague's son, who's the same age. And it was sad music, and it was hardly 20 minutes in, and the first kid started to cry. And we took them out and like, are you okay? They're like, yes, 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 it's amazing. It's just very moving. I'm like, yes! This is what we want. This is good bleed. This is not bad bleed. This is awesome. But like, stuff can come up. You also have prestige bleed. Very common among teenagers. That means your character lose prestige in the LARP. You think you lose prestige, and you get really pissed. That usually shows by them being totally unreasonably angry out of nowhere, or all of a sudden going, I'm not going to do this anymore, I'm not participating. Out of nowhere. Usually that means their character will put down, and they don't see the difference between them and their character. What we do is we take them to the side and we talk to them and ask them what happened. And then we start talking about the difference about character and person. And then usually it's fine. But that can happen. So if they get unreasonably angry or just all of a sudden don't want to be, what happened is usually their character lost prestige in some way. And it's okay. And the whole thing with roles and characters, like the abstract attributes, like me as a really Nordic LARPer can love that. Like, you're this angsty teenager that had a hard life and you're having a fight with your mom. I'm like, yes, that's really abstract. That's really, really hard to play if you never LARPed before. Archetypes makes it easier. Also, to use something that have like a collective perception. Like, we have an idea. If I say, you're the strong wizard who is always slightly angry, you get some kind of picture in your head. So much easier to do. Like, that helps. And we have more stereotypes in like fantasy, and now I don't just mean like fantasy, but fantasy as the wide fantasy, also science fiction or whatever, like But that can also sometimes mean it's more expensive. Like, if I'm playing a random person in my age, I can take something from my wardrobe. Fantasy, more expensive, need to get stuff. And when we come out, we bring everything. They don't have to have anything. I bring like clothes for 60 kids. But that also affects like what are we gonna design? But that really helps. This is inspired by many different things with schools that have magic. Where they go to the magic school called Draupner, which is actually a LARP about learning English. So they have a visiting teacher that only speaks English, which is usually me. And then we have the janitor character, that is one of us, that doesn't speak a word English. And then we have their actual teacher that kind of can do both. And then the kids have to interact. I will have like extra classes, and the teacher that know the class will help translate what is needed, but not translate everything, because usually they know some English. So since they know the class, they can like pick the level of what they need to translate. And of course there are, maybe I'm just after a really important magical artifact and not at all care about their stupid school. Might be the case, but I would of course never do that. So they will have to figure that out. And we also love to play that me and the janitor, that there is some kind of love story going on, to use the kids to like try to translate between us since we can't speak. And it's very fun because the janitor character speaks Swedish and try to put in English words, or just do like weird Swinglish words that doesn't exist, that just becomes wrong, so the kids can laugh and feel, I can be so bad at English, but I'm not that bad. Like, that person sucks, which is really good also. Teenagers, there's something extra. There's a lot of social prestige going on. Like, sometimes I meet teachers going, this sounds awesome, our 14-year-olds will love this. Great, I say. And you're gonna play this character? And they're like, what? Am I gonna play a character? No, I don't feel comfortable with that. I'm like, but you think your 14-year-olds will do that? I'm like, if they make fun of themselves, they can lose like their whole life. You won't lose anything. Like, what? How? But dressing up helps with this. And also the word before, because you make clear you're not yourself. You don't look like this. You're someone else. You help them create the alibi. That makes it a lot easier. And be very clear, like, how do we start the LARP? It could be like we close our eyes and we count down from 10 and we narrate it, sure. It's very clear when you open your eyes, bam, now is the LARP running. Or we're out in the forest, we're gonna all walk forward and we pass through these amazing trees that has grown together. As soon as you pass through, that's the magic portal. That's when the LARP begins. Make it clear that this is like, we create the so-called magic circle. Now we step in. Make a clear threshold. That helps. And the roles will give them a social alibi to do things what they usually wouldn't do or couldn't do, which is great, because they can try new things and do things that wouldn't be acceptable for them to do in that group otherwise. But you can also get the, it wasn't me, it was just my role, wasn't me, it's okay. You don't want that. Like, no, this is not your role. This is you trying to bully someone. Not okay. It's not an excuse. And usually we say, as your character, we talk about that you can do things you wouldn't normally do because they are not you, but you are still responsible for the actions they do. Which is a difference. They can do things they wouldn't do, but you can't do any shit because you're still responsible for it. And that actually works well. They get that. And sometimes you have someone who starts trying to do this, and I just want to, now I'm going to brag. I've leveled up. It took me a couple of years, but I can do the grown-up stare now. It's awesome. Now I don't even have to talk to them. They just start acting up, and I just look at them. And that's enough. That's done. Like, done. Good. We don't have to. Otherwise, what you can do if they actually start to act up is always take them to the side, because you don't want to talk to them about this in front of the group, because it's awkward for them and it stops everything. So we bring them out and we say, usually I start with saying, I see you're trying to have fun right now and going with it, and I love that, but right now it's a bit over the top. We need you to back it off, because it's slowing down the LARP, and if we had the whole day, it would be amazing, but we don't. So we need you to step back and tone it down, because right now it's disruptive. Can you do that for me? And usually that's fine. If they keep doing it, then you take them aside and say, now you're actively destroying. That is not acceptable. And this can happen like before the LARP starts. And usually we give them a choice. We say, either you stay and you're a part of this, and you don't have to like it. Like, it's fine if you find it totally boring, but you stay and you try. Or if you feel, I can't do this, then you go talk to your teacher. And then you will get some kind of home assignment instead, or maybe you will go and have a lecture with another class, but you're not going to stay in here. And then usually they go, no, it's fine, I can just stay and watch instead. No. You're not going to sit here and judge everyone. I don't say that, but that's what they're actually trying to do. I'm like, either you participate and you don't have to like it, or you're going to do something else. It's fine with me, whatever you choose, but it's either or. I would say if I have 60 14-year-olds, I usually have one kid like this. And we have this conversation. And I would say 90% of the cases, when they realize this is not going to happen, they take part in the LARP. And it's not a problem. You have 10% that actually chooses to, I rather do something else. And that is also fine. But that is why it's also important for us to, before the LARP, tell everyone, we are at times going to take you, maybe come up to you and say, I need you to come with me. And sometimes it's because we need to inform you, and sometimes it's because, wow, I got this great idea. You did this really cool thing. Do you want to play on like being dragged out? Would that be fun for you? So they don't think that every time someone is picked out, it's going to be someone is going to tell me I did something wrong. Sometimes we actually pick people out to give them a choice to make a really cool scene. Because then they also will follow you. Because it might be that they get to do something awesome, which is good. And that also happens, which is so fun. So how do I make them participate? Like when I have those really cool ones that are way too cool to play, well, you need to make them feel safe. They need to know what to do. They need to have some kind of idea, like, what am I going to do? But don't give them too much, because then they will be stressed. Do I need to remember everything on this character sheet, like in my head? Because that's not going to happen. And then we were supposed to go there, and we were supposed, and what was that? Like, don't give them, like, give them exactly what they need, but not too much. And that's hard for us, because we're LARPers, and we love to talk about our worlds, and like give loads of info, because it's fun. Not in this situation. This is our latest LARP we did, which is a math LARP for 6 to 9-year-olds. In Sweden, you actually start like the first grade of school is when you're 7. So this is preschool sometimes. So we needed to design a math LARP that could be played by kids who never studied math at all, or kids that had done it for 3 years and it need to still work. It's really fun. I'm going to play it on Tuesday for the first time. My colleagues have played it a number of times, but I have been away every time we've had an order for it. But they're playing agents, important secret super agents. But something has gone wrong. There has become a decimal error. And this special branch, everyone was, since they were the super elite, there are between 60 and 100-year-olds. But something went wrong, and all of a sudden, when we come into the room, they're like between 6 and 10 all of a sudden. It's a decimal error. More fun for the grown-up kids. Because they don't understand it. But it's okay. They know that they were grown-ups, and now all of a sudden something went wrong in their kids, and we need to fix this. So we put them in like grown-up clothes that are way too big, which is super cute. They're adorable. And then there are different types of agents, and they need to go through different stations where they need to solve math problems. And then, of course, they have to be on a very low level. So in this age, it's a lot about like sorting stuff. So we want you to stand from like the shortest to the tallest in a row. And they have to solve that. And all of this is input that we put into our computer, our magic weird computer, where we get out different solutions to try to figure out what's wrong. And then they have to test these solutions. So they come up with a hypothesis of what is maybe the problem, and then they try it, which is actually also math and science. But it's done through like clapping your hands or doing a small little dance and see, do you get a green or a red light from the computer? Does it work? And then they realize the problem is that the robot, that of course is one of us playing the robot, also happened to have a decimal error. So now it gives out wrong output. Like everything we get from it is false. So we can't use that. So if you just ignore that one and use the other things we get out, we solve the problem. And this works great. And I mean, this is with like all the workshops and the LARP and the after work, this is done in like 3 hours. So we keep it short and simple, but it works. So for beginners, I would say less co-creation, because they don't know what to do with that yet. They will. Give them things to do. What are they gonna do? If they look like they are bored, give them something to do. More scripting. We have some LARPs for the older kids that are not very scripted, but usually it's pretty railroaded, a lot of it. Because otherwise we would need to be more people. Sometimes we get the feedback from teenagers that say, it would be fun if we could just play our characters more and just do things. And then we try to like, okay, so we put in like a 10-minute break where they're allowed to just talk to each other in character. It took 30 seconds and everyone was off game. Because they don't know what to talk about. Like dry LARPing or trying to, it's really tough when you're not used to it and you get uncomfortable and then you don't want to like lose social prestige and then you're just yourself because you're cool and you're not doing this. So yeah. And some kind of known fiction, and this doesn't have to be like we're doing PoRtaL LARP, but it's a fantasy LARP, or it's a, sometimes we do things also inspired by, but like local kids shows that goes in Swedish television that they have a reference to. We're like, it's like these 3 kids shows mixed together-ish to give them an idea. And lowering the threshold. These are the things they need to know. I need to understand what I can do. I need to understand what I can't do. I'm not afraid of destroying it. I'm thinking this is the problem with like old people trying to learn how to use technology. I can't test things because I'm afraid I'm going to destroy it. And this goes for LARP design too. And I trust you and I trust the other participants. If we manage to do this during the workshops, we're good. Like, no, like this is, we're fine when we have this. they're not afraid of like, but I wanted to go talk to him, but I didn't think I could because maybe that's not what the story was about, or maybe I would, so I don't do it because what if it doesn't work? It's like I don't know, I don't try it. And we haven't said you can't do it, we haven't said you can't don't, but they don't need to try because what if? One of the things we usually do is we say when we LARP, we tell them, when the LARP begins, we are going to LARP in this room and the room behind. We're not going to go upstairs. We're just going to be in this room. There's going to be fighting in this LARP, but that's just going to be verbally. You're not physically ever going to touch anyone. Okay, so I'm not going to, then I know that I can go in there and I'm not going to break the LARP if I do that. That's fine. So, if you want to know more, now there is time for questions. And here is our contact information. If you want to get hold of me in any way or ask us things. But yes.
All right. Thank you, Elfin. Questions?
Hi. How many people, how many facilitators, NPCs, would you think would be appropriate per the size of the group? Like, let's say 30 kids. Like 1 every 10, 1 every 20?
We usually go for, if we have 30 kids, we are 2 or maybe 3. But that is for a classroom. And then we expect 1 teacher to also be there. And we also are very clear that we want the same teacher through the whole process. Don't switch. You would think this is obvious for educators that know about group process, but it's not always. And sometimes it's also hard for them with schedule and stuff, so you need to be very clear with that. Because we've been in situations where they're like switched out people in the middle of it, and that's not very good. It's okay with like the 9-year-olds, they don't care. But for 14-year-olds, that can be a huge problem, depending on the group. So that's also good to know.
Thank you.
Hi, how did you establish the initial connection with the educational system in Sweden? I mean, thinking about what you have just spoken about occurring in the Balkans, seems like science fiction to me, because since I work in the educational system in Croatia, I know that this wouldn't be possible, as in our teachers, our Ministry of Education simply wouldn't consider this serious enough to be even considered as a tool in education.
There are many things here. If we're just looking at the economic side of it, we are in a luxury position because in Sweden the government puts away money for culture in schools. So schools apply for money to have professional artists come into schools and do things. So that's the money part. We are very lucky there. But when it comes to the more educational part, we have seen different things. Well, for sometimes a person at the municipality decides everyone who is in 8th grade is going to do this in all of the municipality. Then the teachers have not chosen this, and neither have the kids. And we show up and the teachers are stressed and really, we're going to do some stupid art thing, which is problematic in itself, that's how they see it. But still, because they're stressed and they have things to do and they have tests they need to look at and they have things to teach the children, and why are we here? And usually, of course, it helps to say well, we have a background in education, we know our stuff. And also that we start to explain and we show them the schedule before. And we also, when we leave, we give them a handout that says, this is how you can keep working with this in your ordinary day. And this is actually what it says in the curriculum that you should work with. And these are the things we have touched upon in this LARP. And most teachers see this when you do it. And they also see, after they see things we don't, that they can work with. And that's great. But also even before that, how do you show that it's good? How do you even get to that step? Well, I think in some ways in the Nordic countries, I mean, drama as part of the school system has been a thing for like 50 years, more, like forever. Even if it's special classes, not it's something you do like in every ordinary day, but you have education specifically for becoming drama teachers as a thing. So they see that there is a value there. But I mean, we have hard numbers for a lot of this. Like there has been research done that shows, not specifically for LARP, there's not a lot on EduLARPs. We're starting to write about it, but it's fairly new. But for drama, we know like this is good for certain things. It's like you can find loads of hard research on this. And so you can actually show them, well, we know this works. One thing I sometimes do if it's a very strict person I'm talking to and they're like, I want hard numbers, this is how we work. I say, well, the military has worked with this since like 200 years back. Like, how do you think they practice? Because those kind of people usually like the idea of the military because it's very straightforward and that's how it should be. And I'm like, well, how do you think they do it? They practice. They don't just sit and talk around it. They have to actually do it to practice. And I also I start to talk about transfer because that's the hardest thing when it comes to learning today. Because humans suck at transferring knowledge. Like, I'm sorry, we do. You can see this very clearly when you have kids being great at math in school and you come home and you're like, you're going to do this recipe that's for 4 people and now you're going to do it for 2. And they're like, I don't know how to do this. I'm like, you are great at math. It's just like divide by 2. And they like, we can't transfer. It's such a situated knowledge. And I usually say, well, this is a way to help cross that. I mean, I can't promise they can cross it to everything, but by taking the knowledge we're giving them and putting it in a context where they have to use it, and we help to show how they can move it between different areas by letting them actually do it, that's a great way. And sometimes you hear people also say, why do I have to learn so much math in school? I'm not going to use it. We're just sitting here and like just doing numbers. Well, then let's make a spy game where they have to use it in situations that also could be in everyday life. Maybe not stand in line in height, because, I mean, but that's for 6-year-old. But we could actually show why it's important.
What role do you have for the teachers during these labs?
We usually have at least 2 teacher roles. We have one that has a bit more actual, like MPC kind of thing they have to do. And we always have one role that can move around freely. Like in the Magic School LARP, they play one of the teachers play one of the professors. So they have some of the classes with doing small scenes with the children, and we give them clear instructions. You're going to do this science experiment. It takes you 15 minutes, and then I'm going to go get the kids, and you're going to be done. And then you have to do it again with a new group, and they're like, this is fine. This is what I do. And the other teacher, we always want a role that can move around. So if they have someone who needs special help, they should be able to help that kid. Or if they just want to move around and see what happens and help out in specific groups, they should be able to do that. We give them a role that actually has something to do, because that's important, so they also play. But they're not exactly the same kind of character as the children are.
Okay, I'm gonna cut it short now because we have to move on with the program. Of course, Josephine is here today and tomorrow, and you can, talk to her at any occasion. Be nice and polite, and buy her beer.
Or you get the grown-ups there.
Yeah. Here you go. Okay, you know the drill. 5 minutes break, and then we're back for some Erasmus Plus education.
Get back, get back. Čisto kažem, to me smo actually uzimalo.
Passing these around during the presentation.
The pilots?
No, you will need to do this.
Oh,
the space.
Okay.
Let's just give them
Press on the window. Think so. Press on the window.
Because once they were like duplicating the screen.
You're right, but I didn't press Control L and nothing happened. Maybe because it's Croatian keyboard.
Can I do this with the mouse?
Yeah, but I think it would be easier with the arrow.
Yes, but I don't want to stay here.
You want to go up and down? Okay. Oh, it's for later. Will be Santa Claus and will be the little elves.
You're on the pictures as well.
Oh. Don't tell the others, we get your hide.
All right, take care. All right. Oh, works again. So, presentation or last talk before lunchtime. I presume at least some of you are hungry. So, we have Zbigniew here to talk about LARPs within Erasmus Plus, which is a fascinating topic, at least for me, because I want to get into it. But I'm sure that he will have a lot of knowledge to share. So here you go.
Thank you. So there will be some knowledge and a lot of photos. I will not have time to describe you what's on the picture, so just watch at me and at the screen at the same time. And at the same time, you can also browse through the scrolls that I have taken from our LARPs. They were hanging on the walls for the participants to read them at any moment. Some of them did. Okay, so this can be just circling around. My name is Zbyszek Janczukowicz. I live in Krakow, in Poland, but we are doing LARPs in many countries. Although there's a lot of opportunity in Krakow itself, should you ever come to visit us. Nausicaa is my NGO that I am running personally, and this is the logo that we are showing on our project. That's where we're getting money to run the LARPs. Although this lecture is not sponsored by EU. Anyways. LARP, just a motto, which we usually doing LARP in education. I agree with everything that the previous lecturer said. Tell me and I will forget, show me and I may remember, involve me and I will understand. Do you have any guess when this is coming from? Native Americans, no. Greeks. Yeah, a lot of philosophy comes from the Greeks, I know. This is Asian, Confucius, as I know. So this is which is a surprise because they're usually not that active in education, as I know. Here is what we do. We are doing LARPs within the EU youth exchange. So we are in the youth sector and we're doing youth exchanges. So for 1 week, receiving about 30 to 60 participants from different countries, all of them being maximum 30 years old. And we are doing LARP for them. I will tell you in what proportions, LARP to other workshops. We are doing Nordic, so for a couple of days they receive costumes and there is open interaction for that. We are getting young newbies, not experienced LARP, and that's what is changing, and we are adapting all our projects to get this a little further to direction to the LARPers, which is hard. But we still want a sandbox LARP rather than a railroad, so we want them to figure out the solutions. Maybe it's 80% this direction, but we want to get here. It takes a lot of action, and we, of course, we do LARP. So we focus on the educational goals, which are set at the beginning, and later we design LARP to fulfill that. Here are our worlds. The scrolls are coming, are also from we do. There is a world of Edinu, and this is post-apocalyptic, after the apocalypse, so which makes it very simple, because any trash we can find in the city is useful for the scenography or the costumes themselves. Abenteuer Zentrum in Grunewald. We are doing the Shangri-La LARP, which is a medieval, very romantic, very peaceful valley somewhere in the Poland, close to the Krakow actually. Another set of LARPs we do. And Gimle, which is Sweden, close to Göteborg, when we're doing the Viking fantasy Game of Thrones kind of LARP for a lot of people. And this one is mixing LARPers with the youth. Here we go down. And just to show, so Vikings, Game of Thrones, youth and a lot of older people mix. This is close to Göteborg, and it's called Gimle. Here are the projects that we've done. As you see, there is like every year there's something big going on over there. Some photos from the Gimle. The gate, which indicates the difference between the off and in-game territory. And the in-game territory is getting bigger every year. And even more houses are being built on the trees, in the earth, so the infrastructure is expanding pretty well. This is one of the houses inside the game zone, and the players for another time, some NPCs at the tables over here. Oh, these are the photos from the Gimle. We have a lot of drawings, pictures, basically the ideal self or the self that the players want to try. They also have pictures of this and they're wanting to try. That's what they leave us as the feedback after the LARPs as well. Acting workshops, costumes, making your characters look like you want. This takes time in Gimle especially. The second word of ours, Edinu, Germany. Some of us have been to Edinu, so it's Berlin. We are in the forest, we are using tents, and we've got a lot of space to interact with it. And this is very dense. We've been doing 4 LARPs, and the 5th is going on this year. It's included interwoven with the trainings for the LARP designers, and we use the trainings to develop the scenarios and the new characters for each of the LARPs. But it was very dense, and it's all structured with the project. Some part of the team is doing the project applications, some part of the team is doing the scenarios and characters. That's actually me. The guild, that's how we call ourselves during the LARP, and the participants are of course free to write the stuff, this kind. We have no censorship inside the game. This is how we're trying to make them look. Whatever trash, rubbish, and funny thing they bring, this all feeds into the post-apo style. They can behave themselves like they would never behave in the real life. These guys came looking pretty like well dressed and good style and normal good looking people, but we make them look this way just for the couple of days. This is the fighting pit. We like to use it during the night. Or those same guys when they just go sightseeing, and you do not see at all. They wash themselves and they go to the street, and nobody sees that they've been dirty for 3 days and just killing each other in the forest. Oh, a little tribute to a doctor played by Olga. She came as an NPC and was by everyone chosen the best lifting up player for all the game, and we loved her. Although that was always blood around. Shangri-La, the last of the three. We are close to Krakow now, so this is the only LARP that we are doing in Poland. We have a nice valley, we have a castle, some dates, and we have a castle at our disposal. We have a field, we have the medieval tents, and we have these funny costumes that really make people looking good, actually. Oh, this is not this trash metal post-apo style. This is very romantic story for just teenagers from different countries who would like to fall in love with each other, having some political topics and civic skills like somewhere in the background. But having all those fun and photos, what is actually differs the LARPs that we do is not the setting, but the goals that we set. And those I've gathered like this. For Edinu and Shangri-La, when I put it in my words, it seems very similar. So we are dealing with the topic of migration, how to understand the cultural differences, and how to raise tolerance and empathy towards like people with social difficulties or differences. So yeah, what we want the participants to do is to step into migrants' shoes for a couple of days and experience have like the migration itself, and later trying to get your status and prestige in a society that actually doesn't want you, because they've been briefed this way, because they have the objectives against you, because they want to share resources with you, and you have to find your place inside of that, and it's not actually easy. And we want them to experience this. Half of them, most of them experience being inadequately treated. Some of them experience being the oppressors, which can always also be handled safely within the LARP. Of course, practice communication, negotiation skills, that's what do I do. Okay, we give them weapons, some, like not more than 10. There's not enough weapons for all of them to create an army, like get the castle or whatsoever. The weapons are there, so they have to be careful, you know, not to insult the people, because the guards can actually kill you or put you in a prison. But it's not about raising an army and playing strategic battles to win the objectives. You would always have to negotiate for it. Although it's looking a bit more serious if the weapons are somewhere in the background there. So this is Edinu Shangri-La. Migration, all the theoretical topics are experienced by the players, and then the last day the theory comes, so they actually see, okay, we've been doing this, but we just didn't know these long names, but we're playing on outdoor. And Gimle, which is the Sweden close to Göteborg, is totally different if we put it, what goals do we do. This is the personal development. This is the hero journey that each participant is experiencing, of course, as a hero, not as a monster. So every participant is a hero. It needs a totally different design of the characters and of the plot of the LARP. Each of them has to feel that I am inside this adventure and I will find my place and become someone important in this LARP. So we are not resembling the real social big-scale events into a small-scale LARP game, so that the people get a model of how to think about the big-scale matters. Here they want their, to become confident and become the person you would like. Try it in a safe environment and in medieval fantasy costumes. Here you can do that, and here you will develop your personal goals. And of course, as the LARP has this setting that is run in a permaculture, natural building society and spot. Also, a lot of skills concerning building of wood, straw and clay, and doing your vegetable gardens, and a lot of permaculture stuff will be also taught in the background, because they will see it. They will try to camp and overnight outside, and they will probably learn the nature and survival skills as well. But personal development and empowerment on the first place. Okay. We've got 40 minutes, I guess. There are two topics. So how to deal with the application and how to deal with the participants once they finally come. Just which one would you prefer to focus longer on? Well, I've prepared a lot. So so we will go step by step for the application and probably what is happening? No, 45 seconds. Who can, please, somebody help. The picture's going off. Okay, so I think this was said before. Set the educational goals before designing the game. Yeah, we need, for the application, we need this, and we write much more about the educational goals and what's the impact on the participants and what do they learn. We write more about this, that about what kind of costumes we're gonna prepare, what kind of weapons we're gonna use, and this. Just a short mention that we will be wearing some kinds of costumes. They are not interested, is it medieval, is it post-apocalyptic? They want the learning agenda. So later we are quite like, it also gives us a lot of freedom concerning what setting to choose and how to design the LARP, but we have to know this. And the later choices should be done like concerning to this, to the educational goals, which can be different. It can be a specific topic, it can be maths or physics or survival in nature, and it can be very broad. It can be this overcoming your personal weakness stuff, or it can be getting more empathetic and tolerant towards the people, or accepting the European values, learning what is democracy, rising up the political participation level. All the broad like field of European positive values can be put inside in here, and then we choose what kind of LARP we want to do. Take on the perspective of the participants. And once again, we actually are LARPers who would like to, go and play directly. But if we say that we are a group of LARPers from different countries and we want to invite youth to come for a week to, let's say, Poland, to the Kiev castle, and we want them, to dress up in those funny costumes and like chase each other with the forest in the swords, and that's because we like it. It's not gonna go through because it's actually the youth that are, the EU is paying for the youth to learn something or to have fun and to experience themselves in another countries. So we still take the narration of what is the youth, what are they gonna get, and at some point they go and meet those older freaks that are telling them to dress up in funny costumes. But that's a second stage, and the first stage are the participants. And actually, if we can take it and create an application from this perspective, it's much easier then to actually run the project so they are happy. Because the specific thing about the EU projects is that we are not evaluating ourselves, they are evaluating us. So they are sending directly to the EU their evaluation forms, and we have no impact on that. So we actually want them to see what that to feel comfortable and also understand the learning agenda that was going on, because they are asked, what have you learned? And we cannot help them with the answer. So this taking on the participants' point of view from the very first point when you are writing the application helps a lot later to go through the project as well. Okay, and the easier hint now, call your national agency at least 3 times. If you do Erasmus plus youth exchange, because there are many times, and I'm talking about this right now, you will write it, probably in English, but you will write it to your national agency, which is different in each country of the European Union or the partner countries, because there are also partner countries. And actually those agencies, they employ like 100 or more people for a good salary, living in a big, like working in a big comfortable building and having a lot of time. They are not, it is not municipality office, they are not overworked, they get it pretty relaxed and they have time. And every time we meet them, they say, call us anytime you want to talk. Here is the desk, here is a coffee, here is the phone, and I will talk to you. I cannot write the application for you, but I will answer any questions. So if you just put your doubts in form of question, I will respond like, what should you write? Up to the way that your application gets accepted. So they are paid for this, and they are happy to call actually. So you're not being like an asshole, I need your help, I need your help. They are paid, and there's a lot of them to help you within this. So you can get all the information. There are also like a lot of trainings run by national agencies that are distributing this information. I found those trainings not that much useful. If you can, you know, contact them personally, you probably get like it directly. And they are more politically correct when it comes to like official trainings that are recorded. And of course, I think this is the hint that some people are waiting for. Use the keywords of the year. There is, if you ever want to the Erasmus Plus budget to be like going to the LARPs, each year a 300 pages book is distributed. It's called EU Program Guide for the year, and it is changing a bit every year. Not all of the content is changing, but the keywords are changing. So the last year's keywords were resilience, and somehow all the applications were the resilience training, resilience education, resilience in nature, resilience in cities. Put the keyword in the title of the project and copy paste it like 20 times within your application. You have to do this, otherwise it doesn't get accepted. And so, yes, I browsed this book and I got them for you. So the keywords of 2020 are I will post this presentation, so if you want to find a link or ask me any questions, you just get it on the Facebook event page. You click it, you download it, don't print it because it's super heavy. And but as you see, it's very generic. Also engaging, connecting, and empowering your young people. So actually, if a young girl is dressed up as a wizard and there is a bunch of orcs attacking the village, and she's got, because she's the young girl, and she's got the fireball spell that can, you know, burn all the orcs or make them run away, you know, she gets the power then. And she knows that she can protect her people and so on. She is empowered. So this is very generic, but you can, you know, feel it with your imagination later. Contributing to equality and innovation in youth work and its recognitions. And here as LARPers we are pretty lucky because LARP is an innovative tool in non-formal education. It's a very effective tool. It looks good because you get the photos, you've got the story, you've got the memories that we were a tribe, you know, that was migrating, going through the forest, and later we were eating from the floor because we were not let inside inside the tent. And you know, that is a story that they are telling about. It's not we were sitting in a seminar and they were talking about that we should be welcoming and tolerant towards the migrants. You know, the word of mouth spreads and the LARP are making good impression if you do not just do not mess it up during the process. OCOP, promoting entrepreneurship and creative learning and social entrepreneurship among young people. Anything can go inside here. Okay. So let me share one story for the number 3. Edinu. Post-apo LARP. Participants divided into 4 tribes. Only one of them is the brains, who are supposed to know some kind of technology, thinking and construction. But there are fields all around the territory. We've got metal stakes, and each tribe has a lot of flags that they have. If they put their flag on a metal stake, they have to report it, and if the flag hangs on the stake for 1 hour, they report it back, and then they receive appropriate food. So they can receive vegetables from the gardens, they can receive bread from the fields, and so on. This is how we distribute food to the players. And for each of the Edinu LARPs, they were, you know, just trying to sneak around the trees. Oh, they're not looking, hang our flag, and so on. And actually, for a lot of hours, no food was distributed to them because they kept on stealing, because each tribe wanted to get more than the other tribes. But at the last time, actually it was November, so it was pretty cold. Maybe they were not so eager to run to the fields, but there was a Mycop, so the brain tribe engineer, who invented an idea that they will create irrigation system. Of course, it was not real one-to-one, but they made something out of wood and water was going through it. So we decided that, okay, this is accepted, you've got this technology, and you can produce twice this much food. So we had to give them twice that much food, and then they made an agreement that there will be no wars between the tribes, because the Mycop, if nobody steals from each other, then the Mycop will provide the irrigation for everyone, every tribe's fields, in exchange for security, some positions in the council, and so on. So actually they figured out, they broke a game a bit, and figured out the way that everybody was happy and eating well. But that happened on the 4th of the LARPs. They didn't get to this idea before, but let's say this is promoting entrepreneurship and social skills. Okay, chances. If we want to make a LARP within the EU program, so it is innovative, yeah. So the LARP, it should be innovative. LARPs are innovative. They are not so well known as other education tools. So here we go. The second, I've told about it. Yes, you getting good photos, much better than sitting in a classroom. Photos you can have. Participation, preparing the characters. Whenever you describe your project as within the Erasmus Plus program, it is all about that made in participation with all the young people. So they decided what they do. It's not that we created educational offer and later we recruited people that would fill up the places. It should be, theoretically, the initiative should be coming from the young people. In a way, they just ask the organizations, we would like to meet our colleagues from different countries and somehow get to know what to do with migrants and people from different cultures, because theoretically we like them, but we don't know how to speak with them. And they ask the organizations who have experience with that, and the organization writes the project. That's the theory. Often it is that the organization just, writes it from the participant's perspective, but here actually, if you just make the creating the characters like 2 months before the project starts, you actually get the people involved a lot, and you are doing this in a participation with the with all the youth that is coming to your side. So actually doing LARP, we are on a solid ground, and we do not have to cheat a lot. We just can find this tool appropriate for this kind of program. But here are the chances, but there are also dangers. It can be innovative, but if you do not describe it clearly, it will get enigmatic. And then you make the evaluation, you ask, what have you learned? And they have a lot of specific skills, and to indicate, I've learned this skill like well, pretty well, or not at all. And if you do not make it clear, they will not get the point. Too many weapons on the photos may be a problem. Hide weapons for the photos, or at least do some photos for the sessions without the weapons, because not everyone understands what they are used for. One unhappy participant can break the project down. That may be a problem, or that is always a problem. And unfortunately, we do not have a chance to propose the participants. If you really don't want to get involved, you go to another project or another classroom, because from all the ideas of Erasmus+, we are super friendly, super easygoing, and super inclusive for everyone. And that's what we're doing this. We can do whatever stuff we want, and you make our fantasy go as an educational tool, as long as all the participants are involved in a way. And that's usually the biggest problem, because you always get a kind of asshole who is breaking everything down, just for the sake of it. There are different matters how to deal with it. It's not the topic of my presentation. We will probably do trainings of how to deal with troublesome participants on EU LARPs, because that is a topic. And every time the solution is different. So we just improvise with that. But yeah, I guess if you get the money from them, you just, give the money back and they go away. Here they will be refunded for their flights and stay, only if they stay until the end. So, this contract cannot be broken. But, okay, I would then go to the structure of the project, and what is special when it comes to organize a LARP that is done for those young participants from European countries. But maybe before we got there, do you have questions concerning the previous part?
I just want to repeat. You said something. I didn't really catch it.
Okay, so if we do the youth exchange within Erasmus Plus program, it means that we settle a number of days. It is usually 7 days of the training plus 2 traveling days. They buy the tickets, and we get the money to buy them food, accommodation, and all the tools and materials necessary. And later, when they go back, they give us all their tickets, and we give them we refund their travel. And we also have to report to the agency that they've been here for all of the days. If somebody goes out, we just lose the proportional number of money, which is important for the organization. And this is about the financial stuff, but also informally, if it just happened that somebody is not included, just one person said, I will step back and I do not take part in any of your activities because I'm feeling bad or I just don't like it, this is not within the spirit of this Erasmus+. If this news gets to the national agency, this means that no, that is a bad organization, you cannot do this anymore, and you just do not get it. It's not that I personally am so super inclusive, because if I make private events, I'm often the first one to say, hello, you're not following the rules, you have to go out. But if we do this Erasmus Plus way, This is just how the way it goes. The first moment, like a participant, you know, just breaks everything and he is out to the city and not in the game. That, you know, this is the last LARP we were doing. That's although so I, you know, in the title there was like how to write an application and do a LARP within the Erasmus Plus. I'm rather reporting what we have done. There had been around 10 LARPs, 10 one-week LARPs, plus twice this many trainings. And I would like to highlight the pros and cons. So,
what age are the participants? What ages from?
Like technically it's possible from 13 years up to 30, because youth is defined up to 30, but you can make it higher if you want. So we actually do this from 18 years old, because then we do not have to care about the legal stuff, because they will drink, they will crush on each other for sure, and we want the game to be, you know, adults. But you can go for, you can do this for younger. I think that's the different way of organizing the labs would have to be done.
I have a question. How do you find project partners, and how do you decide who will be signed as project coordinator within this program? Because I'm running a K2 program, Erasmus Plus projects, which are different from K1 with the stuff that you're presenting. So how do you decide, for example, is it an NGO who will be signed as a coordinator, or sometimes, for example, on my programs, it's better to be some institution like a university or something like this to be project coordinator, and it gives more points for the application when it's to be presented before the national agency?
So you have many possibilities. Actually, we are doing this with NGOs, all of it, and with the people we know. And usually there's no problem to get the application run. About the partner, of course, it's important. Once we have a partner from a country, we stick on with this partner, because if they send us the right number of people, and made no formal problems, this is something, because if there are no problems, no formal problems with communication with the partners, it all goes well, the participants are happy, and we also raise some money for the organization. But should there be problems, you know, it all gets down. So trust between the partners is pretty important here.
So it's a bit different from the other programs, because for example, when you apply for a project that is, let's say, 200,000 euros, 500,000 euros, etc., for example, they have regulations for which organization can be project coordinator, because the coordinator distributes the financials between the project partners, and they distribute funds for the beneficiaries, etc., etc. So it's
yes, but this is K1 action, youth exchange. I would be happy to talk about K2 like after with the beers. But if we do youth exchange, it's much more simple. All the money for the project comes to the host organization, and the partners are just sending people, their participants, and there is no profit for the partners on this. Of course, they can overrun it in a way that they are sending only their members, and they have a membership fee somehow, so they overrun the system, or the way, or they can negotiate with you that some part of the traveling money goes to them, but usually the sending is not for profit. It is, you know, they sending young people, so the young people can benefit. It's also not much work to be done for them, and they are sending. You can change the numbers of participants. We usually take on 5, or now we are taking, I guess, 8 from each organization, plus 1 youth worker or youth leader from each country, and this youth leader can be above 30 years old.
And you mentioned that the grants received, they cover the travel expenses and equipment needed. Does this mean that you can spend some money on equipment, like to buy it or to hire
We
it?
have bought just medieval village made of tents and ordered like preparing the costumes for like friends. You're pretty, what is the word, flexible when it comes to the budget. What is checked are the results. So they are checking the evaluation from the participants. They check how do you describe the project. They check your webpage, your photos, and if the participants were happy and learn a lot, then you're not investigated about what kind of invoices should there be or what data should be on the invoice. So you're pretty flexible with the budget as long as you achieve the goals, which is pretty comfortable, and I actually prefer this way of evaluation to like the projects on the national level when you know this, comparing the amount of... Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would be... Yeah, okay, so after this question we go further.
I just wonder, because since we have, in one way it's a very good situation to be in, since what they want is very fluffy, which is good and makes it easier. But you also talked about some very specific things like personal growth and so on, which is very, like, how do you handle that, except for they're playing the LARP and by that they grow? Like, how is the after discussion handle? How do you facilitate for that and help them in the project?
Okay, so I think this is the right time we go further because it will be mentioned.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so finish with the up. Oh, should we go down? So the structure of the project, just to show you, these are the 7 days of the project, and we cannot just, you know, make them come, feed them, and start LARPing. No, we've been trying different proportions. We actually settled on a way that we do 3 days of LARPing. Here is the LARP. And we do 3 days of workshop. They actually arrive here, so they have 3 full days on the place, and we are making from total like European youth that just wants to party and crash on each other, and they want to visit the city. You make them just want to enter the game and know the rules of the game. It takes as much as we have for the actual LARPing, and if we were given more days, we could fill it up. And actually a lot they learn during the workshops, and we do the last full day is the evaluation and the briefing. There is every day of the LARP finished with the briefing, but and there's also the final debriefing when it like clicks. So then they see the it is the last day that they see the connection, like what they saw in the title of the project to what they actually done, and that wrestling in the dust in those funny clothes was actually learning what they expected. But let's go further. Okay, oh, this is the Shanidar. We added them and the last edition. But this is good. This is what this is a tribe. They are close to each other. They have one style, this greeny, gypsy, all these rings. This is one tribe, and we wanted to get them into a tribe, behave as a tribe. They look totally different than like an Uruk tribe that is, dark, aggressive male, wearing the skins and all dressed in black. We want to make them in tribes that are playing well, and that they do not come in tribes. We have to make them so yeah, we've got the participants who just got for free. They do not pay, and they are young, and they want to have adventures, and they know that in order to get it for free, they also must attend some seminars made by older people, and you just can sit and wait until the evening comes. So this is the kind of people we get. Of course, we write that this is a LARP. Please bring us people who are ready to play, get dirty, walk outside, may be cold. But half of the participants would not have read this. Also because the partners are not rewarded financially, so they're not doing much work about the thing. But yeah, the attention span is up to 1 hour. Yes, you have to make a trick to make them follow you for longer. EU caring eyes are over us. Okay, total inclusion, that's I've been talking about. Communication with partners. Oh, there was a question about this. Participant-based evaluation, yeah. I've been talking about a lot of this. Let's go what we're doing with the first part to make actually those people do a LARP. So we start with personality questionnaires. We've been experimenting with this. We are using the Jungian archetypes. We are using the big 5 personality, although I personally think that could be cut off, maybe. We are asking them what practical skills, I mean fencing, survival, wood cutting, and so on, they would like to learn. What acceptable emotions that are in the game for them. And this is very important because some of them would be treated badly as the migrants in Edinu or Shangri-La, and they will feel like degraded, they will punished, they will be not accepted, cast out. It's better if they agree for that before, or that we know whom to give those roles of the migrants and who should give easier roles. Because if a participant says, I'm open only to have like fun or sit and I want to be safe and there are no skills that I want to learn, we give that person a secondary role then, but do not demand much. So we get to know the participants before the project starts. We won't get them even to prepare the character cards. Half of them do. This is those other half that have not prepared the character cards before arrival. Anyways, if we give the possibility to prepare the character cards before, they are much more involved in the game and they expect from themselves to play. Half of them, and they can influence the other half. So this is already good that somebody actually wrote 10 sentences of a story about himself and found a name. Number 3, explain what is LARP again and again. Because you send an info pack with an email which is totally clear about the rules, and of course they will not read it or they will forget it. If you tell them at the first day but do not remind them on the second day, they will not remember that. And actually they are lazy, but they are not stupid. They are quite smart. Thus, they have to be repeated, but once they know what is LARP, they also more easily make connections that, oh, guys, we are actually learning something. So as you also said, if they understand the whole process that they are participating in, they are not totally out, but also not 100% immersed inside the game, they see the whole process and they understand it and they appreciate it. So we want them to know what is it. And also we are prepared that the participants may become youth workers. So we are explaining them the innovative learning agenda. This is like the additional outcome. Draw a map, hang it in off zone, make it clear where can they go, where they can't go inside. They will forget. Go through the mechanics step by step. Where can you hit other players? How can you hit other players? The mechanics is of course hanging on the wall. Half of them will not read them. You have to, this takes 2 hours to go through the mechanics with all the players, and we try to act the scenes, because if they see, it's easier for them to remember the thing. Fencing and archery workshops. Yeah, we don't want to make them sword masters, but each of them should be trained about the safety rules and where to hit, where to not, and they don't have to learn it. Each of them has to carry a sword for at least 15 minutes, so we make switches and they go around through different workshops. But even a girl 18 years old, totally against any kind of violence, I would never use this bow, may actually find the idea that when the mutants attack, she wants to shoot them, yeah? And she needs to shoot an arrow in the right direction. Acting workshops. They are after public schools, most of them. They don't know how to act. We have to tell them what to act. Each of them has to shout, to open his her mouth once, twice at least before the game starts. Otherwise, they are just not speaking during the LARP. Crafting workshops, making the costumes, as much time as they can. We usually, for the medieval, for the fantasy stuff, we have to pay for the costumes. That's more complicated. For the post-apo, we just take a round in the secondary shops. We buy whatever left. We buy some leathers. We put it on a desk, and they've got one evening to create the costumes. After they have read the description of the tribes, they already know to which tribe they're going. And believe me, this is always a surprise. They look great. And they just make it from the scratches that we buy for nothing. Storytelling evenings. Usually the last day before the LARP starts, they have all to introduce themselves in the costumes already to make the others know who you are. Stand in your tribes, show your costumes, because you can, forget their names, but at least remember your names inside your tribes, and it's always a good spectacle. And somehow those people who had problems speaking English can do this if you just give them a torch if it's already dark. Make the tribes structurally opposite to each other. Use stereotypes and shortcuts. Read anthropologists. Oversimplify, generalize. I shouldn't do this like officially write it when there's like Erasmus Plus logo on it, but you do this as simple as you can. Make the differences visible. Oh, I wanted a test. How does the Shanidar tribe behave? We have some people from Edinu on board here. Okay, yes, so they come from a different culture, but it's not sophisticated differences, they just smell. And it's easy to make this when a Shanidar comes by. Easy to play, easy to understand, and people like it. Tribal briefings with a supervisor for each tribe. Yes, to make them, each tribe recognizes each other. They also compete with each other in tribes within the games. Skill cards, potion recipes, give simple instructions. How to construct a hammer, how to construct irrigation system. It has to be a piece of wood that if we pour the water on the top of it, all the water goes down on the down of it, on the second end of it. They make it simple. We are drawing the skill or like object cards with simple instruction how to use a hammer. They actually find it useful, and they do use it. Personal objectives distributed daily to each player. That's why we always have to regenerate ourselves after the game. When they are drinking after the game, we, only like 5 of us or more of us from the group, meet, and instead of sleeping, we are talking about the game and writing a set of 2 objectives per person, and it can be 60 players. So we can find something right to do, some hints and suggestions to each of them. This helps the game a lot, makes it much more personalized, but it always takes our health off. So we have to find for another logistic solution maybe, or just the group of us has to be bigger. Group objectives distributed daily to each tribe. Yeah, they have individual and group objectives. It works pretty well. Make them a little bit hungry, my favorite one. Limit the food. There is enough food for everyone inside the game territory. They cannot leave the game territory. We make sure there is just 2 days old bread in the off territory, and they cannot find anything else in the off. They have to find the food in. For example, they're using this object to heat up like a piece of sausage or something. There's enough food inside the game. It's a big problem for them to find it, prepare it, share with the others. Don't get it stolen when you finally cook it and a bigger gun comes and take it. Like, create social structures that will protect you from the bigger guy taking the sausage once you have fried it and put your energy to do this. So this also keeps the LARP going, although they complain a bit. Supporting NPCs through all the game. Actually, here are all my friends and partners from our organizations that are later writing the applications and writing the objectives, but it went to the game. They're also super helpful NPCs that are always going around and creating the game for the players. Spontaneous mutants rates every once in a while that keeps the game going and gives them an impression of external dangers that also raises an idea, maybe we should unite, not fight with each other, and create a system of social-like security around. It seldom works. But it's so fun to, you know, stop this game uplifting all the friendly, you know, costume that you're doing as a, like the Lord of the Castle of the Olor Hermit. Step back a bit, put up the mutant mask, and just stab them with a heavy axe, as whatever you can. They usually win, but, you know, they wake up. A psychologist at hand in both in and off eras. It happens that a psychologist is present in the room as well. And thanks to Electra, we actually survived the third Edinu with a lot of troublesome players, and the game was wonderful. But yeah, somebody skilled, and this should be made known to all the players. Should you have an emotional breakdown, how they call it now? Or are you familiar with an expression, panic attack? It happens every once in a while if you run the Erasmus program. Spontaneously, you cannot predict it. And the panic attack just happens. What you want to do, you want to go on with the game. You don't want to ruin it. You cannot blame the teenagers for that. They're just having it every once in a while. And more complicated issues as well. So they know whom to look at, whom to talk to, and it's good that, you know, the psychologist is dressed up in a LARP costume, so can go freely inside the game territory without making, you know, breaking the game or the immersion for the players. Psychological debriefing right after each days. We made them carry this trunk around Berlin for a few kilometers until they finally came to the gaming zone. So they also did it with this kind of costumes. We wanted them to feel like pointed out they were. We do the debriefing, we ask them for the objectives, and we ask them for the personal problems, and we remind them each day after the game that you were your characters then. Now shake it off and you will be the participants now. And please hug a person that you maybe made something wrong in the game. Let's talk about it, do not hide it, because we are one team. And we start competing with each other just after the game officially starts. And we made a little ritual, of course, every time we start or stop the game, because we needed to be absolutely clear when they are the players, when they are the characters. And educational debriefing is the whole last day of the project. As you have seen, the last day is all the debriefing is theory stuff. And we are doing this Youth Pass certificates, so there is a way to certify the skills they have learned, and they actually appreciate it. It's getting more and more recognized. Oh. I didn't want to put this photo in, but this is a big part of the Edino team from September 2019. Some of them might be found within this conference as well. Okay. This is the end. I hope to see you in a game or within a project of some sort or at another conference whatsoever. I am from Nausicaa. You can find us. You can contact us. In case somebody would like to join, for example, Edinu in Berlin in 2020, we may find a way officially if you find a partner or are officially in a way, just contact us, and we will, like, for each case, we will see where we have a solution for that. So here are the links, and if you just browse Nausicaa, you will find the presentation with the previous links online. Thank you very much for attention.
Okay, thank you, Zbigniew. I propose that we leave all the questions for the lunch break, because I suspect you might be hungry. I know I am. Yeah, so here's your cup to remember the PoRtaL later on. Just a few announcements or invitations. We still have some free spots for LARPs later on. So do go and sign up. We need at least 18 players for the Express. So if we don't fill this up, we will have to play something else. Also, tonight there will be a LARP jam going on. You can also apply for this at the info point, and Anandor and Balint will run it. Yeah, what?
Is the LARP jump going to be at the same time as the Orient Express?
Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry about that. Other than that, we see you all back at 3:30 for our panel on LARP politics and civic engagements. Thank you all.
This is
Hello, hello. Oh, it works. So we are about to start the second part of this second day. And we're going to have a really serious topic right now. We're going to talk about LARP, politics and civic engagement. But before we get into that discussion, this is here, we will present two projects. Am I right?
Present one project?
Oh, okay. The Greeks will do the presenting. Okay, here you go.
Hi, people. We are a three-person group, even though we have expanded, actually. For now, only three of us will be presenting these projects. We actually were the three people selected to go into the EDINU training in March 2019. Even though we were already used to designing small-scale LARPs, we decided to try our hands with EduLARPs. And we were actually approached by the sending organization, and we were asked to make a LARP because the Europarliament elections were coming up. And we decided that what better idea to actually engage youth and young people by actually playing. So in this case, we decided that first of all, we have to find out what we need to do. As you can see, this is the last, 2019. There was a continuous degradation of how many people would actually bother with voting in European Parliament elections. I don't know if any of you know how European Parliament elections work. I didn't before actually bothering with this LARP. So at least there was one learning outcome that was successful for the designers. The fact that it was raised after the LARP is totally random, I'm quite sure. But this is actually for the total of the European Union. The decline is actually quite steady, and for that reason it was actually an initiative from the European Union to actually perform as many cultural or any other initiatives that would enable us to have more participation, because less than half is actually quite sad. As a matter of fact, in Greece, according to the official sources, there was a huge decline in national turnout. In 1985, I think, when Greece was added to the European Union, 81% of the people voted. Now it's like 30% down. And the funniest part about the European parliamentary elections is that there is no minimum turnout. Literally, as long as at least one person goes to vote, that one person will get to decide the futures of everybody else. Because the Europarliament actually plays a huge role in our lives by passing all the great laws and statutes that the other country members actually have to follow. And this is my favorite quote right now, because if you don't know what happens and what's going to happen, you're just going to get screwed over. And apathy results in desperate times. Does that ring any familiar? So we decided to design an EduLARP, and it was intended to be part of this initiative. Therefore, we had to follow certain guidelines in designing it. For once, it couldn't take more than a few hours. That includes everything before and everything after. The briefing, any workshops done before the briefing, the actual game, and the debriefing. It was actually designed for 3 facilitators, or game masters. Facilitators is the official European term for anything that has to do with informal education. 9 non-player characters. We actually had a bit of a budget due to a European fund to go wild with this. And 15 to 30 players who would actually be invited to play without making any assumptions about their playing level, their experience, or even if they actually really wanted to be, except that they had nothing to do on a Saturday. But here's the twist. If we actually put people in a room and say, oh, okay, now we're going to play out that you're voting, this is boring. Nobody wants to vote, otherwise they would go in the first place. So we decided that this was a world where everybody was a superhero. But not just superheroes all over the place, you know, like Marvel, DC, and all those stuff. Everybody was a superhero. The guy who mows your lawn, the guy who changes the plugs, the guy who is actually responsible for the janitor. He's a superhero. He has some kind of superpower. So the idea is, in such a world, how would it function differently? And by giving them this little bit of alternate reality, we can get them more invested, because while they're thinking about imaginary things, they're actually thinking about very real things. So we have the Superhero Union, this alternate world I just talked about, which, of course, there is something called the Superhero Union, maybe like the European Union, which is pretty much easy to understand. I mean, okay, there's like 3 different countries. We chose 3 because 3 is a very easy number in quick design and very simple to get points across. So there are 3 main nations in the Superhero Union. The first is Plutonia, which is a rich, powerful founding member, military spending, lots of power, oil, you know, the works. Then you have Elodania, total random name chosen, which is a developing economy, but it's in a crisis and actually has things that it has to work through. And the third one is Penia, which is a poor country that just got out of a civil war and has just been inducted into the Superhero Union. The idea is that actually, well, all of the characters were Elodania nationals, because that's what we're going for. We want to activate the local populace. But the idea is that you have people that are on top of you, and you have people under you. And what do you do with this in the end? Because always there will be somebody on top of you and there will be somebody under you. What do you do? So we decided to use, again, 3 different ideologies for politics. We wanted it to be easily identifiable and relatable, but at the same time, just a little bit out, so we could avoid real-world problems and real-world politics. So you have water, which is a conservative, free market, capitalism, privatization of everything, kind of typical money ideology. Then we have earth, which is all about ecology, renewable energy, all kinds of initiatives that will help the planet go forth. And fire, which is anti-classist, multiculturalism, free education, the working masses, everything is equal. Based on these 3 ideologies, we had the characters not actually choose any of them. All of the characters we designed were free to choose any ideology they wanted. Maybe, depending on their characteristics, they would lean to one or another, but the choice was theirs. The NPCs, on the other hand, were very much quite chosen before. So the NPCs we chose was 3 national party leaders representing each ideology. A party has one ideology, theoretically. We had to keep it simple. And then we had 6 more elected members from the other 2 countries. And why would we have other elected representatives if it was just about the elections? We'll see. So we also had a neutral reporter whose job was to, A, take photos in-game, which actually made our lives easier because it didn't break the immersion, and B, she would actually try to move things a bit, ask questions, get things moving. You know, there's always these people who are like shyer, less social, less into things. Maybe they would feel much better when they were interviewed. And the TV show host, because the idea is that we're actually reporting on these later developments of the elections and the following procedures in a TV show. So actually all of the characters were invited in this TV show. And the president of the Euro Parliament. Why would we need him? We'll see soon enough. This was a simple character card. This is what people got. On the back, there was just some information about the world, you know, just a few lines to keep them on the level. So each character had a superpower, a paragraph for his background, and 3 different priorities. Actually, these priorities seem quite wordy, but for us, they were like keywords. We actually had very specific ideas for what they were. We gave them roundabout way so that they could actually think of them in their own way, slightly abstract, you know, like the Nordic LARPers like. But for us, they were keywords. And so the game was that you took these characters and you were supposed to be taking part in a talk show. So before, there is a briefing, as always, as there should be. Typical stuff, simple rules, the basics of the game. The advantage of this kind of setup is that you don't actually need much in the way of rules. I mean, people are there to talk, to vote, and see what happens. Then was 3 hours of gameplay. This is the twist of the idea. In most of these games, what happens is that you get together, some people make a speech, Some people go around, they try to take votes, you vote, you count, hey, somebody wins, they go home. Or you're already some kind of elected officials, you have been chosen, you're the special ones, and now you get to debate. What we actually try to do in this case, in a more sandboxy way, was that actually something that most people don't know is that if you already are in a political party, you cannot actually get voted in the Euro Parliament. If somebody is a leader of a political party, they cannot get voted themselves. So the 3 NPCs would actually have to go around and find volunteers, and then the rest of the players would vote the volunteers who are ascribing to one of the 3 ideologies into the Euro Parliament. So that was the half part of the game. There was a debate, there were questions. This was a very lively part of the game, actually. And then it's phase B. There is a small ritual, a small ceremony. The 3 people who were chosen, they go on to move to the Euro Parliament. And then starts a very interesting, actually, part of the game, because suddenly, instead of having all these talks and all these debates and all of these interesting things, suddenly you are, if you're not one of the chosen ones, you don't get a vote. Suddenly these 3 people that you just voted for, and you made a choice, the choice was yours even in the game. These people are in there and they're debating with the other NPCs what laws to pass. And you're out there just looking at them. There's nothing else you can do. Maybe you can call them. Maybe you can write a letter of protest. They're in there. They're making the choices and you're getting the results. I'll show some of the way the results were made in a moment. And afterward, there was a very extensive but tiring debriefing that involved de-rolling, which is a very important part of LARPs in general, and many people don't actually pay any attention to. If you do not de-roll, many of the emotions you felt in the game will be kept way deep inside you. And it actually needs to be substantial, but it has to begin here. And there was controlled bleed out, the kind of bleed out that we want. The kind of bleed out also known as experience bleed out. And this is a very important part. We really needed those 2 interlinked phases. We needed them to understand that one brings the other. They are not separate. You do not vote and go home and then somebody else chooses. It's your choice and you're the one who gets shafted. Thank you. And this is one of the ways we showed how people could actually be affected. You get a character card. Okay, it says you're a delivery courier. That's fine. But what happens when one of them passes a law? You get a little card that says what happened to you. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you got a raise. Maybe you can now pursue your academic career. It totally depended. We had like, I don't know, for 30 characters and 12 possible laws, a few hundred different personal outcomes for each player. And they only got 3, each one. So you can see photos of the briefing here. This is a technique we actually learned in EDNU, in the training, where each participant actually can put on their fears and aspirations, expectations, and when the game ends in the debriefing, you take them out. And what's left is what didn't get done or got done even though we didn't want to. So it's a very roundabout way of getting feedback, but very honest at the same time. As you can see, this is one of the ways that the results were shown, because actually we tracked like changes, like people doing talk shows, like they show graphs and diagrams going up and going down, but they didn't really care about that. It was all just for, the show. What they really cared about was whining when somebody lost his job because he got a little card. I mean, it's not enough time to actually get immersed in the game, but even with a little bit, it actually stings. As you can see, everybody's a superhero, so they wore the appropriate costumes. I can't say they were very extravaganza. This was an interesting idea. So we actually had 2 rooms, so we decided to base this on the location. So what happens is that on this side of the glass, because there were 2 rooms, a big one and a small one, on the big one is where the talk show took place. On the small one is the TV screen. So they could actually hear and listen through the small speaker what was going on in the Euro Parliament, but they could not intervene. They could not do anything. There was only one door out of game, but in the reality of the game, this was in another country. This is part of the talk show of the questions and answers, where the players actually tried to get something out of the leaders, and the NPCs playing the party leaders were very happy to confuse the players with double talk. as is appropriate. And having finally finished the game, which was quite tiring, but also quite fun, we also had to get some feedback. And because this was actually under funding from the European Union, what we needed to do is, apart from the feedback we got from ourselves, most of which we did not ignore, which I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I'm actually quite doubt. We also used forms that they would have to fill in for research purposes, later on to be given back to the funding organization. And we got some very, very responsive feedback from NPCs. Some quotes are here, translated, of course, because they're in Greek. As an NPC, I was motivated to research the Euro elections, something I had never done till now. We also identified with this. We had no idea what was going on. There seemed to be a flow in the game and interest from the players. Well, I'll take his word for it. The game was pleasantly educational. For me, the debate was the best part. But this particular NPC was in the debate inside, where actually they were debating with just 3 players, and the rest were just watching. And in the end, of course, the 3 players had to go out and explain themselves in-game. That was fun. But this is what happens when you make a design process. Somebody might, spreadsheets. Somebody might identify these with characters, names, what they're looking for, background. A very handy function which you can actually put like-minded objectives and count them immediately. That was very useful. Google Docs that we actually had to give the NPCs to brief them days before the game. 4 days before the game. And these are like the little personalized cards. We didn't have enough time to actually make them nice and fancy because they were a bit of a last-minute addition. But we would actually cut and keep them together and just hand them out to the people. So this is like what we ended up with after like a very practical experience with it. This is something that you can take and you can work with. You can have less facilitators, you can have less people working, you can even have a bit less players, but you can actually make this work as an EduLARP. You can actually get them interested in something that actually has a very real life impact on them. All you need to do is just put a little twist in it and make sure they have fun doing it. And yes, even though we did have a budget, most of it went to the designers and the NPCs who were paid for their job, some which is not often. I mean, maybe the designers usually get some money, but you need to also pay the NPCs. They're there for a day, they're 2, plus all of their preparation. And as I said before, you can actually take this. This is open. Is it open? It's open source. Yeah, you can take it. You can modify it. You can apply it any way you want. You can put yourself anywhere on the scale. Take the characters, or even, as we're going to see in a moment, actually take that and make something almost completely different in a true Monty Python way. Thank you. Oh, do you have questions in this part before we have a second presentation on the same topic?
Where do we find this everything?
We can send it to you. No questions.
Did you tell them at the end that with great power comes great responsibility? Or
Oh my God, I hate that quote. No. No.
But I think they learned it themselves.
Okay.
Can we put on the next presentation? Okay, so until the presentation arrives, I will make some... okay. So, some comments. Okay, so the Superhero Union actually was an idea that we got into because, okay, there were the Euro election, there was the funding opportunity, and we said, okay, it's something cool, we should do it, and we did it. But I don't know, for us, because I think we learned a lot about this process, I think it got us more interested to see how else can we use EduLARP you know, for political education and civic engagement. So the next idea that we had was to create a LARP called School Council with a topic around youth apathy towards politics. Whoever is a youth worker or is anyway dealing with youth, especially in the teenage years, knows that in the latest decades, as also like Audi showed, the participation in the election is declining, so is the interest of young people in politics. And we will not go into why exactly this is happening. I think we could spend hours discussing that, and this is not part of the presentation. But what we wanted to do is to actually create an EduLARP to educate the educators on that topic. So how can an educator, a youth worker that is working with youth and wants to increase their level of participation, or at least their willingness to participate, how can he be more effective? We thought that the first step, maybe, in achieving that is to actually understand why this is happening from the perspective of the youth themselves. We can move. Okay, so this EduLARP was presented in the Tool Fair 2019 in Rovaniemi. For people who don't know what a Tool Fair is a conference that is happening within the Erasmus Plus network every year in a different city in Europe. That's where I met Miroslav 3 years, I think, ago. Yes. So the topics addressed, as I explained in this EduLARP, have to do with democracy, group dynamics, but mainly with participation. And it's designed very simply for 1, maybe 2 GMs and anywhere between 12 and 24 players. It's totally scalable, so you have 24 characters, you can easily take out as many as you want, depending on how many people showed up, and there's absolutely no problem. So, we continued on the theme of the superheroes union. So we have the same universe where everyone is a superhero. And what does that mean? That everyone is born with the potential to develop a superpower. But this potential doesn't portray itself from, you know, the moment that you're born. You have the potential, but you have to make it into something more clear and precise through education. May it be formal education or even some self-taught methods. So, can you go back? Okay, leave it be. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so the premise is that within this universe, we are in a school, and this school every month does a school council. It is a council in which participate representatives of the whole school community, and they have to take some decisions on specific topics every time. Now we can go. Okay. So this is, again, what we said before about the superhero union and the whole universe. We can skip that. Okay. So all player characters are part of the school. Some of them are representatives of the students. Some of them are representatives of the parents' association. And some of them are representatives of the teachers. The GM or GMs will be the school principal, headmaster, how is it called? The dean. Okay. And you can have a vice dean if you need an extra facilitator. But actually it's one of the most easy roles a facilitator or a GM in a LARP can have, because actually what you do is that you sit there, let them talk, and just, you know, facilitate the conversation, nothing else. Very easy. Okay, we have again a sample character card. As you can see, it's more or less, you know, the same thing as the previous one. So each of them has, okay, the cool superhero name, his superpower, his occupation, so this particular guy that has the superpower of being able to witness the past through visions, okay, is the history teacher. I think it makes sense. We try to match the superpower with an occupation that would make sense, and then we have some background. Now, what we did here is that we didn't give them any personality traits. So we left this open for the participants to fill in themselves so that they could, you know, engage more into the character and identify more. And here we just have some lore and some basic rules about the game that were actually not really needed because everyone knows what a school council is. Everyone knows how a school council works. So you don't need any specific rules about it. The only thing that you should stress out is that they are not allowed to use their superpowers during the school council, because that would be a shitstorm. So you invent some excuse, for example, that for the purposes of the school council, we have this cool device here, okay, and this device erases the superpowers within in this room. So you are in character, but no superpowers used. And then, the school council must have an agenda, okay? Some discussion items. So, what we did is that we took issues that, at the point of designing the game at least, were quite current, and we dressed them up in the alibi of the whole universe. So, for example, this agenda item had to do with the school organizing an educational trip to the National Superpower Fair, or whatever, and there were some students in the school that had financial difficulties and could not cover the costs of traveling to the national fair. So the decision to be made is, should the school take action to include those students in the school trip? And if yes, in what way? And we had other discussions items that, well, the issues, you know, under them were, what do you do with the refugees in the school system, or what do you do with LGBT people in the system, etc., etc. Now, the briefing in this case was very short compared to the other one because it was a very simple game, no special rules to be explained, so it was more focused on enrolling than to the actual briefing. The main game, it can be 1 up to 2 hours, according to how many agenda items does someone want to, you know, include. And the debriefing, of course, it's longer, at least 30 minutes, because it's important in EduLARPs, you know, and you want to see the learning outcomes there. Some photos. As you see, pretty simple setting. You can do it anywhere. Just some masks needed and nothing more. Okay, now, the design process. Spreadsheets, once again. But what I wanted to stress here is how the characters were created. So actually the characters were based on research that has been done on participation profiles of youth. So each character was based on a specific profile that had a story about whether this person is willing or not to participate, which participation methods this person would be more likely to use and why, and what, under which circumstances this person would be more willing to participate or less. So this was all incorporated into the characters, but of course we didn't give them all the research, we just blended into the background stories.
Sorry, did you have the entry questionnaire or was it given out randomly?
It was given out randomly, at least in the tool fair, but you can for sure combine it with the questionnaires and assign the roles, you know, accordingly. Okay, so the conclusion, okay, EduLARPs generally through immersion and the control bleed out can be a very useful tool, and the correlations that between reality and the game that derive from this process can be used to cultivate empathy, not only towards the issues that the game is revolving upon, but also to the youth in general. And it can be used also as a form of simulation, you know, for democracy education or finding efficient methods of, you know, participation and dealing with these issues. It can be very easily run wherever, in a classroom, in a gathering of people. You just need one or two facilitators that are a bit, you know, familiar with the EduLARP methodology. Again, this is an open source material, so anyone who is interested, we can send you all the materials. And you can also adapt it by adjusting the characters or the agenda items or whatever else you may need. And that's it. Any questions related to school council before we move on? Yes.
How did you pick the participants?
Okay, so in this particular case in Finland, as I said, it was a conference that is happening within the Erasmus+. So what is happening in the tool fair is that you upload on the website a description of the tool, and the other participants read the description and they sign up. So you don't choose them.
Okay, but I thought that you actually did this in Greece, in your own
No, no. No, we tested it in the conference. It was a play test.
Superhero Union in Greece.
Yes, that was before.
Yeah, and you said that you were funded by the EU through some NGO or
Through the European Cultural Foundation.
Oh, okay. And in Greece, that's an NGO or?
I think they are located in Denmark, but it's supposed to be a European Union foundation. It wasn't based in Greece. And the school council was done outside, you know, this funding and this framework. It was just, you know, an afterthought.
Have any of the participants had any negative feedback? I'm actually interested because you've mentioned those positive things that they've said that they because of the LARP that they were that they done some research on the EU and so on. Have any of them expressed any negative feedback?
I will say about the school councils. So for the school council, I received a negative feedback from a participant from Latvia saying that I'm too shy and I would not be able to use this tool. Yeah. I received this feedback. The rest of it was quite positive. With some suggestions about how it could be enriched and such, but definitely not negative.
Well, for the Superhero Union, we didn't receive any directly negative feedback. I don't know why. I mean, maybe they weren't really interested into doing it. What the most negative feedback we got was a quantitative that many people were actually kind of bored on the second part because they only had to watch what was going on. Maybe they got involved. And this was a very interesting dilemma for us because we're actually thinking, as a LARP designer, my players shouldn't be bored. But as somebody who's designing an EduLARP, we want them to get bored. We want them to feel this negative emotion, this lack of actual empowerment. Like, you're done. There's nothing you can do. Vote better the next 4 years. So this was a problem. Another more genuine negative emotion was that some people, some of the players were apathetic during the entire process. They just existed through it, which is actually pretty much, once again, a mirror of reality.
And is there any reason other than fun why the superheroes are involved in the whole story?
Well, we wanted an idea that was really easy to grasp by people, because this was supposed to be done as part of this European initiative, and we actually were not supposed to bring LARPers. That was the initial idea. I mean, this was a bit of a discrimination against LARPers. It was to show that there was a tool, not chosen by us, that would bring youth and people who are not usually active into this fold. So we initially designed it as like, what would be the easiest way, like 1 year ago, to actually get people interested in something. And the last 5, 10 years are all Marvel and DC, man. So this was the easiest way to actually get them. Anything else, more fantasy, would just be harder for everybody.
Well, you said that at the school council, each of the players had an obstacle, like a reason why I'm not participating. Did you design it in a way that it's a riddle that can be solved, like positively, so they all find how to modify it and to make the situation that everyone is happy, or there was always like inside problem to stay on?
Well, it was designed in a way that not necessarily all riddles would be solved. There will be a high chance that someone, or maybe all of them, will be unhappy in the end. But the goal is that they will understand why they are unhappy.
Okay.
I have one. When you were designing the LARP with superheroes, so you said that you had superheroes which had their own powers, but there was a device which prevented them from using that powers. So I'm just curious, what sort of role did the fact that they had superpowers play in your LARP?
Well, the idea was that if you're in a society where everybody's a superhero, then you aren't really that special as a superhero. So, yeah, exactly. So actually the idea is that we tried, as Electra said before, to match the superheroes with what they would actually do in such, like what would they do for a living? I mean, you control electricity, congratulations, you're a glorified electrical engineer. You have super strength, okay, in a world where everybody can get like super strength or a similar ability, okay, you move heavy boxes. You're super fast, you're a delivery guy. So this actually influenced them a lot, because imagine being the character we showed before, which was actually played by a very good LARPer, and he was actually elected. It was this: you are an extremely fast guy, and you have this superpower that you can only use to deliver pizzas all over the place. I mean, his prop, the costumes of the players were like the cape, the mask, some bracers, and the personal prop. His prop was a pizza box. So the idea was that this is what you're locked into, because you probably also have some kind of ADHD. I mean, come on, you're that fast. So you actually want to go to a higher university, and you never had the chance because the school system spat you out. So on the other hand, people with more mental capabilities, or people with capabilities that they could turn into actual money, were actually far better off. For example, there was one guy from Plutonia. You want to talk about him?
Okay. There was this guy from Plutonia, Lord Hypnos, which means Lord Sleep. So his special powers is to steal your ideas while you're sleeping. And he created, you know, a whole colossus company of innovative, you know, ideas out of it. Maybe it rings a bell about some people. Yeah, I think that the whole superpowers thing was our way of disguising into a LARP alibi the fact that in real life you may have talents, but talents alone won't get you far. There needs to be a whole political and social situation that allows you to use your talents for your own benefit.
Did people see it that way?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
Okay, so now that we have some spare time, how much time do we have? 15 minutes. Anybody who wants to interrupt me and go discuss something, feel free, because I can and will go on for 15 minutes. And I won't feel very insulted if you actually butt in. So the idea was that we really wanted to try our hand at EduLARPs, and we never actually had the chance because we were working a lot. And when this fund appeared out of nowhere, we're, okay, we'll have to do this. And this is pretty much something that anybody can get with a bit of LARP experience. I mean, if you actually start properly and get the proper fundamentals, you can make something very simple. I mean, on a LARP level, this was nothing. This was barely a LARP. It was improvisational theater at best. But the idea is that if you actually keep the learning outcomes from the beginning until the end, as has been said before, you can actually make something interesting. And you will have to package it nicely. I mean, why superheroes? And why superheroes when nobody had these cool skill cards? I mean, this is what we actually thought in the beginning. The first idea was like, yay, superheroes. And then was, yay, we'll give them all these cool mechanics. We'll sit down and make all these skill cards and power cards, and with this power beats this power. And then we're like, no. Aside from all of the added weight that you put, both on the designers and on the actual players to actually bother to learn, and from personal experience, they don't read the rules. And the people who read the rules are the ones you should be most afraid of, because they're trying to break the system. So, yeah. So we realized that you actually had to take this fun part out, like was said before. You have to actually, this darling you have to kill. Because as fun as it would be for us to watch them kill each other in, well, in the simulation of a game, at least they wouldn't actually realize what this is about. And the idea of this is to actually talk, discuss, negotiate on an equal level, on the level where everybody has the one same vote, even those with superpowers that can multiply themselves. They still get one vote. So they actually, this vote counts, because the idea is that you have 30 people in a room, and you tell them, okay, you choose 3 of you to actually, well, you can choose more. They can have, all of them could be candidates, but only 3 of you will get out of this room where all the talking is done and actually get inside, where the talking actually results in something. The idea was in the second part of the game. I didn't know how much time I had before, so I'll explain it a bit more. So there's 9 people in that room, 9 plus the president, and 9 of them get to vote. They get to decide which law should we had give, not which law, which law would actually be chosen to be voted on. And there was one law, for example, that said, in the interests of security, everybody will reveal their masks. There will be no more masks. This had an actual impact on the game. You could actually take off your mask. In another law, for example, there could be free education for everybody. Nobody pays for education. That sounded very nice. But you get a result as part of that law. You get a generic result, which you might pay attention to or not. Because there's this nice spreadsheet, this nice graph, you know, the diagram on the wall, and some fancy guy was actually, well, that was me. Anyway, some TV asshole actually is just putting lines that go up and down, and education goes up, yay. But at the same time, each law had negatives. So you want free education, there's no more wealth for everybody because somebody has to pay for that. Do you want more wealth? Do you want more security? Well, there's not enough social capital to go around. And even if you ignore that, even if you don't pay attention, even if you're looking at your cell phone while everybody else is talking and voting, some other guys running around and giving you these little cards that say that something happened to you. And this was what they told us at the end, that this is what got me a bit. I mean, those who were more interested in the game at least, who felt a bit of kinship with this character they had picked like in a few hours. Like, this is a result that they can relate to. More money, less money, get out of the country, sell your house. So this idea of immersion has to be taken from the top to the bottom. You have to put them in the environment, and you have to personally affect them as much as possible. This idea was shamelessly stolen from the personal objectives in Edinu, because it was the first lab I've ever been that someone actually handed me personal objectives. Even though it wasn't like, you have to do them to win. There was no winning, but it guides you somewhere. It takes you to a place, and if this entire web of objectives is done right, even if not even half of them are done, they take the game to a direction. But it never says how to do them. It never says, you will do this and this and this. It gives you a general direction that you follow the way you want. It was the same in this LARP. In this LARP, you were given each character had like 3 objectives. You want more education for yourself. You want to be richer. You want to feel safer. Well, these things come at the expense of what the other things want, and you have to reach a compromise. But the idea of this LARP was that you do not get to reach a compromise with other people in the end. In the end, people vote, and this vote has power, and this power puts people in power, and these people decide back what you get. Any other questions? No? Anybody else want to talk? For the sanity of the listeners? Okay. Well, I'll give you the microphone.
No, I thought maybe about, you said you had the problem in the second act when people are getting bored and you want to, like, EduLARP versus enjoyment. So I thought maybe you can give them the possibility to write angry posts on Facebook.
That is an excellent
like
idea.
Give them, and they put a Facebook logo at the end, they just make a board of all of the angry posts they thought about.
I like that. Thank you. That idea was stolen. We actually considered giving them something to do. We had actually been in another LARP a few months ago that was a great example of a black box LARP that had to do with everyday life. And we thought we could make some cool mechanics to simulate how you would live your life, and then we decided that's not the point. The point is not to keep them occupied so that they don't actually pay attention, is to give them just enough stimulus to do something. This would be a great idea. One of the ideas that wasn't done because we didn't have enough time, as always, was to actually get the representatives out after every law so they could discuss with the party leaders, like, oh, what do you think about this law? What happened? What policy do we pursue further? But the reality of LARP is that you never have enough time, or you have too much time and there's nothing done. In our case, it was the former, and we needed some more time to actually get this done. I would really like to run this again, but in an Erasmus LARP week-long program, where you can actually have different days for this. Yeah.
So if you plan to continue developing the idea, would you maybe also add on top of that and add the players the ability to rebel, let's say, to kind of be able to fight the system if they want to? Because if we're installing this sense of helplessness into them, and they're realizing that they're actually being railroaded towards disaster because of their bad activity or inactivity, would you then give them also the option of, making that last chance, grasp of taking action into their own hands?
Okay, let's take that.
Okay, so to be entirely honest, if the funding wasn't coming from the European Union itself, okay, with a very specific pre-written goal and objective, we had so many ideas. We had ideas about rebellion. We had ideas about corruption. We had ideas about referendums. But we didn't do any of that because the European Union was paying. Does that cover you?
Specifically to that, yeah, there were riots in the game, but the idea that the whole thing could be upturned because the players didn't want it, actually it was discussed on the table, and I said, as much as I like it, I don't think anybody wanted it. Because you don't want them to have this safety net. You don't want them to feel like, oh, this is a game, I can press escape. No, because what happens is that in most of the LARPs you go, most of the LARPs I've gone to, the last moments of the LARP, the last impressions of the LARP are often the most powerful because that's what you get, that's the dessert. So if what they actually ended up with was a nice unicorn candy ending of, oh, we rebelled the system, we won the system, hey, everything is better, they wouldn't actually get the hard part, the harsh part. You voted. There is nothing you can do until the next 4 years, and that's the most hopeful you can get at best. It sucks, suck it up.
share a story. It happened that I was just traveling to Greece while those superhero LARP was going on. So I was invited to join, not speaking Greek. So I acted a Polish gardener, migrant to this country, looking for a job, but speaking Polish to all the people. And I have like some gardening tool as a prop. They all understood I'm looking for a job. All of the party leaders, or 3 of them, promised me a job if I just vote for them. So I was very active in getting friends, although no language communication was available. And later I even managed to vote, although I didn't have the voting card. And then the second turn appeared. Those people went inside and they were talking in a language that I understood not a single word. With the others, looking at the screen, like after the screen, those people were talking, and for half an hour they were talking, and I didn't understand anything. And then I realized how good a lesson it was for me, because finally, being 33 years old, I have touched what it can be called politics.
Is that it? Okay, applause for our Greek friends.
Thank you. Hvala.
Okay, let's move on then. Thank you. Next up is Next up is Daniel from Israel, and he will talk about how to use LARPs in tourism. I'm really interested to hear this.
I even have a fitting USB.
Oh, do we have 5 minutes? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Go and do your thing. Oh yeah. Dobro, zašto?
Zato da mi bude lakše za izrezati.
This is going to be a little bit of a problem.
What?
Yeah, okay. We'll improvise.
Yeah, we can take it out.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah.
So let's right. Okay.
And I started like moving and fidgeting and up, and I'm like, okay, look.
I was looking to you for support, and I was seeing this. I'm like, okay, I have to look at someone else now.
I'm sorry. I was really listening. I listened to everything. But for some reason, I couldn't find.
There will be some kind of exam when you come to book from.
Sure, you can ask me anything.
There will be paper.
There are many of us who are not in the best circumstances for keeping awake. Because they went to bed late, but because the hotel were playing music until 5 o'clock, and then people started having extremely loud sex in the room next to me.
Nice.
At 7 o'clock in the morning.
Reminds me of our neighbors.
Morning wood.
Where are you staying?
At the hotel.
Okay.
Just next to the hospital.
Hotels, yes, the front of that.
Anyway, apparently hotels don't need isolation in the walls either. It's just
Some people think of them as romantic, so you have
which
to
would be fine if the walls didn't sound as if they were literally in the bed.
It's a romantic community.
Are you sure they weren't?
I checked, I was like, holy shit, are you?
It's a community thing.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Share the bounty. Yeah.
Let's put a whole thing is can't open this.
Sorry?
Of the nightclub that we are also running for some reason.
Okay.
And no isolation
Do you want
whatsoever.
to let me try to download it from Gmail? By email.
Sure. And of course, my earplugs had fallen out of the case. I was like, oh, finally, I'll get my earplugs.
No. The horror.
3 hours of sleep.
sleeping in the bar.
Probably he could get a
Or we can run it.
I got less
G drive.
From what?
From the G drive.
That's not on us. Just send it to myself before.
I was last. Too bad. I'm tired. I have this soul crushing feeling that my body's tired and I can't fall asleep. I count like thousands.
Trying to do it with my left hand. So it's not Gmail, it's something else, or it's just Gmail? Gmail. Okay, go ahead and log.
That was a mistake. I just done it. And then until 7 in the morning I stayed awake. I decided to get out of bed at 8 and that was it.
Where is the
That's
how you do it.
Like a ring.
But you were waiting me.
Sorry, where is the...
Oh yeah,
My stomach. My stomach.
Here.
Stomach.
Now you will drink the monster. After my presentation. No, you drink the monster. No.
Lee?
You get the slap.
So-called
You will be punished.
Okay.
He wants to confirm your identity, or it wants to confirm your identity, sending your.
What about this?
Stage here, so
Okay.
watches.
It's fine.
The cooler.
Actually,
You can see a cool picture, and then you have to make it work.
Now where?
But more distracting than you actually kind of. No, but I mean when I do my GDPR like 10 hours and stuff like that, I also basically have no reason. It's just that people read almost exactly the same. That's stuff. So that if they really want to learn it, they should also be writing what it says they want to learn.
Or I might upload this to my Google Drive, and then from there.
No, I think it will work.
Okay.
No, it's okay. So the tick or something like one time.
To get the advanced course,
She says, well, you know what, I fall asleep, but I keep on, watching the presentation, but maybe an alien is with me, or a dinosaur is with the presentation in my dream, but I listen to the presentation.
Yeah, not my word penny.
The internet is slow here.
Yeah. It might be overload in a moment.
It's not too big.
Come on.
I had a thought about using
Try not to load it as PPTX, but something else, because I don't think this computer can read this.
Okay, can you?
Just go in the save as.
Okay,
Or you can upload it to a drive. That would be the best. Upload it to a drive. Okay, and then go to your drive, and you just drive from your drive. Or you can put it on
Okay, but how do I make it present actually?
Should offer you an option, open apps.
Okay.
So go back. Disturbing videos. Yeah, okay. I'm not touching the mouse. Okay, open with Google Slides. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Suddenly people know programming.
Come on.
Automation
I think it should work.
Yeah, I think it will. Next time we'll make all the presenters do this. So there you go. You just start somewhere. Format slide. slides, maybe slide. No, it's slide.
It's possible. Probably there is some icon to do that.
If you see can. Oh yeah, right.
You can have a factory.
Okay.
There you
we
go.
are ready. I believe so.
Here, we need to do the introduction again. So,
Okay. What do we do?
Okay. Hello again. Because of the recording, we need to do the intro for Daniel again. So we have our friend Daniel from Israel, and he will talk about LARP in tourism. So here we go.
Yes, hello. So to add a little personal background, yeah, I was in a tour de Balkan and everything 2 years ago, and I was visiting PoRtaL. Later went to, I believe it was Solmukohta. And then after the visit in the Balkans, I was soul searching, looking what I want to do. And then somehow I was volunteering on a farm, in a Serbian farm. And then somehow I find myself organizing a birthday LARP for a local kid in his old village in Serbian, which I don't know. So I thought, okay, maybe this is something I should do with myself. Maybe it's a professional direction. And when I went back, I was expecting to do stuff maybe like terrible creation, like some quest companies, really on an escape room format. But because everything in Israel works about which connections do you have, I find myself drawn into two different directions, which are EduLARPs, who are already covered well within, and LARPs in tourism. I'll try to describe this field, what I think of it, what distinguishes it, what challenges it present, and what kind of models have we been using to answer the needs. So first of all, an apologetic. I don't think that the public here actually needs this apologetic, but still have some maybe interesting points. Yeah, the stuff that we do usually, it's not totally LARP. It's people may say it degrades the art. It's not. It's really going for some lowest denominator. But money is good. It's a good thing to have, and it's a good thing for the hobby. For the culture, it brings sustainability. If some people may actually do it all the day, and not after work, it brings stability. It brings a possibility to do more stuff, and thus creating a wider influence on the society. You bring it to the masses. You people starting to be actually influenced by what are you doing in a wide situation. And now, many times when I'm doing EduLARPs, kids recognize me because they were in some festival. And kids know that I am fun, even before I'm opening my mouth about stuff they need to learn or stuff they need to, what we're doing right now. I say, okay, you were this very colorful person, then I remember you. There is very, the influence is strong. And just to give a little example, you know, there were role-playing before Dungeons and Dragons, like not to mention Frontier, but in the 60s, 50s, 60s, after the going of Lord of the Rings to the masses, people were actually sitting together and trying to play Lord of the Rings. They didn't know how to do that, so there were a lot of ideas, but there were pretty interesting creative ways to play fantasy, because the urge was there. And then came D&D, and it was really, not to say the lowest denominator, but it puts these beautiful things of fantasy and imagination into war game rules. And many would say, okay, it brings it down, it brings something very tangible, and so on. But then when you have like a book of rules, it shows people it's real, and you can sell it. And then the infection factor is much bigger. And the same with, okay, Chugim, it's basically Hebrew words for like after school activities or like extracurricular activities. And we have a huge industry right now of Dungeons and Dragons Chugim at Israel. We have a few hundred people that work as full-time Dungeons and Dragons for children after school, paid by the parents. And of course, it needs to make money, so you have like one person making a game for 12 children, sometimes even more. And of course, it wouldn't be the same as if you can give anyone like attention and let them develop the character and so on. There's a lot of criticism, and 15 years ago, I was really on the criticism side. But then I see, okay, but now we have like an entire generation of people that say after like when they're 25, yes, I remember 15 years ago I was in this crazy stuff and I really miss it. And every day you see in our forums someone who says, yeah, I remember it still and I don't know how to do it now. Maybe someone can teach me how to use the books. And now it's really wide and recognizable name. Like every middle class person would know what is Dungeons and Dragons and react to it positively. It's like it's good for the children. And also it created a class of people who are really good at being GMs in public, like being animators, entertaining. And it also creates some skill sets that weren't here before. So this is kind of a model we are looking for in the long run. But now let's see what I'm talking about. Problems are the prompt for new forms. And what would be the problems in shooting, in making LARP for people that doesn't know what LARP is? They don't have time to learn what LARP is. They don't want to listen what LARP is because they came for the holiday to be entertained. They don't have time for workshops because unless they're super interactive and very fun, like computer games tutorial, which is also a quest to achieve. But usually they came and they want to see something pretty. They want to be entertained. And it's not the same in LARPs because we are not always thinking about it, but our participants give us a lot. We, as LARP organizers, we expect a huge amount of commitment. And it's, okay, first is participation fees, of course. Then you have production of costumes and props. When you have certain types of LARPs, you expect that at least some people would contribute to your magic, would come very colorful, very beautiful, and add to the sense of suspension of disbelief because they would sink a lot of time and or money into their own appeal. Third is pre-LARP prep. It can be like training with swords, if it's a military LARP. It can be character development, doing the pre-LARP character development as typical to College of Wizardry style games. It can be reading, like setting immersion, reading all of this crazy 40 pages long descriptions of words, but they want to come to your LARP and you're immersed and they're working for it. Active imagination, which means they want to create the suspension of belief for themselves. They come in because they know they want to make an escapism. They want to live in a medieval fantasy or in a spaceships. They prep themselves into it, and then they really want to cover for all of your holes. Everything that is not perfect in your preparation and your production, they're okay. They want to help you. They want to help themselves feel it and imagine it. The last one is, I call it bourgeois self-respect, willingness to behave silly in public. And it's also a very huge sacrifice for some people, and we often don't see it because for me it's very natural. I can go on the street and someone tell, okay, you're now an orc, and I would be an orc, or a lord, or a refugee, or what would you say? But many people, it's very unnatural for them to behave differently when someone looks at them. It's really hearts, in their eyes. It threatens their social capital, their prestige, the sense of self even. And it's all the stuff that we asking of. It's basically basic requirements for participants in a hobby-based environment. And what I'm talking about are built upon a premise that there would be no such investment at upfront, and every investment that would be given should be like traded, asked for, used, broken off. You have to fight for it. And this is like also trying to talk about this kind of context of participant contribution. I use now the words, okay, it was messed up a bit. Okay, it was, this is just the square. So, when I'm talking about hobby, it's all clear. Corporate in this context mean people that do know what they're coming for. Like a group that are coming to play a LARP, maybe they're not very interested in the first place, but they know it's a kind of entertainment. They coming first, they order it, they prepare themselves a bit, and it's something that they set their mind upon it, they are okay with it. The fees are usually different. Usually would be like the corporate would be paid for some organizations that send them, but they still have some, they still are in it, they're still part of it. They would not participate in production. They would have some limited preparation usually. Like if you say, okay, it's about gangsters, they would at least, in their mind, maybe they won't watch anything, but in their mind they would reshuffle, okay, what is going about, what I'm supposed to play, what kind of stereotypes I know. They would prepare themselves for this kind of stuff a bit. Imagination and playfulness are restricted because as like certain clients, they would accept more of you usually. The distinction is very clear. You are supposed to give them the fun, and they won't contribute much to it. They would be critical of your preparation, but they still would like, when you draw them inside it, okay, they would like to play. And playfulness also restricted because when people are in professional contexts, it's sometimes even more frightening, scary, and hard to give up this sense of self and to do silly stuff in public. Here usually, like most of, I would be talking about financial sides of each of the models. It usually would be paid for a third side by the site or so. There is no participation in production. Usually there would be no preparation at all. In many of the settings, it would be like families that decided this morning they want to go to this side, and maybe they heard that there is supposed to be some kind of game, but they haven't read past first 4 or 5 words, and they have no idea. The imagination and playfulness, here you have a place to play because they are not prepared, because they don't know what they are coming to. You do have maybe more place to try to branch it out from them and play with them. And the models I'm about to present would work even if you won't succeed to get the imagination and playfulness out of them, because it's always a bet. Your clients would be, the participants would be very wide. A wide range of people in position, what do they want? Maybe they have like 4 kids and one is sick and one is, and they don't have any attention to it. But all of them are trying to get as much as possible. And many of their design is affected by this. I mean, yes, you would have a fun day going and solving some riddles and paying no attention and not getting in the story, but we try to throw as many hooks as possible and try to get you into this playfulness state for you to not only participate, to not really be here as a public, but actually go inside and play. And I would say this is one of the distinction for me. It's one of the distinction between LARP and like escape room or scavenger hunt or anything else. Do you have a role? Are you playing anything? Because yes, you can have challenges. You know how to solve challenges. It's okay. But you can do the same by being in the world, in the universe, by thinking the challenges are important for you, by getting that or for yours or for something else. It's not really. It's not only for your social status in this group. It's for the plot, for the world, for the other stuff. And we never give roles. We never give here in these models. We don't try to give people characters because usually it's at the start. And at the start, people are not ready for it. Sometimes we try to imply characters on them. We try to invite them to step into characters. Okay. Okay, yes, first. So the prompts of this prompts that I talked are achieving this kind of engagement. These two parts are few. I wrote 4 categories. Challenges is, yes, it's various time of stuff to get you thinking and to get you moving and to get you outside the stuff you do every day. So it can be puzzles, of course, but usually we always try to shoot for physical activities because the body is the thing that, like the mind responds to the body. If you're only thinking, if you're only trying to, if you're comfortable, it's much harder to get this playfulness. When a puzzle asks you to go like this and look from behind, or to go up, or you need to climb something, or you just need to look through a looking glass, or do something extravagant, everything physical, it's moves something in you, it allows you to open a bit. Intrusive acting. We use actors, we use it's LARPers nowadays. We tried to use some professional actors, but we decided it was not worth it because usually they don't do intrusive well. Because people are used to actors acting on a scene, and they know that even if they breaking the fourth wall, you are not really supposed to do your own thing with them. And when actors, professional actors, they're doing it in that way, okay, yes, he's being weird. Oh, he's going around me. That's so nice. Oh, how very interesting. He's doing a scene just near my nose. But this is sending the wrong message because he's not doing a scene. He's talking to you. He's desperate for you to actually have impact on him. So this acting has to break private space. So and be a little intimidating. Of course, you have to look on the person and see what kind of, like maybe his private space is here, maybe his private space is here, maybe he would be, like maybe he's a little scared already. So you need to be very sensitive. But what to do, how exactly do you do it? But yes, you need to intrude a little to show them, okay, I'm in here now. He is really near me. It's not a story I view, it's a story I am in. Self-expression is giving people a place to talk. Sometimes it would be an actor asking them someone and demands an answer. Sometimes it would be, okay, you need for the next part, you need to design an amulet. You need to make an amulet to be protected against the ghosts. But with the amulet, you have some materials, but you pick what symbol do you use. You pick how do you use the words, you pick what to say to him, you pick whatever to lie or not. We are going to the next one. But every time they making some kinds of expressions, they do build their own characters. They decide how do they wish to participate in the game, and they're becoming a little closer to the act you want them to go through. And the last one is choices. And it's a bit controversial because it's make life more difficult for anyone. But I am a big fan of agency. And for me, it's very important personally to give this kind of to give people important choices. Usually, the game would be like scripted, but with 2 or 3 endings, possible endings for each group. And yes, and the possibility when people make choices, they tie themselves into a narrative in a very strong way. As is often said, the brain doesn't really distinguishes between choices made in the real world and choices made in imaginary worlds. So every choice defined the players, the participants in context of the game. Okay, here would the movie work? I'm not sure. No, it doesn't work. Okay, it's a pity. It was on the. No, it probably won't work. It is on YouTube, but okay. There was supposed to be a movie for the last incarnation of this game that we made, but between the travels, the journeys of the presentations, it probably got lost. Maybe at the ending, if you'll had time, I'll find it on YouTube for you. So the Herodium model this is like the model we use the most. There is 5 or 6 incarnations of it in various sites and for various needs. And this, the Herodium, each model, is for the biggest or the first game that used it. So it's inner eternal calling. And the Herodium now is set in the desert palace of King Herod, who was recently unearthed, like 10, 15 years ago. And it's a very big and beautiful complex. And every holiday we are doing this kind of game there. First time, okay, MMORPG time management, you can maybe even space management, but it's very influenced by this kind of World of Warcraft style of planning of plot. Because the basic lacunas, the basic demands were it should be open all the time. Groups are going through would now go through it for 8 hours. And each of them should get the story. So what is done is that the story is time equals progress. Space equals time equals progress in the story. There are a few NPCs that are going around not going around. They are just in the complex, sitting in various places. The first one sends you into a quest. Then you go to the next one, get some stuff from him. He sends you to a few quests around. He sends you further, and so on. You get to the last one. You save the day. You make this distinction. But the times everything you do something, the world around you is changing. The world around you is changing. For example, you banished the ghost, you send them to the next level, you told them something, some great reveal, and now they are on a different phase. But the seeming problem is, okay, what to do if now I've got some groups that are the first phase. They're coming at you when I don't know this information, when I'm really curious and I want them to get this information. And meanwhile, I have a group that just came back and they told it to me and I know it and so on. And turns out that this is a problem I feared very much, but turns out it's not much of a problem. Because people coming with the expectation of a theater, they are very easily succumbing to cues about, okay, I'm with them now. I'm now doing a different thing. it was something that was very not natural for me to discover, but it turns out as very natural for the public. They're okay of me existing in different time phases. You know what, let me tell you about a little about the game, because I'm starting like with technicalities already. So I'll just describe this, the Herodium game itself. Basically, long ago there were two brothers fighting against Herod at the beginning of his reign, and he won decisively. And one of them decided, okay, I'm going to learn, I'm going to be a sage. Fighting is not for Jews. I'm going to do different stuff. And the other decided, okay, we have to learn to fight from the biggest, and he became a guard of Herod. 20 years after, the sage brother is spouting some political stuff against the king, is talking against the king. The kings send the guard brother to fetch him, to bring them into the palace, and to cut his head off. Thus, the sage brother decided to curse both of them, to say, okay, if you like Herod so much, you have to stick with him. And then both of the ghosts, both of the brothers, are haunting the Herodium and causing trouble. The third character is the Lara Croft type of archaeologist, who is also a ghostbuster, and she's really knowledgeable. Yes, of course, it's haunting type B. You have to do this and this. This is the stuff you have to, if you want to help. I'm very busy with research about Aztec ghost, but and so on. The kids are encounter the legionary brother, the guard brother, and he's saying, yeah, it's very weird. There are strange people. I need to get them out of the castle before the king comes back. You have to help. And she may do something. First of all, he sends him into soldiery duties, like standing on the wall, fighting a little, counting stuff, scouting for enemies, for the Persians that are coming, and so on. Then the archaeologist telling, okay, it's a curse, and there's probably someone who cast, maybe he's here as well, and she's she's getting them to understand archaeological information, like to read some ancient coins and stuff, and create this amulet, and she's sending them to the last ghost, to the sage downstairs, which is able to lift the curse, but he of course doesn't do it until he is persuaded, he's shown that actually the brother didn't want to kill him, and tried to set him free, and it was a huge misunderstanding, and then it's all, they make a ceremony, huge ceremony to banish the ghost, to release them from the hatred, and then they are back on track, they're finishing. Yes, so this is the game, and we exist. They do go between us sometimes. They go between us, between the various puzzles that are, and we know the groups, we react to them. Okay, we saw this group, they know that and that, we will talk to them like this. Sometimes it is a very interesting sort of balancing few groups. But it's doable, it's totally doable. It's existing in few phases. Okay, strong emotional prompts. Yes, I talked a little with the intrusive acting stuff, but we really want to get judgment out of them. We really, when we talk, with the brother talk one about the other, it's always, he's a jerk, he's a nerd, he was always doing that, you shouldn't believe in him, I was telling this stuff about me. They really, we tried to make them pick sides. And only after that to make peace between us. But this idea of really getting emotions out of them is very important. Yes, page design on a large scale. We want to make this kind of layer of magic and fantasy on a huge castle. So we put a lot of we have to strategically put both actors and challenges. We have our own symbol, and it's all disguised as archaeological tablets, like archaeological information. but with a unique stylistic, so people would know it's part of the game. But people are going. You want them to feel that all of the castle is ours. Is part of the story. You want to bring the power of this huge and interesting archaeological site behind it. Yes, escape room kind of challenges. Although when I was thinking about it now, I realized yes, it's not exactly, because escape room without context, without this kind of social emotional context, has fewer types of challenges available. Our space design is more open because we have people, because we can some of the clues are verbal, because some of the, for example, in another game on this model, I am someone whose language they do not understand, and the first challenge is they have like technological box of translation, so they have to fix it before I start talking regular Hebrew to them. Before that, I speak very antique language and very confuse them. So when they like, I point to it, I say stuff, and say like ancient names of letters and so on, and they so yeah, in a different challenge, they have to compare my DNA to see whose descendant am I from the two ghosts. So they have I have a coffee standing near me, and they have to sneak and put the stuff and make this experimentation to check whose descendant am I. So this mix of the human element of an actors allows us a design space that is much bigger. Also because riddle has to give its own output. We can give the output. So once more, we have more zoom to plays. Okay, the foundation here is by the sites, by the archaeological site, by the municipality, by the NGO that does the cultural festival. They usually pay us, they bring the people, and we don't really care how many people they bring. So it's always nice. And this is okay. This is pretty universal for the OZL model as well. But there is a way to represent it. The sales pitch is usually that we tell your story. We can understand what your site, what your place is about, and we will bring it to the people. Who show it to them through a story they would live through. Okay, so this is few stuff out of this game. This is very funny because it was in the paper, and my grandmother calls me and say, "You know, you're in the paper." I say, "What you're talking about? Why? Why should I watch paper? I haven't done anything." And then it turned out that they put it's basically for all of the tourism activities of a certain area, but they decided to take our picture as I don't know, the most living. So I was like in a lot of newspapers now. And this is a token. This is the final riddle. We try to have final riddles to be very impressive technomagically. This is a sarcophagus. We used a lot of time. They have to push the right letters, and then there is the opening. It's opening, and the voice is saying, you know, the last memory of my brother. It's saying, no, I actually haven't killed him. I was trying to save him, but and then I'm hearing that, and I'm making this drama. And no, I'm asking, what is it all? I don't want to listen to this punk. What can you possibly tell? And they're telling it to me very excitedly, and then oh no, it was all for nothing. 2,000 years of hatred, you have to, and so on. Curious Corridor, this is actually more, a little closer to an actual LARP, because it has a point of start and of end, but it's still very touristic. It took place in our biggest mall, or at least oldest and most iconic mall, and it was a Harry Potter game. They did a huge Harry Potter festival with Warner Brothers, and they wanted to actually, I suggested them to do a game. I said, okay. And then like a few weeks before, they checked with Warner Brothers, and they say, no, we don't want games. It's heretical. Don't do any Harry Potter games. But then, because it's Israel, they reached some conclusions that they would have the game, but they would not advertise it in public. And so it happened. But because it's Harry Potter, it was not advertised yet full. Like 300 people came in a week, and it was like few runs of it going for 2 days. So here we differ a little because there is this kind of let me just get all of them. The building is very trifold. There is some kind of a very dramatic opening scene that shows who against who. Then there are a lot of stations which they can explore in their free time and get stuff out of them. In this case, it was like the hidden, the power of the founders of the houses of Hogwarts. So they would be able to, and they need to gather as many power of them as possible. Each group tried, okay, I have the one from Gryffindor and the one from Slytherin. There was actually a hidden fifth house, which very few have discovered. It was the house of house elves, which were also a part, but there was some subcurrent or undercurrent of like revolution, house elf revolution that was going through it, but it was pretty well hidden. So only it was basically a bonus for people that were investing in the pre-game ARG and in the lore of the stuff that we created. It was like a bonus for them to explore. But basically, fixed start scene, four and a half, 5 stations to explore, while the NPCs are going and helping them and hindering them and trying to persuade them to join their own cause. And a fixed end scene with a fixed choice with a divergent ending. Basically, what was happening, it's one Ravenclaw girl decided that it's not fair. She was mudblood. No, she was half-blood. So she decided it's not fair that magic would be only of magicians. She discovered a hidden secret final research of Ravenna Ravenclaw to redistribute magic power. And she decided to go with it and redistribute magic power to everyone. And I was an Auror of Slytherin, but a hardball detective type. And I was like, no, you cannot, it would ruin the magic world. First of all, you don't know, maybe all the magic would diminish. Second, even if not, you would ruin the society, because now there would be like no Hogwarts, only public school, losing public school when everyone has magic. If everyone has magic, no one is truly unique and special. It's better for a few to have something beautiful than and so on. And we had this really harsh ideological dispute all over. We're stopping and doing this, shoutings and arguments and so on, and helping everyone, of course, while trying to persuade them. And then at the back, we are doing this duel in the Curious Corridor, in the Corridor of Mysteries, while in which we are only allowed to duel with the power of Hogwarts itself, which was the stuff they were collecting for us. And basically, we had a fixed duel scene with few curses thrown on each other. It were very psychological curses like your worst fear, your like you are lost inside the the corridor of your own imagination, and so on. And but basically the side with the most supporters was always winning. The side was winning, but the scene, like the ending was different, the epilogue was different. You're like, okay, that's the word you choose. Are you okay with it? And this is the model we are now doing once more into other settings. The gist of it, like I said, 2 fixed scenes at the beginning and the end. Station to explore with challenges and riddles to get resources. The NPCs are helping, and They decide who to support at the end, which is among with how well they managed, decides what the ending is. Here I also got few photos. Okay, founded by ticket sale or community centers. So some are really based on ticket sales. Some are some community centers want us to redo the Harry Potter game. In them, actually, we have quite a lot of interest. Problem is, we don't have a government for a year and a half, so there is no budget for anything cultural. Meanwhile, there's a few photos. This is like the final scene. Me, hardball detective. Rose, Jaffa, revolutionary. Incarnation of Ravenna Ravenclaw. Standing is like the final duel. It was like, we don't see the numbers, but there were like every run has 50 people in total. No, even 60. I don't remember, either 50 or 60. Yeah, 60 people in total. So there should be about 30 people standing behind each of us. Minotaur guarding the door, and some of the challenges and so on. Someone drinking the poison of the basilisk, sniffing the poison of the basilisk to prove she's worthy of Gryffindor. The answers lie here. Elections model. This is something that we done for the municipality elections for the city of Jerusalem, municipal elections. The city hall hired us also to promote democracy, like just, festival feeling for the children, so it should be considered something fun, so they would also understand what are we talking about, what is the procedure. And what we are playing is basically made two political candidates out of the history of Jerusalem. So there was some legendary king, less legendary than David, because if he would be like a total winner. You can't trend anyone against King David, but some king and the legendary mayor of Jerusalem like 30 years ago, someone who served for a few decades. And we produced for them this kind of propaganda in many sizes, many forms, and near to 25, there were 25 points of voting booths, which we were activating all over the city with teenagers that the municipality hired to do it for us. So basically we wrote this very simple game. We were going around as the candidates to cheer and to have the scenes with the children involved. But basically it was operated by other people. Each of them was sitting on with a booth and saying, yeah, yes, you have to support us, so you have to not go for this guy. And each of them has a line, a very simple line of missions to do. And some of them were very like, okay, you have to create a piece of propaganda. You have to take some newspapers and cut from them and just maybe you have to propose a map. You have to propose how would you plan it, aided by our principles. Sometimes it was, okay, you have to go and ask 10 random people on the street to sign it for us. Sometimes it was, we have to get black propaganda on the enemy. You have to steal their materials from the other booth. You have to persuade someone to go with us. And it was this kind of list of missions, of I think 8 missions, going more or less by order, but of course with flexibility depending on the group who is participating, who is coming in. We were using them as agents because we were sending them, okay, find someone else, make a demonstration, make something, show support, and there is no, sometimes we did, at the end we did declare the result based on, because they were also voting, there were booths to vote at the end. But I think we were actually counting results every 2 hours or something like this to give hungers on something to build for. But yes, but it was like running all the day basically, almost all the election days for 8 hours or so. It was going on, and actually this model was devised for. Someone asked us to make this kind of game for a computer game show. We decided to make something like this based on Assassin's Creed with Assassins and Templars. It didn't went off after a while. The guys who hired us were not in the business in like 2 weeks, but yes, but we used it for this. Okay, yes, this is basically it. This is basically a guided tour that is guided in character. Andreas is the character from the Herodium, the same legionary, the same like conflicted guard. And he is also now giving tours in character. And when he giving tour in characters, he describes all what he sees in his own periods. So he's saying, oh, the gates here, they're pretty rusty. Maybe they need some... and he walks in his own words and describes things out of this perspective. So this is the basic. And of course, he talks about himself. He shows, he has a personal story goes meanwhile. He has some sort of like he gives hints. After a while, okay, maybe you can give me some advice about this. You know, when sitting and eating, you look like a smart guy. Maybe you can help me with something. You say this brilliant, you ask this very good questions. It connects to that. So it's really like taking their input and going through this kind of personal break-ins and so on. Now there are two more actors that are joining in between, but also he's a guard. So one character is actually a thief. We managed to have some shopkeeper around, that we have a character that is stealing from him and get caught in the process. So we also like bring the city in it. But then like, what should I do with you? What I don't know. And then, brings it in chains. Okay, we have to keep her until I can get her to execution or to cut her hand off. And then also she of course, and you have to help me, there's a little game going on. We do demand choices. We do demand out of them some kind of participation. Those are characters, of course, his brother that is coming to bug him about his job and say, no, you have to visit our father is very mad, you have to he's sick, you have to reconcile, if no, then so on. Implied prompts to choices. We don't, stop the game and ask them, what do you think is the right thing to do? But it's always here, and we always try to interact with people on a personal level as much as we can to say, yes, it's very legitimate to think, what do you think about this issue? We waited for, and it works. Like people, after a few prompts like this, yes, people open and say, yes, you have to do this, you have to do that. And then the situation evolves. And here we do not plan for the endings of these individual characters or even of the game itself. Like we have few pre-planned scenarios, but we are very open because it's so self-contained and we trust ourselves and the actors we work with. The public is totally free to make us do weird stuff. Yes, this is basically organized groups, sales. It is a bit expensive for what people are expecting when they take in a group tour, because it's basically the product type category is a group tour, and you have 3 people operating that and not 1 person operating that, and this is most of the cost. So it's sustainable for very specific group like strata of clients. But sometimes they do it with only 1 person, without this walk-in actors. This is basically something we did in a museum once, and like 1 season. I think it was 12 times. And now we do it for birthdays, bar mitzvahs, so on. It's basically a poor. How many times I have? 5 minutes? Shit. Yes, exactly. So I'll go to the question. Same as the Rodium, one person going around, very because he's the only character to hold it, because the game is about him. He need to be unreliable. He need to have reversal. He may be very antagonistic at the end. Usually play catch me at the beginning, like, who are they? No, I'm good. Don't look at me. Why are you following me? Then I'm beginning to be like a little crazy, unreliably giving them information, but on an unreliable way. Then they do another stuff to switch with to the helper for me to being able to understand what to do at the end, like the lore, what, and so on. But it's supposed to be like that. Yes. Okay, won't go to like more ideas because we don't have time. Sorry. And this is like tourism in LARP. What is tourism in LARP? You talked about LARP in tourism. Why is this reversal? Aha. Because I think what we're doing is also tourism in LARP, because we're talking about like, okay, what is the purpose of visit to fairy? And we have few answers, because when it's hobby, it's I want to work here and I hope to immigrate eventually. This is why people visit LARP from hobby perspective. Corporate, it would be like business organization. Usually they have fixed goal. They want 2 hours of mafia game. They want 3 hours of EduLARP to teach them various life skills. There's something very concrete. What do they want out of you? And here is really sightseeing. I don't know. I want it looks cool, man. I want to go around and see what fairy looks like, and whoa, I'm driven in, maybe. And here we have the hugest opportunity to seduce people, to engage with us in a meaningful way. And that's it, because maybe there are some questions. I'm sorry to wander off.
Questions? Actually, I do have one. How do you market these products?
So, because many of this stuff is paid by municipalities, by NGOs, by other groups, we just try to go strictly to them. We go with documentation of what we did before. We go with recommendation. It's really this kind of who knows who. When we set our feet inside some particular field, it gets much easier to move further. And also, like tourism field, there are like conferences and conventions of festivals of tourism. And then we can go and introduce ourselves and go get visit cards, say, okay, we have really cool projects, maybe you would bring some groups into it. But working with tourism, yes, it allows you to work on on pretty high level. It allows you to, of course, you have to present yourself according to that, but it's, yeah. Any other questions? Yes, Andrew?
So about the Andreas model, where you used costume tour guides. What's the average group size that you're working with? And again, the same question like before. Those are like that's a specific product. Where do you market that? What are the channels that you use?
So basically, the group size would usually be about 30 people, like about an average class. Sometimes we did it with double that. It was harder, of course, but yes. And we market that on, there are like congregates, there are websites who tender to your tourism needs. So you have a group, they have this amount of time to spend in this place, what can you offer us? And we post there, and we need to talk to agents that market these things and go through them, because they know all the potential clients. There is some kind of built hierarchy. This product is a little bit easier because there is a niche for guided tour with something weird happening, with some added value. So it's easy to, and it's one of the most important points of marketing. If you say people, okay, I do want to come to a LARP, people, what are you talking about? But if you manage to say, okay, we're doing it that way, but doesn't matter. I can explain it if you want. It's really cool, but this is what category it goes for. This is what you need to start marketing stuff, which is sometimes a problem because the Herodium was once marketed without us knowing as an escape palace, because. And then people are coming, and I was the final station saying, but it's not an escape room. And I agree with them, it's not. But yes, so it's important to be like truthful and yes, and sharp about what exactly is. But usually you can find some kind of a niche because there are stuff nearby. Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Anything else? Anyone else? Questions? No? Okay, thank you, Daniel. Here's your cup or box. Yeah, whatever. All right, next up. Our friend from Bulgaria, Elena Konashkiva. Yeah, okay, I'm mingling names. That's okay. Are you planning to stay over there, or are you planning to come here? Okay. Need help? Can anyone give a hand? Okay, thank you. All right, so Elena is going to talk about using technology in LARP. And okay, so here's the mic for you, and off you go.
George, can you please fix this bomb for me? Hello, thank you very much for being here. How do I change slides? Okay. So last year, PoRtaL conference was in Kiev, and there were some very technical guys there, and I was quite inspired about what they did. So I decided to take it a little bit further with the presentation for today. The topic is using technology in LARP, but after the morning I realized that I need to change the title of the presentation. After the presentation of Simon, I think it should be using technology in LARP without getting broke. And also, while if you do a sci-fi LARP or a post-apocalyptic LARP, it is quite obvious that you're going to lose a lot of technical stuff and a lot of blinking things and computers and tablets and whatnot. So I changed again the name, and it is using technology in fantasy LARP without getting broke. A little bit about who I am. My name is Elena, as family name is too complicated for everyone here. I'm the leader of a crew who makes a big game in Bulgaria with about 300 or 400 participants. It's called The Fog, and we run it since 2013. George, 2013-ish? Okay, but I was too lazy to put all the logos, so it's only 18, 17, and 2020, which is about to be... I need to warn you about something. This thing in 2 minutes probably is going to make a terrible noise. Yes, in 2 minutes it's going to make a terrible noise. Just put it with the speaker to your leg or something when it starts. No, don't screw it, because the easiest way to make it stop would be to remove the batteries. So yes, this is a bomb. Okay, for the purposes of this presentation, what do we mean by technology? It could be hardware, which is all kinds of computers and different gadgets, like the bomb, for example, and some stuff I'm going to show you later, and also software, which does the magic. Can it be used for? I'm going to run quickly through the presentation so that I have more time to show stuff. It obviously is used to support the organizer team in doing stuff like administration. We talked about spreadsheets already. This is a screenshot of my drive when I make the LARP. And also communication, which is a very important issue during all kinds of event management and event organization. It was in several versions. First of all is communication between the organizers, which can take place both before the game and after the game. We use radio stations, radios. Why don't we use our phones? Because when we go to a place where the fantasy LARPs are usually held, sometimes there is no signal. And also it is much easier to press a button and speak than to put out your phone and then unlock it and find out the person you need and call him. Yeah. It is loud because players ignored it. So now they can't. Communication between players and organizers, which is very important, not that much game-wise, but because players tend to do stupid shit like getting killed in real life and collapsing during the game, so they need to get first aid quickly, and that's why we use the radios, which are spread throughout the game area, and someone needs to call George to save the life of someone who forgot to drink water or something like that. And also, of course, communication between organizers and NPCs, which needs to take place also during the game. Technology is also used for management of location and time durations. You can see the map here, which is made on the computer, obviously. And also for tracking players. This is, you need to have contacts in the military if you want to do that, because they have state-of-the-art stuff that can help you a lot to do that, in case you know where your players are at all times. Technology is also used for character management. When you need to have character sheets, skills attributes, point distribution, calculation over the time of the game. It's done much more easily if you use some technology, but we don't do that. It is done in many games, especially in Ukraine. They're very much into that. Their main thing is stalker LARPs. They have these PDAs for each character, and when, for example, you go to a radiation field or something like that, it can tell you what happens to you. So it is very much in place, but in Fantasy LARP, we are not playing D&D. and we do not do something that we called live action board games. This is when you have too much points during a live action. I think the Vampire LARP guys told us it was very immersion breaking if you have some very intense interaction. Wait, I need to take out my thing to see how much points do I have and figure out what happens and blah, blah, blah. Other things that technology can be used in Fantasy LARP is simulation, to simulate skills like magic. I'm going to show you what the Ukrainians do. It's very interesting. Also narration, moving the game forward, and fanciness, props, and escape room stuff I'm going to demonstrate in a while. In what LARPs can technology be used? Pretty much to the surprise of many people in all LARPs, including fantasy LARPs, not only sci-fi and post-apocalyptic. The main problem in that is that many players believe that technology in fantasy LARPs breaks immersion. It could, but it depends very much on how you do it. For example, you can hide your thing in this very realistic rock, and it becomes a magical singing rock. So how do others use technology in Fantasy LARP? This is the example from Ukraine. They have this company, it's called Wizard. I like very much the logo. It is an actual company with, you know, VAT number and shit. So they have this World of Warcraft LARP. And this is their solution for magic. It's very interesting. This is obviously a horde person. And she has this medallion here. And this is an alliance guy who has the lion. So this thing is actually a remote control receiver. And the mages have, this is like in Harry Potter, a magic stick, which is basically the remote control. So I do like that. And I have on the remote control, I have 4 buttons for magical effects, for example. I need to be precise. I can fail, which is very good because it could not work every time. And then the immersion breaking thing is, do you notice this? This is headphones. The player needs to have the headphone inside their ears so that they know which effect they need to roleplay. And this thing is quite bulky because it is actually, in reality, it is a huge, not that huge, but a big clump of cables. And you need to have it on your neck at all times. And you have the ear thing, the ear plug in your ears. You don't, yes. So how do we use it? In our lab, we cheat. Yes. How do we cheat? You know the Witcher series, right? And you know this racist thing when people complain about, oh, why there are black people in The Witcher? There were no black people in medieval Poland. And I was like, yeah, like elves. There were not elves in medieval Poland either. So what we need to do is to broaden the understanding of fantasy. It does not to necessarily be, you know, Lord of the Rings stuff and high medieval fantasy and dragons and so on. Also, we have the examples of Warhammer 40K and World of Warcraft. We actually tried to, one time we tried to introduce guns like the dwarves in World of Warcraft, and we used the Nerf gun. It didn't work because it is absurd. So to avoid breaking immersion, you need to do the things that cover the technology in a way that they don't pick out your eyes. The other thing that we need to do is to normalize technology using the means of the setting. For example, in the fog lab setting, we have, in the history of the world, we have this past era where there was a very powerful empire who relied a lot on technology. So now, when we introduce new stuff, we can always say, oh, we found it in archaeological diggings, and so it's okay. It was here all the time. We did not come out with it like right now. It was here all the time. Do you know what this is? Actually, in reality. This is an air conditioner capacitor. It was used in not the game, the last before the last game. So we have also an anti-mage faction. They fight against magicians, and they're based on technology. They're called the Order of the Seventh Path, and they use a lot of stuff like that. This thing, I removed the label actually, but we did not do anything else with it. It was used to remove the capacity of casting magic from magicians. So actually, magicians were screwed using an air conditioner capacitor. So you can always try and introduce into your setting factions that are normally using technical devices. It could be the seventh path, or in another game we had a faction we started to call the Techno Vikings, because of course it was very logical, because they had the technical stuff and they came from the north, so of course they are Techno Vikings. As I said, you need to do it in a way that the other players would find appropriate. This is random elf from the internet. It would be stupid to give them the capacitor. It's not okay. It's absurd. But with these guys, it's better. They look like they could have stuff like that. Yeah, capacitor. The black mask screams, guys, I have a capacitor. This is my favorite. This is a quest item, actually, and this schematic was in the LARP. The players received it from some scientific institute in the fantasy world. And it said Object 265, Anti-Magic Power Diffuser. It consists of a red flashing resonator, a positive and negative anti-magic couplings, and an anti-magic current septaconductor. These things don't mean anything. And there are these things. These are actually batteries used to power the capacitor stuff that the seventh path used to screw mages. And I need to disassemble one. This is 3D printed, especially for the game. And this thing. It has a small lamp and it is powered by a button battery. Something about the batteries, we used these exact things with the same batteries in 2018. They remained on the location for 1 month because we put them in advance and then we took some time to take them back. So yeah, 30 days and 30 nights they worked, and now I'm using the same batteries and they still work. Yes. There were 100 of them, and they were spread all over the location. And the people who sympathized with mages had to collect them and to put them inside an insulation container, which insulated the anti-magic current or whatever. And the funny thing is that the mages decided to give this task to the seventh path for some reason that I don't understand. And they hide it away. So we also use a lot of other contemporary stuff. This is, do you know what MGRS is? It's a military grid reference system. We have the map of the entire location. There are locations that players need to go, and the grid system is very useful to give them coordinates, which are not the normal GPS coordinates, so they know that, for example, I need to go here, so it's 801 by 332 or whatever, and they have this. This is 100 square meters each square. No, we make, yeah.
It's a grid that you can put on every map, and it's very easy to navigate through it because not all the people are used to EF or UTC navigational systems, and they cannot just count the numbers like a normal GPS thing.
Yeah, and also we fancy to think about ourselves that we're useful for the players to broaden their knowledge because, you know, 18 years old Bulgarian LARPers know how to use military grid reference system. Maybe this would be very important for their lives, I don't know. But we came out with this solution because, for example, there is a very important quest here. How would you communicate to the players that they have to go there? Take the first junction to the right and then walk about 200 meters and then find out that specific tree in the forest. In the night. So that's... But when they have the grid reference system and they have the map and they have coordinates, they know where to go, and also they have these things blinking for them in the night. In the next game, we're going to go even further, and we're going to have real-life electronic, which means magical, of course, tactical map. The map on the previous slide, it was specific locations were painted on the back of the map with ferrite paint, and the players got a magnet. And when the magnet reacted to the ferrite paint, then this is the way they knew where to go. Magic. This year they are going to have blinking lights that can be controlled in real time through a smartphone instead of this paint and magnet thing. So we will be able... Yeah, it's magic. So we will be able to change active locations they need to go during the game without needing someone to go there and do some stuff, and then to find a way to communicate to all the players that need to know that there and there something is going to happen. Also, we're going to use lasers, which are, of course, magical ley lines. They're going to work, the quest is going to work like that. They're going to have to find some crystals. Of course, in every fantasy LARP, you need to find crystals. It is, you cannot have a LARP without that. And these crystals are going to have inside them RFID chips, yes, and they're going to react to the switch for the laser. And they will have to activate several lasers which will make a crossing point in the sky, and beneath the crossing point is going to be their location to do whatever they need to do. And also we will do a responsive druid circle. This is the Arc Druid there. The responsive druid circle will use motion detectors to put on some ambient music and stuff like that, magical stuff. And also we were thinking about the tree who would greet the archdruid every time he goes around, because he is going to have this RFID chip on him. Or finish during the, yeah, during a certain war. That is my favorite. Okay, now I'll show you some other stuff that we used. In the same setting, we have mini games sometimes. And there was this game which is basically a zombie apocalypse inside the fantasy setting. We had several people, selection of LARPers, who they opened the wrong box. selection of larvas, yes. They opened the wrong box and some zombie virus started to spread. And the quest was to find a vaccine, of course. What kind of other quest could you have? The game started with a mini escape room inside the game, which was also, it had nothing to do with the zombie apocalypse. But they started in okay, we hired a big guest house in a village in Bulgaria, which is quite affordable. And the game started with the players locked in different rooms. Part of them were outside the rooms. And there, in each room, there was some escape room mechanics. And the things they needed to get out were spread in the different rooms. And the one group that was outside needed to transfer the information. It was ridiculous, of course, because it took them too long. Eventually, they got out. I don't have anything from the escape room, but it was rather mechanical, not that much technology. And then some of the houses had these stone walls. So the information that needed to go to the players was hidden inside the walls via these singing stones, which work like that. I think this is going to be the zombie noise, so don't get scared. We need to do that before the game starts. He said there is a vaccine and it works. So this is hidden in a wall. And it is a loop that plays every 1 hour. If they miss it, they have still the chance to hear it again. This was information on what the players needed to do to solve the quest. I think this is the zombie. USB drive mode. And this is the creepy shit. USB drive mode. Very creepy. People start eventually.
Silence is creepy.
Especially when it's silence is creepy. Yeah. I wanted so much to work, I needed to hear them.
Suspense.
Suspicious. Well, it's not a big deal, but it's the best one. USB drive mode. We'll see if it starts. So you saw the bomb? There was this quest with prisoners of war. They were abandoned in the woods because prisons, and they had these corals on their necks. There was a movie from the late 80s with that. So it is like that, and it is locked with a lock. They could not remove it until someone came to save them by solving the quest. Inside this, there is this thing, which is basically a GPS. It connects with satellite, and it makes you stay in a place starts to make sounds. Lose the connection with the satellite for the location you work. Yeah. No.
It consists of a GPS transmitter and a little bit of C4.
Just enough.
You know the song? It's
Yes.
Okay.
Not creepy at all.
Makes grown necromancers cry like kids.
So what are the main problems and challenges with using technologies in fantasy LARPs? First one we discussed already. It is a possible negative attitude from players who would say that it would break their immersion, that it would not be appropriate for fantasy LARP, etc., etc. And what you need to do is try to make it look good and in a way that they would feel good and they would not feel that their immersion is broken. Like this could not break your immersion, it makes it even deeper. The next problem, of course, is budget. Fortunately, this stuff lately is becoming cheaper and cheaper, so that's not a big problem. As long as you use AliExpress, you can buy a lot of electronic stuff from there. But you need to have a very, very careful time management, especially in days like now, because the last thing we ordered like 3 months ago is still not here. If you fail to have it from China, you need to have it from the European Union, and it is quite more expensive, but it is still doable. Technical guys are also a big issue related to time management. This is a set of rules I found on a blog of a LARPer in the internet. I forgot to write down his name, so I'm sorry. I apologize to that guy, whose name I don't know, but I cannot quote him properly. So the rule is it will take longer than you think. How long do you think your new software will take to write? Come on, be pessimistic. Okay, now double that. Are you relying on someone else, especially a volunteer, to do the work? Double the time again. If you are not particularly technical, double it a third time, and then maybe you're close to what is needed. Software development takes time. Part-time volunteer software development takes an eternity. I hate working with volunteers because, in my experience, in the more than 50% of the cases, they don't show up or they don't deliver because they're like, oh, I volunteered to do that. You cannot hold me responsible. So yeah, it is better to find the means to pay to someone to do the job. Power supply is also an issue. If you are in a room or in closed, in confined quarters, you can use cables and to use the normal electricity power source. Otherwise, you have to use batteries. You need to make sure that the batteries will hold. You see, this is a fraction of the batteries. No, this is the bomb. Where are the batteries? We go to a lab with 5 boxes like that, full of batteries. And please dispose the batteries the appropriate way to be environmental friendly. Meteorological conditions are very important. This quest with the color, it's screwed up. because of bad weather, and these things mixed up the signal, and in a couple of cases they started to beep without the person moving at all. So yes. We come to signal. It is either mobile or GPS. If you rely on that, you need to be very, very careful and to make a lot of tests. And even if you have made a lot of tests, you cannot be sure that it is going to work. Same issue with precision of GPS or whatever kind of signal. I expect the same problems with the RFID readers. And also, these things need a lot of staff attention, which is an issue related to time management of the staff during the game. Thank you.
Questions?
Oh, all right. Here you go.
Hi. So I wanted to ask, because at some point you said, you commented and you also shared on the presentation about players complaining that it will break immersion, blah, blah. But as far as I understood from what you are using, so excluding the Ukrainian stuff, the technology itself is mostly set up and used by either the organizers or the NPCs, and what the players get to see is only the results of the magic. So how is it going to break their immersion?
It is not they complain in advance when they hear that we are going to use technology. Before they have seen it, they complain a lot prior to the game.
Okay,
and
I
then they are,
understood.
oh, okay, we approve.
Okay.
It's okay, you're allowed to use it further.
Okay.
If you like, would you tell them about the example that you did, like how to cheat when you had the hive mind in the folk setting? I think it would be interesting to again portray how technology can be used to create the scenario of a hive mind while not interrupting the immersion of the game and actually contributing to it.
Could you repeat the question?
Another question, but like if you can tell the example of that game. I think it was a winter game. I remember.
Which hive mind?
Dionysus, they all had like plugs and they used them to.
Oh, this is an issue of communication between organizers and NPCs. We use radios. The people who need to use them keep them hidden in their clothes, and they have the hands free. Because it is very important. For example, it was actually this zombie LARP, and each group had a GM with them. So to stage the encounters, they need to communicate so that they know who needs to show up when and where.
Yeah, so they basically end up with a kind of a hive intelligence, and if I remember, that's the LARP players lost, right?
No, they got lost because they were being stupid.
Oh. Fair point. Thanks.
Hi, you were saying that you had a bad experience with the volunteers, but also that you had like almost 50% of those who were okay. So I'm curious, where do you usually find the volunteers? And with those positive experiences, what did you do to motivate them?
Well, technically, they are not exactly volunteers because they get to get in the game without paying. So it is not precisely volunteering because you get something in repay. What usually happens, I mostly use volunteers to lift heavy boxes and to move equipment around the game area. And they show up before the game. They do everything they are supposed to do. They play in the game for free. And then when the game ends, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, but I have to leave because I have to go to work tomorrow. And then we, the organizers, need to do everything by ourselves. So they are being motivated by coming to the game for free. And this is not exactly how volunteers are to be motivated in real life. But it is not precisely the situation. It is not like, for example, Red Cross volunteers because they're acting out of noble reasons and they want to help people and blah, blah, blah. And to help you organize the LARP, you cannot mobilize such kind of help because there is no reason. It is not a noble thing to help someone to make a LARP. You normally want to get something in return. So yes, with a very little amount of the budget, since I have a lot of players, when you have 300 players, it is easy to secure a part of the budget to properly pay the people to do their job and be able to expect them to do their job.
Are you planning to actually use some kind of system similar but not identical to what the Ukrainian use to maybe help the mages track their spells or even show some effects instead of just yelling out loud and throwing packets or touching people?
We forbid throwing stuff.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
just touching people or just
Yeah.
anything that will help them both track the spells, properly, as well as actually show something instead of just casting the spell.
I'm not against it. I'm not a technical person myself, so as soon as someone offers me a solution that is viable and not immersion breaking and not too expensive and not too what the fuck, so yeah, it's quite okay. But so far, no one has ever come up, as far as I know, with anything better than the Ukrainians. I was, don't get me wrong, I was impressed with what the Ukrainians do, but I don't think it's going to work in our game.
The thing is that our magical rules are so far simple enough. So when you go to some person and say the keyword about the effect, you don't need such a device. Maybe such a device is needed when I want to enchant you from 10 meters and you're in a group of people and I want to enchant exactly you. Then I will use this. But in our current system, it really doesn't need to, and we don't have such complicated spells. So you need something to tell you which exactly of the 10 spells I just made on you.
The Ukrainian one.
The Ukrainian system, do they have it somewhere we can check it out, or is it like thingamagig of their games?
No, I think they also do some other stuff. They do applications for their Stalker and post-apocalyptic labs. They do applications for mobile phones and stuff like that, but they're selling these things. Because they're a proper company and they live out of it, yeah. And also we would like our system to stay as it is. So it is, like Simon said, I only get the feedback that suits me. We don't want, for several reasons, we don't want mages to be able to cast from afar. And also, it is a little bit expensive because in this case, you would need everyone to have the receivers on them. And you need... No, you need every player to have the receiver on them because the mage can enchant anyone. So we need to have 300 receivers at least. So far it would be a little bit too expensive anyway.
Thank you.
Questions?
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, this is it for today for the lectures, presentations, and whatnot. We have some free time left before the game starts, the first game starts, and before the LARP jam starts. So feel free to, socialize, chill out, take a leak or whatever, and see you in games and see you tomorrow at 10 with the next presentation. Thank you.
I forgot to show you one bomb, which is for contemporary stuff, but if you want, you can come and see it, please.
Please, come and see the bomb.